Hello everybody and welcome back to yet another day of LPL English. I think we've kicked off week 2 officially, or maybe this is the last day of week 1. Regardless, we have 2 more best of series coming your way today, actually 3. As we have hit the weekend. Happy Saturday to everybody. We're going to kick things off in Group Nirvana with Ultra Prime taking on Ninjas in Pajamas, and then following that up with 2 bangers up in Group Ascend. First off, our LPL Finals rematch between Anyone's Legend and BLG, and then following that up with a rematch of one of those lower bracket games of JDG versus Team WE. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby for the first series today. Cubby, you're just on NACL. I know that you mentioned a little bit about the punishment that you might have faced by having to cast this game, but I think we're going to have a lot of fun today.
Oh, we're always going to have fun with Group Nirvana. Anyway, my morale must improve when it comes to these games. Sadly, I cannot get my product to show the LPL English. I figured it out, and then it just went blank on me. Maybe it's got some updates coming in, as we are about to change days, hit the weekend here on the West Coast, Grapes. Excited to see what lies before us with some good games tonight. Welcoming back our MSI attendees to the LPL, and getting a nice appetizer here with Ultra Prime versus NiP.
I mean, it should be interesting nonetheless here to kick things off as we take a look at our overall standings to just get a glance of what the league looks like at this point. As you mentioned, first look at AL and BLG will be coming in our second series of the day. But, of course, we'll be kicking things off in Group Nirvana, where Ninjas in Pajamas just the other day took their first loss of the season against JDG in a 2-0 fashion. And that was not necessarily super expected, Cubby. NiP, I feel like, were the general favorites going in, but now they find themselves at a loss, wanting to bounce back today against Ultra Prime.
EDG has just been the best in the group, hands down. Definitely proved that with their victory over NiP. But, you know, opportunity to bounce back today. Ultra Prime's been struggling, and NiP, chance to get things back on track by taking down an opponent that they should be favored against.
Absolutely. Well, let's start talking about this matchup in particular. Down in Group Nirvana, starting off with Ultra Prime, entering their third series of the season. Again, one roster change going into split number 3, that being Baye, their AD carry, moving down in here. Again, completing this kind of BLG Academy core of players that were together for a lot of 2024, even 2023. Of course, matched up with Jung and Saber, their solo laners that they have retained throughout the year.
Yeah, and frankly, it does feel like Junhao has been the standout for this team. We've yet to really see Zhang put on the same performances that we saw from him in what was, or what is now, the LCP. When he was competing over there, I know him as a player that Molecule in particular was looking out for, hoping that he would do well in the LPL. We have not seen it yet from Ultra Prime, but hey, can always count on them to look good in purple. As the purple jerseys, they do wear them well. Just have to try and put up better showings on Summoner's Rift to show that they can be cloaked in what the Kings used to wear of old.
Yeah, and again, sitting at 0-2, not necessarily as damning as it was maybe last split when it was a single round robin. Of course, last time around, Ultra Prime got off to a good start and were able to sneak in, avoid that elimination going into split number 3. But, you know, you got to start to get the ball rolling a little bit, and having a little bit of positive momentum today against Ninjas Pajamas would certainly be good. They're coming off of a 2-1 loss to Thunder Talk as their last matchup. But again, talking about this Ultra Prime team, the one big difference is Baye coming into that bot lane position, replacing Wako, who ended up retiring at the end of the split. There's been some ups, there's been some downs overall with this player though, Cubby.
Yeah, I know that you feel overall Baye's not really performed up to the standard that we're hoping to see out of LPL 80 carries. Definitely a chance to step it up today against NiP, as again, it really feels like with Ultra Prime, I'm kind of waiting for someone to make a mistake on this team with what we've seen. I really feel like Junhao and Xiaoxia has actually gotten this team off to decent starts. There have been some decent plays that have come out from Junhao in particular, but it just doesn't feel like they have the firepower or the team strength to make sure they can win a game from start to finish. That has been the struggle for Ultra Prime this split.
And I feel like in general, Wako is at least an explosive player at times. Baye has made a few pretty critical mistakes in the majority of the series that they have played so far, whether it's getting caught out, just making some wrong clicks, or this instance right here where he just does not follow the rest of his team, ends up just eating a Lee Sin kick and going down right around the top side of the map. So definitely some things to work on here, just whether it's him specifically or just communication throughout for this squad. Should be some of that existing synergy from the BLG junior squad that, again, 3 of these 5 players now, Junhao, Baye, and Xiaoxia, were a part of, but haven't gotten a ton of that just yet.
Yeah, and for Ultra Prime, I'm going to have to start to turn things around here. Of course, Group Nirvana, double round robin between those 6 teams, so we 1/4 of the way through after the match today. We're, I guess, past that mark, if I'm doing the math correctly. Out of the 15 series that everyone gets to play, or 10, I should say. It's been a long day here, Grapes. Don't do math live on air. I went from 6 to 5 and then trying to double that up. That's bad. That's not good. But hey, still, would it help out for Ultra Prime again? Want to make that top 4. Bottom 2 means we don't see you until 2026. Top 4 means that you do have a best of 5 against the bottom 4 of Group Ascension to qualify for playoffs and get in that double elimination bracket.
And you know, even you just get that one chance, again, more experience down here in Group Nirvana as well. Maybe you have an opportunity to punch above your weight class, and just one series is all it's going to take for you to make it into the postseason and get yourself a shot at Worlds. But speaking of that, let's talk about a team that they feel like they have Worlds aspirations in their eyes. That is Ninjas Pajamas, a team that had a really good start to the season, right? In 2025, split number 1, they beat IG, they made it into the quarterfinals, but since then they have not been able to retain that full form. And this is a team that made a lot of roster changes, 2 more coming in Nio and Niket entering split number 3.
Yeah, let's be honest, start of the year, we had Doinby, the Split 1 regular season MVP. I don't think that Group Nirvana was really in the cards for this NiP team, but had a struggle in Split 2, and as you said, trying to return to form with some new members tier. I do think that out of all the new members that we have seen, it's been Nio that has been the best player so far. Definitely hoping that Doinby, in a roster we is surrounded by some youth, a formula that has worked for Doinby in his teams of the past, looking to bolster some of the players around him. Nio in the jungle, definitely an opportunity to pop off with how supportive Doinby's pool can be for junglers, and has definitely taken advantage of that early on with the Group Nirvana play.
And I feel like with Niket coming in from RNG, with Nio over from LGD, almost like a Group Nirvana super team that it was opened up here with NiP, felt to me like they were going to be one of the big favorites to just run through this Group Nirvana, and it felt like that was going to be the case when they first played their opening matchup against, I believe, is LGD. But getting 2-0'd by EDG was not necessarily on the cards for this squad, and you know, they're going to have to find ways to turn it around, make sure that they realize it's not just a cakewalk to get through Group Nirvana. You're going to have to play out some of these games, learn to grow together as a squad. And at this point, Cubby, when we go back to the 2024 or the Masia Cup, which is when we first saw this NiP squad, only one of those players that was competing in that event is still on the team, and that is their bot laner, Leave.
Yeah, and for Leave, he was a big part of a couple of wins that NiP was able to put up on the board for Group Nirvana early on. We have seen Leave, though, have a couple of games in the last couple of days where it has been a wee bit more of a struggle in terms of what he hasn't been able to find. So definitely keeping our eyes on Leave just to see if he can put some better games together here. Because, you know, in the series that we saw against LGD, thought it was a pretty honorable performance coming out of Leave. But yesterday, going up against EDG, was part of the punishment that EDG was able to put down on this NiP squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that feels like he has, like, all-pro potential in him at times. You see some really nice moments from him in certain games, but then there's other times where you realize that he's making some of these big critical errors that end up costing NiP games, series, and we saw that against Edward Gaming just last night. So for Leave, some more consistency is what we are looking for. I think having Niket on the team actually is a bit of a help. I think he's an upgrade over PP God, at least from what we saw from him last split. And it's kind of just them working as a tandem that is going to result in this team taking that next step and maybe getting into the postseason, where that is not necessarily expected for a Group Nirvana team.
Yeah, well, hopefully going to be a big one and a good one here for Leave and NiP. Again, yesterday I think had a couple of missteps against EDG. Got Nautilus hooked in Lucian in game 2. Caught out a couple times as Ezreal in game 1 by Perukia, who continues to be a standout over there in his rookie split on EDG. But potential for Leave to pop off today, going up against Baye, a player where, again, we've been looking to see more out of him in the Ultra Prime bot lane if they do want to put some more wins in the Group Nirvana win column.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to kind of understand what is going on with Ultra Prime. Putting in this new bot laner, you think there's going to have some synergy there, but again, team full of rookies. They're going up against, one of the some players on NiP that have a ton of competitive experience. You can think of like Solo Kill, who's been around for a couple years, and then of course Leave and Doinby specifically, who has kind of been a titan here in the LPL for almost a decade at this point. A lot of pressure here for Ultra Prime. Even if they don't win this series specifically, just trying to find better looks overall is going to be important. As you mentioned, the season is longer here for Group Nirvana than it was in Split 2, but it's still not necessarily the longest. Only 10 total best of 3s, and we're already at number 3. These guys have been kind of maneuvering quickly here through the opening rounds of the LPL.
And we had to sprint through some bonus games with the 2 Group Ascension teams missing that return tonight. Anyone's Legends versus BLG. So, of course, the appetizers we have for later on is we have some good ones later on in the night for LPL. Hopefully we get some entertainment, though, for Group Nirvana. Doinby always likes to be a player that does deliver that entertainment. Gonna have to see if his team can, I'd say, play better as a cohesive unit of 5. I know we did see Leave get caught out a couple times last night against EDG, but also want to see NiP return to form and, showcase some of the Doinby macro we're used to seeing out of some of the squads we've seen from him in the past. It doesn't feel like this is a team that's going to dominate you on the map. And that's something where, again, in teams of past, that's where Doinby and some of his squads did really specialize.
Yeah, I feel like they have it. They have the pieces in it to do just that, though. Especially, I feel like Doinby now has, versus Aki, who had one specific play style with Nio. I feel like he's kind of able to like maneuver him around a little bit.
Should be more valuable.
Seeing that in the way that the 2v2 has played out. Doinby doesn't feel like he has to. I feel like he's locking in less carries. He's playing less champions that he has to have like a ton of damage on, and just letting Nio play things like the Viego, like the Xin Zhao, even like a Lee Sin. I feel like that's helpful here for this Ninjas in Pajamas roster. Hopefully they're going to be able to, again, improve on some of that macro gameplay, because especially as you get later on in the season and you're playing against better teams like we saw Edward Gaming, obviously being a pretty good team, you're going to need that if you're going to want to compete with the best of the best.
And of course, NiP, their hopes hopefully lying outside of Group Nirvana, as with 4 teams in the group, or 6 teams in the group, 4 teams get out. Got to figure that NiP, a favorite to escape this group. Definitely seen that with the gameplay, even with the drop they had to EDG yesterday. But hopefully we get to see them put together some better games. Again, Leave and Niket for me. Looking at that bot lane, do you feel like Ultra Prime's bot lane is punishable? Want to see if they're able to step up today. And see if NiP can just play good maps from start to finish, be that dominant macro team that we're used to seeing. Because I thought EDG really ran circles around them yesterday.
Yeah, and maybe a bit surprising knowing that there were 2 teams coming down from Group Ascend to enter Group Nirvana, and neither of them necessarily are sitting in first place right now. It's actually EDG, who felt like looked pretty consistent throughout the Group Nirvana, season overall, but yeah, pretty shocking to see that loss, at least in that fashion, to Ninjas in Pajamas. I thought that game was going to be close, but it was very much an EDG stomp, a 2-0 for them. And they are now suddenly looking pretty scary as well. The way that Juno and Angel can play together, like that is definitely a team that I have my eyes on going forward in the season.
I mean, excited to see what that ends up looking like later on, and excited to see some of the walkouts we hopefully have getting under our belts here shortly, Grapes. for the tradition of the LPL. We have no 1v1s this split, not until best of fives for game 5, I believe. Definitely something that I actually kind of like keeping around, Grapes, but we'll have to see. Ultra Prime, again, team always looks good on stage in the purple. We haven't seen them look as good on the Rift. We haven't seen a lot of purple acquired from them. I don't even know if they have a Baron yet to start this split off, as that's really the only way to wear purple on the Rift. And
they won a game, and it was I think they took a Baron in that one against.
I hope so.
I could be wrong.
I hope so.
It was a drawn-out one. Actually, Bai had a pretty good Ezreal game there. He was like 7-0 in that one.
We like
saw
that.
Some of those clips in that game. So
yeah.
That's the kind of stuff we're gonna need to see. Just you know, keeping him alive. I think some of those positioning mistakes were the thing that really has caught my eye from watching this Ultra Prime team. Like they'll set up and they'll have decent setups, and then just Bai is out of position. He walks the wrong way. He gets a little bit too close.
And it's not just him too. It's a team thing. It's an issue for Ultra Prime. Yeah.
I feel like it's an issue for everybody in Group Nirvana, which is honestly, in a way, why these games
unless you're
end up
EDG,
being pretty fun.
Yeah. No, only EDG escapes criticism here, as they have looked flawless in their 6-0 map score so far. Ultra Prime sitting at 1-4. Again, need to find 2 wins today against NiP, a team that did slip up against EDG yesterday. So see if Ultra Prime can take advantage.
Again, one of our only super week or super days, I guess, 3 best of series here to kick off this day in the LPL. We again have AL versus BLG happening later today, and then after that, JD Gaming going up against Team WE. As again, we're getting our first looks at both AL and BLG coming back from MSI. They've been doing a ton of traveling, obviously, and now getting a chance to finally start off their season, start off their quest for another international event in Worlds, as we get the walkouts beginning right now between NiP and Ultra Prime over here in Group Nirvana. Again, as we mentioned, Ultra Prime need to get back into the win column, whereas for NiP, wanting a big bounce back, I would say. This is a good chance to get a statement win after what was a pretty embarrassing loss against EDG just last night.
Yeah, again, EDG dominated them, felt like for 2 maps straight, so NiP had some sort of foothold in that game too, but I think that draft was hard to play later on, and EDG definitely showed that was the case, so see if NiP can bounce back. I believe we're in their home arena as well, as Ultra Prime, of course, always look good in the purple, Grapes. We love that color on them. Love that color on some jerseys here in the LPL. You know, I think purple's up for grabs in the League of Legends space. It really was only Evil Geniuses that had purple.
I remember we brought this up the last
time
we watched Ultra Prime together. I realized that like Koi is pretty purple now too. So like
the Toronto Ultra is a con team that has some purple in it. But I still feel like purple's up for grabs. I do.
Definitely an underutilized color in the jerseys. They're rocking like the windbreakers as well, the warm-ups to start off this. We'll see how exactly that helps them, as they're gonna need all the help they can get against some pretty experienced players here in Ninjas in pajamas. Fun fact about NiP: this is their last game for over a week. They don't play again until August 5th, just the way the schedule ends up working out. So wanting to leave a good impression into people, as I think we're really kind of toning down the amount of Nirvana games after what was definitely a lot of them at the start of the split.
Well, you know, got to make sure that these teams are cooking early. They've got the most work to do, in theory, Grapes, if you want to actually make it to not just Worlds, but, you know, we got to think playoffs first, step by step, right?
Yeah. Play-ins first, then playoffs.
Yes. Play-ins
I guess,
into official playoffs, and fingers crossed, you know.
Now, I think you know, helpful for NiP, if we're talking about this like general international competition stuff, you might think that hey, they made playoffs in Split 1, like that might help them. If you look at the championship points, almost nothing is actually earned from Split number 1. Top Esports got a total of 20 for winning the entire split, which was the same amount that they got for finishing like 7th, 8th, or 5th, 6th in Split number 2. So NiP currently sitting at 5 championship points. They're going to have a really good showing to have an opportunity to get themselves into that regional gauntlet, of course, which happens at the end of the season, as it looks like we have a couple of delays waiting for draft to begin. But again, Cubby, this is an NiP organization, let alone just the roster, that has a lot of expectations for themselves, and that's why we keep seeing them make these roster changes and try to find the right pieces of the puzzle, and it's kind of waiting for that to fully click here like we saw at the start of the season. It hasn't really been the same since.
No, it is not. But we'll see if they can get things firing with this iteration of the team. we are diving into picks and bans. Jungle focus early on. That Pantheon continues to remain banned. And curious what ends up happening with that Trundle that we have really seen rising in priority since MSI Grapes. It feels like a big pick, but at the moment, a lot of the champions we're used to see Doinby piloting. Stuff like the Talia, like the Rise, all on the board here. And we'll see if it ends up being a first pick Rise for NiP and Doinby, as it was handed its first loss of the year yesterday against EDG. But he has only gotten his hands on it 5 times, and unless they ban it here, it might just be a 6th time coming through on the Rift.
They definitely have to at least consider banning this. I feel like every single game this Rise is taken away from Doinby, wanting to make sure he does not get an opportunity to play it. I mean, this is a champion that basically everyone in the LPL is playing, but looks like they're going to leave it open here on B1. But a lot of other powerful champions are on the board. Solo Kill going to grab that Gwen to open up the draft of this series.
Jack's ban was definitely tipping their hand at that one a little bit. I figured it'd be Gwen or maybe a Xin Zhao, as that pick should be of higher priority. Definitely something that should be on Junhao's bingo card here. Issue is that if you lock in Xin, you might just get trundled at this point of the draft, Grapes. So definitely something that each of our teams have to be wary of here. But that Rise, deadly pick from Doinby. It is where the Doinby CS hack originated, if we want to think about Twitch copy pasta, that culture there.
So not going to be selected by Doinby. A Saber will likely be the one to take this champion. A lot of matchups that you can play into it, obviously. Things like this Talia can match that semi-global presence. As Xin Zhao is typically the answer that you see. So not surprised to see that one get locked in. As we'll see what exactly the final pick is going to be in this first rotation. Most likely something for Zhang just to round out this top lane, give a counter matchup, or just get an OP in against the Gwen. This is a matchup, Rumble versus Gwen, that we've seen basically all year long. Yeah,
we have seen this one quite a bit. NiP favoring the scaling side of the matchup in the Gwen. As, yeah, Zhang going to get his hands on that Rumble. Split to the Watt throughout the split. Top side secured to see what we end up with in the bot lane. Definitely looking to see an Ezreal ban come out of NiP here. As I think it's very valid to get rid of stuff like Xayah Ezreal if you are NiP. I don't think they want to play Xayah in a Wukong Rise. That's tough. Okay, Rakan ban going to disincentivize both. I would definitely take away Ezreal here if I'm NiP.
Moving it back to the bot lane, which again was our featured matchup. Going in, we did some highlights, some discussions about both of these bottom lane players in Baia and Leave. Of course, Leave being one of the more established players on this NiP roster, Baia being the newest over on Ultra Prime. This Lucian was something that he whipped out a couple of times this season already, so seeing that one hit the ban list pretty quickly. You know, other powerful picks still on the board. Things like that Jhin, I think, have been really prioritized by both of these players.
Yeah, Jin's something to think about too. Sivir being taken away. Interesting. Are we setting up for... What are we setting up for as Baia here? So we expect to see... I mean, you could slam an Alistar if you want to. I think it's pretty valuable here for Ultra Prime. Can synergize really nicely with the Wukong, the Rumble. Alistar going to get taken away. Talking about Ezreal, that's left up on the board. Ezreal going to be snagged immediately. I think Leave going to be pretty happy though to play the Kai'Sa into it. That does give you a little bit of movement. Way to dive the Ezreal, and we'll see if a Nautilus comes through to help make sure that depth charge can connect. It's not Nautilus. Going to be Rel. Decent deny away from the Wukong Rumble combo as well. So now, is it a Braum or is it a Leona here, Grapes? As that is the one real choice we have. It can be Braum, and that's probably going to wrap up our drafts.
Yeah, I think the Braum makes a lot of sense here. Just being able to counter a lot of this hard engage that has been presented by Ninjas in Pajamas. I feel like Ultra Prime almost want to kite back a little bit more. They are happy to soak up the engage that NiP is going to throw at them, whether it's with things like this Ezreal who can kite back, the Braum obviously, and then even like, you know, Rumble and Wukong can use their ultimates to zone, create a lot of space, and try to mitigate what this NiP composition really can put together. So that's what we're looking at here going into game number 1 of this best of 3 series. NiP definitely the favorites overall when we take a look at the expectations, but they have a composition that is very explosive, but also I feel like gets countered pretty well by what Ultra Prime have at their disposal.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Ultra Prime in terms of proactivity, because when you have a Rumble, have a Rise, like, it's not the best side lane combo to play into, as Rise usually can assist and make fast plays to help something like a bruiser, carry top. I mean, Rise Renekton, a pretty classic combo we've seen a lot. Able to play fast and synergize with the double point and clicks with the single target damage. I think that the lack of proactivity, though, like, it really is just Wukong that can make a proactive play, a proactive engage. Besides that, we're going to have to be very reactive here as Ultra Prime. And Ninjas in Pajamas should be able to make a lot of plays with the Xin Zhao, Talia, Rel. So a little bit concerned for Ultra Prime in that aspect, because I think being put on the back foot a lot of the times, like, when you pick a Braum support, you have to accept the fact that you're not going to have first walk, you're not going to have first roam. You have to catch a lot of the plays. I don't think this is a map where you're going to be catching a lot of plays. I think it's a map where you want to be playing for the Rise, for the Rumble. So we'll see if that leads to any issues for Ultra Prime as we dive into this game 1.
UP. No?
Woo!
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we got some NiP fans at least here as we kick off this best of 3
It's their home arena. I'm pretty sure that
fair.
we're in Shenzhen. So NiP fans showing up, showing out for them as always. We'll see if NiP can give them a better showing today. As we like the draft for Ultra Prime later on. I get to flame the bot yet again. I like the draft for NiP. If we go late, I think Gwen's side lane threat very real. That hollowed miss should be difficult to deal with. And that's Kaisa late game damage. Definitely ability to be outranged, but I don't think it's quite as bad this game. Leave will have ways to play these fights out, and we'll see if his team can help him find the back line. As oh boy, Doinby has taken second win and unflinching as Talia. That's a very Doinby choice. He's trying to keep his health up a little bit and win.
As we get there, he's going to be a bit of a CC bot as we get later on in this game. Hopefully the rest of his team
it's a very
has enough
Doinby
damage
choice
to back him up. I mean, that's basically what he's been doing his whole career in a way, but specifically going into this split now that Nio is on the team. We do get a Winter's Bite that lands on the Leave. A flash over the crash down from Niket means that Bai is able to get a little bit extra damage down, but Leave's able to pop both summoner spells and keep himself alive. The Ultra Prime bottom lane getting off to a good start.
Summoner spell advantage and wave push going over to UP. Ezreal Braum, quite a strong level 1. And oh boy.
Yasha is going to flash forward, hitting level 2. They have to be careful though, because Nio is here. They got to burst down Leave as quick as possible. The all-last auto attack from Baya is going to secure first blood. But now it is Nio in the area. He flashes into the brush to make sure he gets that vision, gets the kill on Baya. The stun will land on the Xiaosha. The healing going to keep him alive. Nio gets himself a double kill and punishes the UP bottom side.
The red buff, the triumph, the passive healing Xin Zhao just enough as Nio lives, turns around the bot lane play by Ultra Prime, but chaos ensues early on, seeing the level 2 on Xin Zhao where he's at. Junhao just going to yoink away a Raptor camp for the price of that bot gank, one that Nio had to make. He's going to be fine with whatever losses he takes, as he had to bail out his bot lane there after the level 1. For sure went the way of Baye and Xiaosha.
Yeah, I mean, you got a double kill, so you're happy about that. However, the rest of things, if you are a Xin Zhao, maybe not as pleasing. So, you know, he does get that Raptor camp stolen away. He's going to be pretty decelerated on this clear. Shout out to Ultra Prime's bot lane for going something aggressive, but it just ended up happening at the wrong time.
I mean, if Niket hits this Q-stun, I think Leave might have been able to actually sneak on out of there. I really do. As that Q-stun went wide from Rel. Nio flashing in here thinking that there wasn't vision. There was, which was spotted by NiP, but if you break vision, can save you an auto attack or two, and that's really key. But man, between that pot running, junglers don't always start off buying that potion grapes, but Nio did this game. That for sure paid off. Again, it is the triumph plus red buff plus the healing from Xin Zhao that he gets on his passive that saved him in that one and did enable him to clean up that 2v2 and live.
Should have pressure pots, everybody. It's PSA. I feel like it's always very important here in the LPL as well. We get these early game fights that are decided effectively just a couple of HP, a single auto attack or a single potion being procced happens a ton when you're in these really high stakes situations. And so NiP off to a good start. Nio 2-0. He gets himself that top lane crab, and overall not losing too much other than that Raptor camp. You're going to feel very happy about that situation. It does still look like Baya and Xiaosha want to be more on the aggressive end, and actually at the end
like
of the day,
this from Nio.
because Baya got that first kill,
Saber's not going to see this coming.
but now Saber gonna get targeted here, has to flash away here from that Wind Becomes Lightning.
Really like that look from Nio. I think that was clever. Again, he had nothing to do. He's waiting for his Krugs to respawn. This is the time where he skipped over the Raptor camp to go gank bot. Just saw enemy Wukong cycling out his respawn camps and says, okay, I'll show here. I'll dip below the vision. Go bot, get around mid, and they even yoinked a red buff away from Junhao as well.
Take blue?
No, he skipped, or yeah, blue buff. He skipped it to take the Raptors away from NiP's side of the map. So that will be a nice little consolation prize for Nio and a rinse and repeat mid. The cat still has flash. This should be a guaranteed kill.
Saber, nice job walking. Niket misses the Q, but the crash down's still going to land. Combined with that seismic shove, should be enough to take Saber down. Junhao not really able to do anything about it as NiP claim those feats of warfare.
You can see how hard it is for Saber to play out of that one. And I really like the initial look from Nio on mid lane. To just take that flash away from Saber. Again, I think the timer that he showed, I would not have been expecting that one by Saber. The fact that he was just spotted on the top side toward the Raptor camp, dipped under, went around, played on his control ward, got the flash out, then brings his support for the rinse and repeat and what pretty much was a guaranteed kill, Grapes. I mean, Niket didn't even hit the flash combo, and it just didn't matter. And NiP off to a good start.
Yeah, that mid-jungle, again, coming in as being a really important part of what this NiP team wants to do. You think about when there's this initial, you know, core of the OMG players came in.
Cap?
Not really necessarily finding that, as the new additions seem to be finding some value here. Niket making a run to the top side and forcing a flash from Jung.
I mean, I'd love for Niket to find a spear. It's like he's a pacifist that's entered a jousting competition with what I've seen so far from these Qs.
Yeah,
it's refusing to connect. You can throw it into the shield. It's okay.
You ever been to that medieval times thing where, you know, you sit down and they fake the jousting? That's what Niket's doing now. He's just feigning his spear forward.
I mean, how fake is it, man? Those guys swing the weapons and sparks fly. Unfortunately, you have to connect to make sparks fly. Niket has made a few sparks fly, though, with the movements he's had. Of course, help Nio secure the 2v2. Clean up kill on the bot side. Did get the flash out of Wonjong, even if that play didn't exactly connect. And that is an expensive base cancel there, as Baye is going to have to be forced to clean up this wave. And this is a real potential for a priority swap if NiP wants it, given that they've jailed Ezreal now for a bonus wave.
Yeah, they have those grubs coming up in just about a minute if they want to just stack a bunch of
players
up there. They can
swap for it.
You can use this small timer here with solo kill, having his ultimate available, having the wave in a decent spot, pushing into him with Nio in the area as well. See where exactly Leave and Niket want to deploy.
I don't think they want to play for the full swap. They really want to keep the 2v2s because in the 1v2, Rumble's going to be a lot happier in that scenario than the Gwen. So, not going to see the full swap come in, but Niket able to be freed up. And actually, Baye going to answer. So right now, Ultra Prime showing more members toward the grubs that are about to spawn here in 15 Grapes. And once Leave shows on this bot side, ability for Ultra Prime to potentially play faster on this objective if they want it.
And now that you do see Leave, I feel like Ultra Prime, knowing that they are already behind at least a little bit,
Saber's going to go answer.
Their numbers advantage.
Saber's just going to answer, and so now the numbers advantage is gone, and Saber's just going to be away to this bot lane. In terms of the timing of the game, Grapes, I do think it's a fight that you want for Rumble, and Junhao does have 6. So giving away these grubs by Ultra Prime, I don't think this is exactly the plan that's expensive. I would have brought Saber up and just sacked the bot camps and bully balled this one away. Instead, they lose 2, and now NiP, they don't give a flying crap about this last one. They're going to pick it up just because they can.
Yeah,
they find a fight now, too.
Go Ultra Prime playing between the lines of going aggressive and backing away, and it ends up potentially biting them. However, the True Shot Barrage lands on the solo kill. Junhao picks up the first kill of this fight, and then flashes away as Nio does the same over the wall. Now 4v3 overall opened up here for Ultra Prime. Leave on the way, but not going to be able to close that gap. So Ultra Prime do get a kill back, but NiP control all 3 grubs.
I thought the fight was going to miss after the equalizer from Zhang was, it really whiffed. It wasn't effective in that fight. Surprised that Leave actually made his way up here, as with Kai'Sa, I mean, no boots. Of course, you can't interact with the fight from afar with the killer instinct if you're able to get in there, but instead gave some free time over to Saber. Able to find a little bit of solo golden XP. Will have an advantage over Doinby now. But grub secured by NiP, and I think that's a mistake from Ultra Prime as well. I would not have sent Saber bot in the first place, Grapes. I would have played that one strong and fast. You have Wukong 6. You have Rumble that can ult, be much stronger than the Gwen in a fight at the grub at that time of the game. they kind of just opted out of it in a weird exchange. I feel like NiP should be the team that's seeding and trying to retake, if anything.
There's, you know, some slight misperformances in terms of the fundamentals here. But you know what? That's why we're in Group Nirvana. That's why we're here to improve. We're here to get a different League of Legends experience overall. But you know what? It's still a close game. We're still going to get those big fights. It is fun to kind of observe the differences, though, as we do kind of go throughout. It gives us the opportunity to maybe be a little bit more critical about some of these teams and point out some of the mistakes that maybe they do face every once in a while.
Yeah, I feel like that's an intricacy. I think if we see two better teams play these two drafts, maybe we see the roles flipped. Not the case right here. I was a very aggressive engage from Doinb in order to take a fight into the Rumble Wukong at that time, and even with that equalizer not connecting, it still was NiP dropping the fight. But Summoner Spell's down. Junhao no flash. And anyone that's flashless against NiP, I mean, the Xin Zhao Talia combo, it's that 3 Talon Strike into the flick that can be quite deadly.
See where exactly they want to set things up right now. The top laners, I should say, rotated down to the bottom side. Jong actually really good heat positioning right now. It's forcing Solo Kill to back away from this with the wave not in the best position. So small win right there here for Jong. However, he still finds himself down. Overall, though, still pretty even game state as we're just waiting for this next objective to become targeted. Dragon about to spawn, and it looks like NiP setting up some vision around it.
It is Ultra Prime's map in the moment. Saber got a wave +1 into that top outer turret, and now can walk down Roam, so NiP should be able to snuff this one out. Understanding that Rise was just top and now is fogging. Saber did not squeeze a reset in, so was not able to get any bonus items for himself. And on NiP's side, I want to keep our eyes on Junhao to see if NiP can find this Wukong. They're going to get a fight. He is flashless. And that should be the target to set up the 3 Talon Strike into the Talia flip.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall comes out. You notice Leave. He's been blocked out by Jong, but Naket's going to go forward anyway. Land the knock-up onto Ezreal. He has to flash away, but look at that equalizer in a really good position. Jong going to pick up the first kill on Naket. Leave finally arrives. Will it be in time? Going to be able to dish out some damage onto Junhao, who's now going forward. The Dragon's at 1,000 HP, and it will be secured by Nio with the smite.
Xin?
Second Dragon of the game now claimed here for NiP. Leave going to go forward with the Killer Instinct. Saber in some trouble and will drop. It's a double kill over to the Kaisa, and NiP win themselves the fight.
The Sundered Sky value for the Xin Zhao there huge, as Nio had that item completed, utilized it to get that effective health pool back up, get the Dragon, get the fight, in spite of a good equalizer from Zhong in that fight. That, as you called out, rightfully so, Grapes, early on to do some melting, and had NiP on the back foot until Leave entered.
Oh, and look at Leave getting pretty strong now on this pick, chunking by it down to about 300 HP. One more Q and a full plasma stack might be able to secure that full kill, so now Baya's going to have to back away of that one.
I don't like Baya staying for that wave either, because you can see Naket's getting control over the top side. They can contest those camps. Let's take another look. You called this one out, Grapes. We were looking at Junhao. Baya's the one, couldn't get over the wall. The flick was a little bit late. Baya's able to escape that flash out, and Junhao got out of the first flick with his own W. So that ends up in a fight where I just don't think that Junhao really could afford to go back in. And Doinb holding the line here did a great job. Love how he walked up onto Baye. You can't fight over the rocks. He split up Baye and Zhong when nothing else in the tank after he dropped the equalizer. And they went out on the back half. So Ultra Prime was a good start to the fight for them, but played a little bit too aggressive after the first round of cooldowns and prevented them from winning that fight.
And shout out to Nio as well, who was able to make sure they focused all their attention on a Junhao. The Crescent Guard that he procced blocked a couple of overloads, a couple of Mystic shots from Baye. That would have certainly killed him if he did not use that ability at just the right time. So the jungler, new jungler for NiP, making a really big impact here in this game. And this is exactly the change that we wanted to see going into this season.
And some of the strengths we saw from Nio in the past split, Grapes, with really, I mean, he was a resurgence for LGD. That was a team that we really felt like was the best team that didn't make playoffs in Split 1 here for the LPL. But they did not look that way in Split 2 until Nio came in and really turn that team around. Now is Zhong going to do his best.
Nio here, but the rest of the team's going to be able to do something onto Zhong. 3-man dive underneath the bot tier 1 is going to get themselves kill number 6.
And this is kind of what I was talking about with the Braum pick. Like this Braum Wukong combo, I've seen a lot of teams try and play it. I just think that you're too reactive as a jungle support duo when you're playing Braum plus Wukong. Wukong, you need some time to get to that usually Trinity Force. Junhao going for the Sundered Sky first. Don't agree with. I think Wukong, you really want to abuse that Trinity Force spike. That usually takes a little bit more time. And of course, Braum, I mean, you want to catch engages. Wukong's the one that's going to be reaching to find anything else. We've seen at so many points that just this Kai'Sa Rel be able to actually have prio into the Ezreal and the cat be able to move around the map. Whereas Braum's kind of jailed and making sure that no one can jump the Ezreal or doesn't really have other lanes to play to. His Rumble Rise aren't characters that are proccing winners bite quickly there, Grapes, so...
Yeah. And for Ultra Prime, you're not really hoping for these, side lane engages. You're hoping to kind of just defend yourself from them as long as possible until you get to the 5v5s. Then you can let some of your backline artillery really do some work. And I think setup around objectives early is going to be important for this team. As I say that, they're going to be able to control this Rift Herald very easily, taking it effectively on spawn. So a big win for them in that department. They even up that objective counter. However, it will be NiP securing the first turret and giving themselves the feats of strength in response.
That solo gold onto Gwen, too, can be quite valuable later on. Because Gwen definitely has the power to open up this map later. Will be a split push threat that really can only be matched by the Rise. No chance for Rumble to hang out in the lane with Gwen later on in this game. Man, 2-level lead right now for Leave. I know Baye is about to ding 10 here, but that's a level and a half up on the Kai'Sa, and that's big. Because those levels really help you hit those evolved breakpoints. Bring a lot more power to Kai'Sa's kit, Grapes.
I mean, not only the level lead, look at the gold lead. Like,
yeah.
I feel like we kind of weren't even talking about it very much, but 2,500 at this point in favor of
a lot of it on Leave.
And yeah, Leave 1.2k ahead at this point, working towards that Rage Blade. That's when you start to get a lot of the upgrades. You can see he already has the upgraded Q with the extra missiles flying through onto that Rift Scuttler. Going to be able to dish out a ton more damage and really become a big threat on a pick that really he's made a name for on this Kai'Sa.
It's just another LPL Kai'Sa, man. Everyone looks like a superhero playing this champion in this league.
That's true.
Leave has been a damn good one, though. Don't want to take that away from him. Been playing these fights out really well so far, utilizing the killer instinct to position nicely. And yeah, you called it out, Grapes, getting close to the Rage Blade. Dragon has spawned on the map, wondering how willing NiP would be to maybe stall out for a Kai'Sa recall, because Rage Blade could easily break any contest from Ultra Prime trying to go for that Dragon. I think if Kai'Sa comes back out of the map with a Rage Blade, it's going to be really tough to sell to me as Ultra Prime to actually just contest this objective. That said, NiP going to stay on the map, use the control they have now to get control over the Dragon, and also the top lane is Doinby.
Oh my god.
Gonna get a flash out of Zhong.
Just throwing everything at this Rumble and almost taking him down, forcing that
winning
flash
on the cross
away.
map.
And now on the bottom side, that means that NiP can really control the vision around the Dragon Pit and start it up whenever they damn please. However, now Ultra Prime trying to generate some pressure in the mid lane. They got a wave crashing in just a little bit. Some resets are coming through, though, and that means that Doinby is able to claim his top lane tier 1.
Yeah, they got tier 1, and they actually got Kai'Sa Rage Blade. I think NiP wants to fight now. Doinby has an empowered TP. We'll see if he casts it. Gonna jail Rumble for one more wave, and then probably go TP for TP here. If NiP wants to fight. Leave also was able to base and does have the Rage Blade once we get those scoreboards to pop back up. I think you can see it ticking on his character there if you look really closely in the UI as you get some Rage Blade procs on those autos. Of course, looking good on the IG Kai'Sa skin. Definitely easy to look at. Honoring an LPL legend, and Jack, you love Leave is trying to play like him too on this Kai'Sa. As, yeah, the top outer falling and Dragon falling on the opposite side of the map is usually a bad sign for a team, Grapes.
Yeah, they lost on both sides, and
yep,
can't really do anything about it at this point. Have to try to rely on some of that scaling that we talked a little bit about in the pre-show, waiting for Saber's Roa to fully stack up, Baye to get that second completed item, that Muramana fully upgraded. That's when these team fights really can start to become big. But at this point, if anybody is caught out, it's going to be really big trouble as Xiaosha is forced to burn both the Spellbook Cleanse and the Flash to get away from Doinby.
I also really hate playing Braum into Talia. This is like a personal beef that I have that I think a lot of teams are sleeping on. It's really tough to interact with the rocks. It removes a lot of W angles for you as Leave gonna have to kill Instinct out of here.
Oh, he has his Flash and the Cleanse. Gonna have to use both of them. Gets away from the Glacial Fissure. Fancy footwork here for the NiP bot laner, as now Nio is going to come in with a little bit of
Oh,
hope, going
Doinby?
through the Weaver's Wall as well to try to block out the rest of Ultra Prime. And in goes
Niket!
Niket from out of nowhere with a 3-man Magnet Storm, taking Junhao down. Xiaoshu going to be the next to follow. And now the mid-tier 1 is merely an obstacle for NiP to avoid and go forward into. 2 kills for nothing off of the huge play from Niket.
Said that it was a chance for NiP's bot lane to step up, and step up they've done, leaving a cat having a massive game 1 here, Grapes. It started with Nio really saving that bot lane from getting 2v2 to level 2. And man, have they taken their lead and run with it. Leave navigates this one nicely, just have to burn the cleanse to get out of that empowered rune prison. And the cat, love how he played with vision, saw Leave W in. I think if he communicated it a wee bit better with Doinby, it could have been a triple flick to follow. And speaking of follow, we get back out of the map. That's a solo kill by Solo Kill on the Zhong.
In a 2v1, by the way, Saber TP'd in. They try to kill the Gwen.
Okay.
And end up Uno reverse carding him. And another situation of winning top lane and bot lane, Cubby. NiP get themselves that kill up there. And they also take the Otacon.
You know, Grapes, as the astute recent college grad you are, that also clocked out of a job,
Yeah.
you know, watching my Cubbies lose before we started this LPL broadcast. You had a very astute observation before we started off this game. It involved the schedules that we had. Do we share with the audience what we saw in our built-in schedule?
Our built-in schedule? Oh,
It
yes.
had to do with start times.
If you take a look at the schedule as we go to break after this game, I don't know if this was an accident or not, but whoever put that together,
It might be calculated.
They gave a 2-hour block for this series, and then a 3-hour block, approximately, quote-unquote, for AL versus BLG, which is a series that's going to be happening later. Seems like
Debut of Shadow, by the way.
the prediction is that, debut of Shadow. Prediction is that this should be an NiP 2-0 at this point, and right now it's looking that is going to be the case as we see Solo Kill opening up this play and basically taking down Zhang before Saber can do anything about it.
Oh boy, yeah. Again, Gwen to the side lane has to be matched by Rise, cannot be matched by Rumble, as Doinby gets stuck quite literally between a rock and a hard place on that wall. Kind of an awkward time to jump out, wasn't able to move there. Blocked by the terrain, but does jail Ultra Prime in this top lane. We did see Otacon, of course, secured by NiP, while Grapes and I were musing about the schedule. We gave Group Nirvana the same amount of round-robin games, Grapes. We're not giving them the same amount of time. That's the compromise the LPL has.
We watched some 3-game series. We watched Ultra Prime, Ultra Prime Thunder Talk went 3 games as well. So there's going to be some chaos, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if NiP just like show up and drop this next game, because they've been doing that a little bit, depending on how the drafts have gone. So this is a good draft that they've set up for themselves, obviously. A lot of engaged, a lot of go buttons, if you saw from Niket specifically. And of course, Leave, the richest player in the game, at about 2,500 gold against his counterpart.
And just, I really feel like a lack of priority from Ultra Prime. And for me, that was the big takeaway from MSI, Grapes. It felt like the best teams in the world were playing to just draft brute force priority and do their best to play the game from there. Of course, you don't have the option of lane swap anymore to cheat out of that, which definitely narrows the game up, in my humble opinion. I wish that lane swaps were still an option. Just not an every game option.
There's a balancing act there. I feel like whenever it's like okay, it just becomes the meta and everybody does it. So
yeah, a little bit.
Understand wanting to take a break at this point.
I like how it opens up potential picks in draft. I think it brings a lot of diversity that fans sleep on. But
I mean, your guy Brahm's getting some big hits next patch. We might see some
12 base armor in 2 patches, man. What have they done to my boy? They're massacring him.
Maybe some karma, some range chance.
Feel the way that Cedric Diggory's father did, man. Watching Braum lose 12 armor. It's tough.
Thankfully, you don't have to grind in solo queue as much these days, and so the Braum changes maybe not affecting you specifically. I like how you're assuming that I still play solo queue. That's exactly,
nice of you, Grapes.
No, that's what I'm saying. You don't play enough, or maybe it doesn't matter as much as.
You know, the new patch is hitting soon. That's when I practice tool the new AD and see what she can do. As Yunara is actually quite fun in the live ladder right now. A little bit more fun to talk about these than the games we have. Of course, AL versus BLG. This is a nice appetizer for what could be a bloodbath there. Frankly, favoring AL in that one as Junhao.
Oh, nice seismic shove combo off of the engage from Niket, but there's not a lot of follow-up after that. Nio pops the Crescent Guard, but solo kill coming in
kill.
on the flank. That Needlework's going to do a ton if it finds the right targets, and leaves dashed in on Abaye. That's a 2-level lead, and a dead Ezreal after the fact. Going to be a 1-0 in favor of NiP. They're going to run straight down the mid lane to try to pick up some more, and if they don't find a kill, well, they'll surely take this tower instead.
Yeah, they've already secured the Drake, kind of secured the inner. We'll see if they move to the Baron that spawns here in 15 seconds. Could also take a red buff on the way out if they want to, as NiP. Not only do they find a successful fight, I know it only leads to one, but look at the tools used versus the tools available. Flash is up on Nio, Doinby, and Leave. Only flash available over for Ultra Prime is Saber. So that next Weaver's Wall into the Cat Engage, or however NiP draws it up. Odds of it being deadly much higher the next time around. As it was a decent retreat from Ultra Prime early on. I know it's a double flick that started this fight in the Junhao off the Magnetstorm, but after this, this is an okay scenario. It's just solo kill with a TP in that really traps everyone in. They can't get the Gwen as the Hollowed Mist and the wall buys enough space for Gwen to retreat, and Baye just gets taken down by Leave. He was isolated in the retreat. But again, I think Ultra Prime actually played their way out of that one okay. I'm just very concerned about the next time around we see that fight, because with no flashes available, they aren't going to be able to escape the next one, especially going up against that Rywise completed on Doinby.
And that next time might be right about now, as that Baron's been started up. You know, Saber's hit 16, Baye's hit 2 items, but the rest of NiP just seem like they're a little bit too strong. The Shoe Shot Barrage does not find a steal, and Ninjas in Pajamas have themselves a Baron. They're the one wearing purple for the next 3 minutes.
King v King matchup. Oh, Doinby.
Finding that nice 2-man engage. Leave going in and taking down Zhang with the Killer Instinct. Another 2-0 in favor of NiP, and they're not done just yet. Trying to chase down the remaining members of Ultra Prime. Nio's getting a little bit low, but Baye is caught out without any summoner spells. It's 2 more going down, and NiP with only Saber alive are going to try to close out this game 1.
Said that on paper we expected NiP to be the team to beat in Group Nirvana. They were bested by the actual team to beat based on what we've seen with the eye test so far in EDG yesterday. But giving Ultra Prime a taste of that same treatment they got from the top dogs in Group Nirvana as NiP looking to get back up towards the top of the standings.
Xiaosha and Saber gonna get engaged upon as NiP try to pad those KDAs a little bit, get themselves a little bit extra gold before the eventual Nexus falls. A 27-minute dominant win here for Ninjas in Pajamas as they bounce back nicely from their 0-2 yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid game. They had the priority. I think that they had a draft that, for me, was a lot more comfortable to play. I did not like the bot lane that Ultra Prime paired with their top side. I think that, like what you called out, Grapes, much better angle for a Jhin game, even though I guess that Jhin was taken away. Still, something that I feel like is setting up for Ezreal versus Kai'Sa there, when Kai'Sa, like the way that she's able to navigate a fight with the lack of CC, it's conditional on the Braum. It really is only on the Wukong where she can be jailed. Leave got a lead and never looked back as the Killer Instinct was destroying Ultra Prime in a lot of those fights. And off the back of good setups from the rest of NiP.
And that was a Leave that we wanted to see. You know, the Leave that is at its peak and
when it gets
one of the better
Kai'Sa,
players here in the league.
That's what we usually see from Leave. Outstanding Kai'Sa player that we have, like many of the ADs that we have in LPL.
Yeah, and I feel like it was just NiP taking control of that game kind of from the start, where Nio was able to protect his bottom lane to start off the game after an aggressive you know, sequence by Baye and Xiaosha, and ever since then it was fully controlled here by the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, who end up, you know, winning this one rather easily. Under 27 minutes was that final score for Ultra Prime. Yeah, I mean, part of it's draft. Like if you pick this composition, it's one that has to kind of survive a lot of the initial onslaughts and try to, you know, play disengage, play back a lot of the time. They weren't able to do that very successfully here.
No, and I think that at times we see a lot of our bottom teams lack grace, is what we like to say. At times, Grapes. I definitely have seen that from Ultra Prime, who, again, when you pick Braum, you have to make sure that other parts of your comp can be proactive, or you can really take advantage of the reactive gameplay. Like, we've seen a lot of Braum from Luminosity Gaming and NACL. It's failed to work with the Wukong. It does work really well with the Maokai, because he brings not only that defensive identity, but Nature's Grasp. It can actually enable Braum to have good follow-up. You need to be secondary engaged as Braum. I just don't see a world there where he has good setup to be secondary engaged, and why I was clamoring for a Nautilus or you know, other picks instead of going for that, or Leona that were on the table. So anyway, Ultra Prime. The reactive gameplay not really working out for them there. And if they end up going down 0-2 against NiP, I hope that at least in game 2 we see them go down swinging, because frankly it will probably lead to a better look for them, because that one was pretty grim. They didn't have a lot of opportunities. It felt like to play the game there, Grapes.
It feels like we've seen that a lot from specifically teams in Group Nirvana that are the underdogs in a way. A lot of playing safe, a lot of not really going for anything super aggressive. I feel like LNG are a very big culprit of this, where they'll just sit back and hope that somehow the scaling ends up kind of magically going their way. That did not happen for Ultra Prime specifically here in this one. You know, Saber's able to pump out a little bit of damage. I think overall, you know, Junhao tried his best, although there really wasn't much that he could do being that sole engage. As a Wukong, you really want to be like the secondary engage, the one to follow up on an initial go from somebody else, and really didn't have a lot of power to do anything, even though, you know, he had a couple of good looks here and there.
Yeah, some of those early. But yeah, it felt like at the end of the day, I mean, Leave was a big difference in that game, but I feel like Nio was kind of the silent MVP. Like, some of the big plays were coming out from Leave and Niket with Joinby with the follow-up, but man, like, how impactful that play was for Nio, and then how well he played out this fight, it really did ensure that NiP was able to get off to that hot start and not look back. As I know we were focusing on a lot of things for this fight, but Nio being able to cast the Crescent Guard at the right time and use and abuse that Sundered Sky to the 9th degree. It secured in the Dragon, secured NiP the fight, and a really big lead off the back of this one.
And we brought it up, but Bio was like pumping shots into him, but he was too far away. He was outside of the circle, and so just didn't take any damage because of it. This is the play of the game, obviously. Niket landing the 3-man Magnet Storm, kind of just outside of even the Observer's vision, and it was comboed really nicely. End up getting a couple of kills off of this one. This is where NiP really were able to blow that game open. But again, just going back to Nio specifically, the way him and Doinby have been able to play together in some of NiP's wins make you feel pretty excited about what is to come, especially compared to what initially what the situation was here with this NiP roster.
Yeah, Doinby is very happy that he's no longer in Aki Jail. Unfortunately, Aki Jail is in Thunder Talk Gaming now, which has Kelsey Moser a little bit depressed. But, you know, we're going from there, Grapes. It has been good for Nio. Again, I think a promising player. Really feel like it's been fun now covering LPL. When you cover a league, like, if you're a fan of a league, obviously, usually most fans, like, the bigger fan you are of a league, the more teams you're going to be familiar with, right? So I wasn't really familiar with a lot of the mid to lower tier LPL teams. Nio, for me, like, he's been a fun player to watch for some of these mid to lower tier teams. Like, we've already seen him climbing up seats, like NiP's seat, I think a little bit more coveted than the LGD jungle seat, but to step up as a rookie, step into that team, save a team, and get promoted to really play with Doinby and look good while doing it. And this is a player that's going to be fun to watch and follow to see if he can continue to climb seats like we have seen with a lot of the jungle support carousel that has gone around the LPL this year.
Yeah, you know, and as much of we meme like being in Group Nirvana or like getting to cast these games, you know, you mentioned it being like a punishment or one way or the other. I think for these teams,
this is morale improving, Grapes.
Yeah,
improving
exactly.
Morale right here.
For Nio specifically, he's improving his own morale here because NiP getting, you know, some experience against teams that, you know, aren't like the ALs, aren't the BLGs, at least to start off. And I think it's a good training grounds for these guys to get some extra reps against each other. I like that it's double round robin now, and you're not just immediately throwing them into the flames, and you get some at least semi-competitive games. This one maybe not as much as we get our player of the game. It is Nio. I thought Leave was going to be grabbing it, given the fact that he was 4,000 gold up by the end of it. But as you shouted out, he played really, really well. I
thought it was going to be Niket grabbing it, but I think this is very deserved from Nio. I mean, that level 2 gank bot really did change the game. Leave and Niket did need a bailout from that. Nio gave him a bailout tenfold. I thought he played the first couple of fights very well, and once NiP got that lead, they never looked back. Good team win from NiP, so they can do so again in game 2.
Yeah, one of the more one-sided games that NiP have won so far this split. They're 1-0 over Ultra Prime in just under 27 minutes. We'll see if UP can bounce back after this short break. But before we head out, we want to give a big thank you to all of our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up our show. A lot of those initial payments that you do give from being a part of the Coffee or YouTube community go into upgrading the broadcast, like the new broadcast package that you have seen over these last couple of days. But a huge bulk of it also pays us, the on-air talent and the content creators that do make this show possible. So you can subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat below to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview question for our unique on-site interviews. It should be in that Twitch chat and the YouTube chat right now if you want to support us. And with that being said, we're going to take that short break, head right back into the draft for game number 2 between Ultra Prime and NiP afterwards. Welcome back to LPL English. We have game number 2 of our Group Nirvana matchup between Ultra Prime and NiP about to come your way. Grapes and Cubby here for the call as Ninjas Pajamas took game number 1 in just under 27 minutes, 15 kills to 3 by the end of it, and really no situation where Ultra Prime looked like they were in much control. Cubby, now that they have side select this time around, hoping to see some control out of them here.
Yeah, I definitely want to see Ultra Prime. It was just be more proactive, for better or worse. Felt like they took a very reactive composition and didn't find a bot lane pairing that was supportive enough of the Rumble, Wukong, Ryze topside. I don't think Ezreal damage really matters in that scenario. I think you want to find some support that can help those other characters do the damage they need to. Wasn't the case for Ultra Prime. The boys in purple dropped to the boys in green. Game 1. Did the Ninjas can yoink game 2. Definitely feels that way after what we just saw in the Rift there for game 1. But just want to see Ultra Prime just be able to take stuff where they can make plays and actually try and make some. Because it really was just a NiP montage reel once they got going in that game.
And I feel like for Ultra Prime, you know, they're a team that I feel like their solo laners specifically were entering the season heralded and respected for their aggressive play styles, their unique assassin bruiser picks that they would be able to whip out.
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen too much of that from them this split. You know, Saber whipped out a Tryndamere back in, I think it was like split 1, but it's really been more meta for him recently, and same for Jung. I feel like if they kind of tap into that, it's kind of drawing the fine line between, you know, being a little bit too volatile and just getting hands checked. But if you have these players that were, again, heralded for being this specific way, you know, Jung has like an 18-7 record all time on a champion like Jax. We haven't really seen much of it recently. Would love to see them be a little bit more aggressive and have a little bit more of that edge, as you mentioned.
I think rightfully banned away from him, especially if you're going to first pick the Gwen. Good read coming out from an IP there. And yeah, I remember Saber, Zakali, and Yasuo were actually pretty good in the Demacia Cup in Split 1, and we just... I mean, the melees are not nearly as meta as they were in the past, especially like even with Fearless, it just takes a few games till we really start to see those champions emerge. But yeah, I would love to see with Saber being able to do something like a little something, and that for me was the issue of the last game, is that I really felt like Ultra Prime didn't have the enablers to help out the rest of the comp. I do think that Saber, the couple plays he did attempt, kind of flubbed on the Ryze, so that's safe to say. Just hoping that him and the rest of Ultra Prime get a little bit more opportunity to try and look good in the Rift here and find a win.
And we're assuming that Ultra Prime over on that blue side for game number 2. We had to imagine, again, some of those big picks, the Ryze, you know, the Gwen, the Rumble, those are all now taken off the board. Going down the tier list a little bit, again, maybe that is the opportunity for some of these more aggressive picks for somebody like Saber to come out, like the Akali, the Ahri, even, you know, a Yone if it does end up making some sense. But yeah, just some more aggression, some more proactivity, I think is the best word to say for Ultra Prime in this game, because it felt like they let NiP do whatever they wanted and they got rolled over, and that's kind of where they're at right now. We want to make sure that does not happen again, or else they'll be staring at an 0-3 record going into this you know, little break at the end of the week.
Well, see if NiP can find the back-to-back. It wasn't a win yesterday. They're going to need a red side game to hoist the 2-0 over Ultra Prime tonight. You deserve a little break for them. And hopefully a better appetizer for what is AL BLG. I must say, for the series later on, I've got AL 2-0. And I think it's going to be pretty one-sided there, Grapes. Yeah, I don't have faith in Shadow.
With the new roster changes coming in, added on to the fact that it was a 3-0 for AL at MSI, I feel like that is definitely the expectation. However, you know, random magic always happens whenever BLG put a new jungler for the first time. So we'll see if that ends up becoming the case again going into split number 3. But we do have our draft on the screen right now. First ban phase completed. There's that Jax we were talking about, now banned away for the second straight game against Jung, making sure that he is on a pick less comfortable. The Varus was a ban that has been changed around going into game 2, and that means Baya is going to get his hands on it.
Yeah, Varus being a red side ban game 1 by Ultra Prime. This time around, NiP opting to give that one over. No Ezreal to answer, so Misfortune Jhin. Some likely early candidates that we could see into that Varus. But of course, Varus being that ever so flexible B1 pick. As I just love seeing Doin be shaking his chair. And frankly, we have seen the Lee Sin be played by Nio in this split, but I would be remiss to say that this might be a Doinby Lee Sin himself. For whatever godforsaken reason, Doinby likes to play this pick mid. And we have not seen it be incredibly successful so far this split. But technically a flex pick. We expect it to be in the hands of Nio, but still. Never know.
Nah, it's pretty good at it. I feel like Doinby's going to be happy to slam a Galio here on 3 and just let Nio do his thing.
Not the Trundle, I fear. Grapes.
Maybe if the Trundle gets locked in, it could be a little different. Yeah, that is fair enough. You get the Jhin that you mentioned, though, picked up for leave. I will say that Baye, the Varus, has kind of been his most played champion throughout like the LDL, some of his earlier career leading up to this moment. So has not gotten an opportunity actually to play it in the LPL until this split. So an exciting moment for him on that pick. As you see a beefy topside opening up here. Zhang not going for that assassin that we were maybe hoping for. It's going to be a Scion.
Trundle's not a great pick in the Lee Sin. So I think they're going to take the Jarvan, which is a okay matchup. And then, of course, Cataclysm can be used to jail the Jhin. And does dissuade Doinby from taking a control mage mid that is flashless. So things like, Akali or Silas, I think, go up a little bit in priority. As Doinby going to continue to threaten the very real Lee Sin flex that we expect to be in the hands of Nio. But I just have to keep on teasing this because, honestly, the Doinby Lee Sin games were not... If you're an NiP fan, you probably remember those. You don't have the best memories of those, even if Doinby individually is a good Lee Sin player. I just don't think it's very useful mid.
That was this season?
Oh, yeah. It was multiple times this season.
Oh, man. There's been a lot of games this year. It's like kind of messing me up a little bit, my timeline. But
my favorite was the Pantheon mid. The Doinby Pantheon mid is always a treat. He's very good at the Pantheon.
Last time I saw him play Pantheon, I think he went like 0-10. It was like in a tiebreaker game in the split 2.
That's how you have to play Pantheon, man. For better or worse, we're balling.
Yeah, he likes to send it a lot. I think, again, that's why we think that having somebody like Nio by his side is going to be helpful for NiP for the entire season. Somebody who can really be a bit more of a carry threat. So you see the Galio actually taken away from Saber instead of maybe being locked up for Doinby. Is Saber really getting targeted as the Akali you also highlighted being banned as well in the second phase.
Yeah, I think Galio very unhappy in the Scion Jarvan and would be a very good pick to pair up with Jarvan. So I do like the ban from NiP, even if it is Doinby's, a signature champ of Doinby's. And yeah, there's the Silas taken away, so some mobility. And we'll see what the pick is here. I mean, opportunity to just priority snag an Alistar if you really want to. I know it would give the Varus name that can be very scary support counter. But with Silas taken away, I think that Ultra Prime, you got to believe that Alistar goes up a little bit in priority now.
And again, it's such a great game as that primary engage on Varel, but it looks like instead they're going to go to Doinby, picking up something a little bit comfortable here on the Victor. Now, again, a bit of a deviation in terms of the playstyle that we like to see out of Doinby, or what we've seen from him this split specifically on NiP, but definitely a champion that can dish out a lot of damage and just be a general solid threat overall.
Looks like Ultra Prime going to lock in the Alistar in the end for Xiaoxia. We'll say the Jhin Victor does have quite a bit of range into Alistar, so opportunity for that pick to get kited out in this game. But will certainly help out with the Cataclysm Wombo, as it's now coming with milk delivery and a bouncy house as well. As
that last pick gonna go over.
Do it, Saber.
Niket. There's no way that Echo gets locked in. I mean, it's like an OG matchup. We wanted to see him play some assassins.
Yes!
And it is gonna be an Echo here for Saber.
Oh my god!
Into Doinby's Victor. I have not seen an Echo mid in maybe years at this point.
I used to love this champion mid. The Yasuo Echo matchup's like one of the most fun matchups that exist in League of Legends. Oh my god, it's Echo mid. It's been so long since I've even talked about this pick, Grapes, but the idea with this pick is that I think the break point is still around level 5. You Q the wave, it just deletes it. So your ability to actually roam. Yeah, Doinby's looking forward to this matchup. He's looking at his chops. I would be too, Doinby. You don't get to do a lot in this lane besides be Victor and hopefully survive it. But Jarvan plus Echo, ability to try and attack, and guess what? That Cataclysm now can be followed up and set up with an Echo stun. Scion, Alistar, Jarvan, and Varus, everyone to hold people in place to hit that Echo W. It is an insanely powerful spell if you are able to connect with it. Actually, can kind of see the theory here for Echo. Can even play into the York side lane. You just Q the wave and then delete it and run away. Because the passive move speed you get from this champion is insane. So, curious if we end up seeing Saber go for the Halo Blades, which gives you the very fast passive procs, or something else. And I'm expecting an Assassin Echo. It's probably going to be Lich Bane, probably going to be going for the one-shot, and going to be some excitement here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, looks like Saber heard our requests to make things a little bit spicy, but I think overall the Echo actually functions well into the Victor and decently well into the overall composition.
Pull up my LOL analytics here.
For Ultra Prime. As, honestly, for NiP on the other side, a bit of a disjointed draft overall. You have, like, the Yorick on a side lane. You have 2 backline damage threats, I suppose, and Lee Sin thrown in there. I feel like this is actually an opportunity for Ultra Prime to do some work.
I used to love this champ, man. This thing is so fun to play mid. I'm mostly seeing Halo Blades taken by the mid laners that are playing this. Not that it's being played very commonly right now. This is still a rather niche champion. But, man, gonna have to see what the Echo can do. As a very big surprise from Saber. And, yeah, he will be rocking the Halo Blades, which pretty much means an instant passive proc as your E does teleport to whatever target. And then when you proc the passive, you get a giant move speed boost. That I believe also helps get you out of some slows, too. Very good and useful against the Victor Gravity Field.
Oh, man. I'm excited to see this champion.
Yes, the Echo team scales. Good job, AI Graph from the LPL solo queue. What goes on over there, man?
Hey, they got a Scion. They got an Alistar. They got a lethal Tempo Varus.
The NiP comp is outscaling this game, Grapes. I don't care what the hell is going on the super server over there.
Doing a little research here before we get into this game. No official Echo games, at least on Leaguepedia, for Saber in his 2-year career. 2024 with Ultra Prime Academy. 2025, of course, here with UP Main. So that's a fun time here. As we see the graphic on the bottom of your screen, not selected since 2022. It's been quite a while.
In the 4 major regions, we have not seen an Echo in summer. We haven't seen an Echo all year. So first pick in a 4 major region, or I should say 5 now. Yeah, the 5 big regions. First Echo pick of the year coming out for Saber. So yeah, my reaction was authentic, Grapes. I was very surprised about this one.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of the early trading that it wants to do. Again, jumping in with that E level 1, just pressuring Doinby out. You're obviously going to miss out on some of that early wave clear without the Q. So Doinby hitting level 2 first in that matchup, you're going to be quite all right with that until you get to, of course, that break point of level 5, 7 or so. So NiP currently have priority in all 3 of their lanes, but that's surely to change soon depending on what this Echo is able to do.
And you can see like how the Q just deletes the waves. I mean, a single Q and just an auto attack can take down the mage creeps right now for Saber. He does need a few levels, though, before he can really start to pressure the Victor. And the scary part for Victor is whenever you're far up in lane, because I think that you want to send Jarvan, try and get that Victor's flash down. If he doesn't have flash in this lane, it is very difficult for him to play, because Gravity Field just never can lock down an Echo. Can always be mobile against you, given the passive.
Again, I don't really know exactly how this NiP composition is really going to function. You have a lot of mixes of early game with like the Lee Sin, and then some late game with the Victor. You got some side
Jin's the
laning
Band-Aid.
kill.
We're gonna those deadly flourishes. You're just gonna be Mr. Useful here, Grapes. I will say the pets from Yorick can help proc him. Also the long-range lasers of Doinby. I think that it is playable later on, as we did see Saber actually take that priority base. Yeah, Dark Seal acquired. That should help with the breakpoint on the Q. And you can see these Qs going out. I mean, is it a level 4 breakpoint with these 2 items? If you're able to one-tap the backline minions, that's big. Because, again, that's when you start to jail the Victor and can really get out and get active in the lane. His ability's going wide from each of our junglers.
Looks like Ultra Prime actually do gain control of that river, though, with Saber able to push up that mid lane, force Doinby to clear out a little bit before taking his first base himself. So Junhao going to be very happy about this situation, and with Doinby backing, he thought maybe there was an opportunity for Junhao to try to go for that double crab, but going to be Doinby teleporting right back and making sure that doesn't happen.
So easier for Echo to last hit. That passive on the W does help you execute minions. Nice little feature there. As Echo, I mean, I think Mel stole that one from Echo. Each from Arcane, though, so I guess they both get the cheater mode, gathering resources. I cannot believe that I'm casting Echo in a game in Season 15. This is ballistic. And this is usually right now, I think we see this champion as a solo queue pub stomper out of jungle. Because if you get ahead, your ability to just really blast people and do a lot of damage it's high on Echo. And Echo, I mean, this is a very high damage champion from the combo. And what I'm expecting to see is Rocket Belt Lich Bane and just going for the one-shots.
makes a lot of sense. I mean, overall, that should be the goal for Ultra Prime with the Echo and the Jarvan against two immobile backline carries in the Yorick and the Jhin. Swifty's picked up here for Leave to make sure that's a little bit less impactful, but yeah, overall, a lot of good dive threat set up here for Ultra Prime. And then you have Baya on this Varus, who has gone for the lethal tempo, so will be on hit. He's going to be your main backline threat to try to make sure everything's rather evened out on this Ultra Prime composition.
Yeah, I will say the on-hit, I guess with the front line they have between Sion, Jarvan, and Alistar, actually pretty playable. But I have beef against on-hit Varus. I've seen too many times, too many fights, especially in the LPL Graves, where this build on Varus, you just get outranged or out-interacted and have difficulty actually autoing throughout a fight. It needs a lot of help and a lot of setup. And if it is given it, I mean, it does enough deeps where you can pretty much take down an entire team by yourself.
I love playing some lethal tempo Varus. You feel really
like
strong if you have that lethal tempo proc. You're just like issuing out blight stacks. Your cooldowns just keep coming back up after you know, as soon as you throw out an E, your Q's back up, vice versa. But again, it's about finding those moments. But Ultra Prime gotta try to be able to help space out for their new 80 carry. Again, maybe had some trouble with that, as both of our mid laners have hit level 6. Xiaosha come with the headbutt pull, but Doinby's throwing out the Arcane Storm, and Nio to dish out a couple of damage as well. EQ Flash will land onto the Lee Sin, and Junhao's come to party. The Saber Echo is trying to pick up the first blood, but he'll be taken down himself, as the Cat comes to the rescue. John coming in from the bottom lane to make sure it's a 1-for-1, and the Flag and Drag going in from Junhao to try to land a little bit more damage onto the Cat. He used the Grand Entrance to get on out of there. And a chaotic skirmish around the mid lane yields things even overall.
No swag flag available to wrap up that kill on the Cat, but chaos early on. Kill goes over to Lee Sin, kill goes over to Sion. And looking at the waves, it does feel like NiP going to get a chance to respond to the swap if they want to towards the top side. See the Jhin going there. And the only advantage I really feel like that made early on was the fact that Doinby lived. Doinby being up, I'd say half a level against Echo, that is quite useful. As you will get stat checked later on by Victor if you're not able to kill him. But Doinby did lose the flash here, so we'll have to see if they can punish that.
Nice play overall.
Did he lose the flash?
For Xiaosha, but he's buying a little bit too much time. Is NiP. Nice EQ flash here from Junhao to make sure that knockup is guaranteed. The Saber doesn't have the juice just yet, and the heal from Niket also doing a whole lot.
You lose the damage if you do the EQ knockup like that, and they definitely needed the damage to take down Nio. They couldn't find him, and yeah, Doinby, I think very key, actually did not use his flash. I thought he did in that skirmish. It was Nio and Niket that burned the flashes. Doinby did not. Very big for the Victor. Again, that flash does get you out of the Echo W, which can be very deadly if set off, especially with the Jarvan. Because Cataclysm into Echo W, that's a pretty sound way to secure a kill.
It's going to be a fun combo to watch later on, especially if you can burn the flashes, as you mentioned, off of this Victor and the Jhin. Nio, though, coming in to do a little bit of damage onto the bot lane here of Ultra Prime. Baya getting helped out a little bit by Xiaosha with a really nice pulverize, and it results in Niket going down with the help of Junhao. So Ultra Prime punishing the attempted gank here from Ninjas in Pajamas, and that's going to give them fire around these grubs.
And they just let Niket catch the Chain of Corruptions and get one tap there, as that looked a little bit goofy. And Victor going to be able to get back and catch this wave in time. But again, you can see the pushing power of Echo. Now you can really match the power of Victor when it comes to pushing. Very rare to find the champion that can do that. So Echo Fog, very important for him to be able to set up those Ws. That's a very telegraphed ability. Hiding your animation for that's key.
They get two, but Nio jumps in with Doinby to make sure it is not the full set of grubs taken. However, it is still Feet of Monster Slaying going to be going into the hands of Ultra Prime. No dragon taken just yet. A lot of focus has been around the top side of the map.
I like how you know the feats. Right now. Very professional, you Graves.
I've had to learn, because I kept saying, like, Feet of some... I knew Feet of Warfare. That's, like, the obvious one.
It's just... I just call it feats overall. Are feats secured or not? And then you get kills objective tower.
Yeah.
But that's me being lazy. That's me taking shortcuts.
The thing is, Riot also took some shortcuts, because it's Feet of Monster Slaying and Feet of, like, First Turret. Like, those are not very creative names. It feels like they kind of knew that we were not going to be, naming them either. And so
it was a missed opportunity to provide bricks, to the game. You could have called it Feats of Bricks. Bricks and
Feats
feats.
of bricks. I mean, feats of
First brick.
feat of destruction. Feat of I don't know. There's some options there, but we'll workshop that together, Riot, next year. Yeah, feat of monster slaying is not. It doesn't hit, right? It doesn't.
No.
It sounds like I'm making it up, but it actually is what the game calls it.
Meanwhile, think of the emotes you can make if it's like feats of bricks or being first bricked, especially if you want to be a little cheeky with it, Graves. a lot of emote potential there.
Come on.
A lot of emote potential.
Flashing the brick emoji after like somebody has a great play. I mean,
you're dumb as bricks, or you just got bricked. You know. Think of the potential.
There's some potential there. Well,
this could be like a bait ping that actually gets to exist in League of Legends. You know, like that popular.
Well, I don't know if we want that necessarily.
No, exactly. Like, the fame of it you do want from the emote. You want people to use it. You just don't want it to mean something that bad. Which
let's
the bait one did. The brick one does not.
Feet of bricks. What do we call the monster slaying one? There's got to be something here. Can that be combined with an emote as well?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that you have to stick to like, because the new monsters that they've introduced to the game, it's the grubs, the herald, kind of the void creeps. If you can find a way to intertwine that and the dragons, that would be quite nice. I think, but I'm missing. It's not coming to me as easily.
I'll think about it. Maybe at the end.
This feat of monster slaying, like, if you want to be really tactical about it, it should be feat of epic monster slaying. If it's just
That's
monsters,
true.
it means
you
you're just
don't get
killing
one
camps.
Blue buff. Yeah, that's
exactly.
True. Can you imagine? Whoever completes their jungle item first, like, gets a feat. That would be so.
You know, I think that would be
game.
a nice backdoor addition into the game. Is that if somehow you don't have feats secured 25 minutes in, taking one of the juiced red or blue buffs just gives it to you.
Yeah, but I mean, like, that would never happen. You'd need like
exactly, Grapes. Exactly. That's why we sneak into the game backdoor. If it does happen, it's like, wow, you suck so bad. You couldn't get feats till now. And
take the blue buff, man.
as you know, not to insult any other global leagues going on right now, especially ones that might have toppled us at MSI, but that league might actually get that one to hit. Grapes.
They take objectives though. I feel like no, like they don't.
They do.
They don't fight
but some of the game paces we have over there, you know, not
honestly,
all the top teams are that good.
The fact that we're having this conversation right now means that the eras have changed in the LPL as well, because it's 3 kills, 12.5 minutes in. Nothing really much has happened. I feel like we were getting some of that at MSI as well, you know, if we're being completely honest here. And NiP have themselves a slight lead, but basically dead even, as Ultra Prime have been able to pressure this top side of the map a little bit. Saber's going to get a lot of chip damage onto the tier 1 turret. Going to pick up a little bit of chip on the Doinby as well. There's a chrono break to try to get out of this one, but you're not going to need it.
I mean, you don't care. You traded evenly, and you keep your ult. Doinby lost his. So that's, again, some of the idea, theory behind Echo. This is a very good match for Echo. If there's any match we're going to see it in, I think it's going to be this one combined with the Cataclysm. And hey, it was on our wish list, Grapes. We did want to see some more action from Ultra Prime, enabling Saber to play one of those melee specialist picks that we did see from him in Demacia Cup in Split 1 when Ultra Prime was looking a little bit stronger in the LPL. This is part of the winning formula for him, enabling Saber to play picks like this. Maybe not this crazy, but Yakami and Yasuo were damn good.
Yeah, I mean, he again, played Tryndamere a couple times, and even things like that. Like, he has a couple Zed games under his belt. Again, you mentioned the Yasuo and the Yone. That's where we've seen Saber at his best. I feel like that's what the impression that we got of him when he first came into the LPL. So glad that he's getting the opportunity to be a little bit more creative. Even when his team is down 0-1, I feel like a lot of the times when you whip out these crazy picks, you're up in a series, but Ultra Prime, I feel like they need a little bit of juice, a little bit of extra sauce to try to take down a Titan in Group Nirvana like Ninja Pajamas.
I just need a little bit of extra juice and sauce to take down the Scion that every time I look bot, he's just farming the ghouls, Yorick.
Which give you health, by the way.
Yeah, they do. And looking at that Soul Furnace passive, he's already above 800 health.
Yeah.
From his W.
That's insane, actually.
That's a lot.
Generally, my rule is 1,000 at 20 is pretty good. He's gonna get that.
He's gonna be over 1,200 easy.
Oh.
And
nice.
I mean, we haven't really seen the Yorick response to Scion as much as Yorick's Q got nerfed, and that is your bread and butter ability, so that's a pretty big deal. Yes. Posturing over the red buff. This is a little scary.
Yeah, No parallel convergence available. Niket's going to go forward, but he gets instantly chained down by the chain of corruption. And Saber claims that feat of warfare over for Ultra Prime. Curtain Call and Arcane Storm already used, and that means UP have an opportunity to go straight forward again. Parallel convergence is going to find Doinby. Not enough chip damage yet onto him as he's a Chrono Shift away. But overall, you're going to be very happy about that if you're Ultra Prime.
Good Echo gameplay coming out from Saber there, and you can see what happens when Echo does find a squishy. It's only a rocket belt for the Echo, but that Rakan got blown up as Niket entered that fight and immediately exited into a gray screen. And a lot of that was thanks to the Echo damage. It was pretty significant onto the Rakan.
Ultra Prime. Again, the team that is 0-2 in Group Nirvana right now. Proving that they can compete a little bit here against NiP. Again, they do have, in our opinion, a nice early game focused mid-jungle duo, so they need to keep making these plays, keep finding these opportunities. But overall, happy about how they've been able to be at least a little bit more aggressive, at least in terms of the fights that they have been selecting in these first 16 minutes. Yeah,
what we're concerned about later on for Ultra Prime is getting outranged, which can happen with Victor, Jhin. Very malleable front line with Lee Sin, Rakan as well. Getting caught out, though, is pretty bad for NiP. They take a lot of damage early on, can be tough. And that has been the winning formula for Ultra Prime in the early game. Because we have seen a couple of opportunities where they've been able to get on top of NiP and deliver the damage, especially to Niket's Rakan. Doesn't feature the tankiness quite like the picks we were teasing earlier on. It could be played in the Alistar, like the likes of Leona. I don't think it's exactly a Leona game I'd advocate for Graves, but still Rakan and the Echo is a little tricky. Making good use of that pick again for Saber and taking advantage of the cat not having as many picks in Fearless and not taking a champion that is good in Echo, maybe not being quite as familiar with it too.
He's gonna go in for a play here on Xiaosha as Ultra Prime. Maybe gone a little bit too far forward, take down this mid lane tier 1. Xiaosha flashing away with that Unbreakable Will onto him. Sure he survives, but now NiP get themselves a timer in the mid lane after they've already taken that top lane tier 1 and got a big chunk on the tier 2.
Ultra Prime, I mean, this map, it doesn't feel like the Echo into Yorick is the answer. And I think that if I'm Ultra Prime, I want to get Saber playing into the Victor. Because for me, that's how they can play out this stage of the game. Like, send Jarvan into the Victor lane and see what happens to actually take advantage of this Echo pick. You can use to blow up something like a Victor. Instead, playing into the Yorick takes a lot of time to clean up those ghouls. Sion doesn't scale quite as hard, and, well, Victor gets free time with the turret, and that thing just gets deleted by Doinby down there. As NiP have secured a nice little gold lead. Coming into the third dragon that will be spawning, and will be a soul point that they're trying to deny over on the side of Ultra Prime.
A little bit of a different style from Doinby today, you know, or this game specifically, right? Where he's not going for these fights and going for these engages on the roams, but he's finding opportunities to push these waves in. I think he got a lot of damage onto that top tower initially, then now taking bot lane tier 1 all for himself, and it's allowed him to stay even here with Saber, despite the Echo being the one who's a little bit more powerful in that early game and holds the individual lane counter.
All right, Ultra Prime. At Yorick, that's a level 2 Maiden.
Flash
pretty
away
healthy
initially, but the stun combined with the flag and drag should be enough. It's going to be Baya getting a kill in the mid lane as well as he must have stepped too far forward. They didn't even use the Chain of Corruption. It was just probably a knock up into a Sion ulti that results in the Jhin picking up his first death of the game.
Didn't use any sums either for leave. And will be mid-outer falling. That's a bit of an unforced error from NiP, as that gold lead they just had swings right back into the hands of Ultra Prime. We're going to stick around and try and knock down this mid-outer, and should be able to do so in the next wave.
See if NiP have anything to say about it, but it should just be Ultra Prime getting a chance to extend their gold lead and take down their second tower. As you mentioned, a couple more autos are going to do it. John gets the final kill credit. As I want to see a replay of what exactly happened there in the mid lane if we do have some time, because Leaf just seemingly got caught with his pants down a little bit.
I think it's going to be a Sion connection. Yep.
One shot.
All right. No summoner spells used there. That's the right move.
It's so satisfying when you hit those long-range Sion ultis. I mean,
it is. You know what's not satisfying for me?
Yeah.
Going Collector first on Jhin into Sion Alistar.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
You're trying to one-shot the Jarvan? Question mark?
It is. I mean, I think it's an LDR second angle, whatever we go. which it also doesn't look to be the choice from Leave, but we'll see if Leave changes his mind there. Yeah, the items going towards an Infinity Edge early on, and the items, Ultra Prime pretty far ahead, 2k gold lead, and those second items coming in first means that they're going to actually bring a lot more power onto the Rift. It matters they're trying to secure Soul Point. Leave loses his flash to the Cataclysm. That ult will be back up for the Dragon.
And Joshua playing very aggressive into the jungle as well. They land the headbutt pull, combined with the flag and drag. Not a lot of follow-up damage though just yet. It's enough for just a bit of a contest around the Raptors, and the red buff will be next. Junhao should be able to secure this one very, very nicely as Ultra Prime really taking a stranglehold over the Summoner's Rift right now.
NiP's kind of getting smacked now. It's been the full priority and all you can eat buffet for Ultra Prime in this topside jungle. It's the second time in a row they've been able to deny that red buff away from Nio. On the Lee Sin, that's a lot more gold they were able to get denied from NiP and utilize to get a Lich Bane for Echo. So look out for the damage from Saber. It will be significant when he connects with the E-Dash between this and the Hail of Blades. And man, we'll see if NiP even wants to contest this Dragon. I really do not feel like they're strong enough, and the way that NiP is posturing, they seem to agree.
Again, the way the composition is set up here for Ninja's Pajamas is not necessarily conducive to just full-on 5v5 teamfights around objectives, right? You have Yorick kind of in an odd place all the time, Lee Sin more of a skirmisher, and then these two carries in the backline that haven't fully scaled up just yet. So it's going to be a weird situation for NiP. It seems like they're going to try to catch Ultra Prime off guard a little bit by starting up this Otacon though. Xiaosha now going to spot them out, but will it be too late? Saber does not have teleport, so he won't be able to join this fight.
I'm surprised that NiP is actually pulling off, because they're going to have a 5v4.
For the time being.
Saber's going to show mid, or no, snuck through mid.
He's running, he's trudging his way over as now Ultra Prime actually gaining control of the Otacon pit. Junhao now the one to gain aggro onto it. Gonna be a full 50-50, but Nio's not even able to get into the pit. It's secured here by UP after NiP were the one to start it off, and now John going in with the unstoppable
Where's
onslaught,
Saber?
getting that onto Nio, forcing him to dash away with the safeguard. NiP just leashed that here for Ultra Prime. They didn't even go for a fight afterwards.
Didn't even go for a steal either with the Lee Sin. That the Q execute can be pretty big on those sonic waves. It's not even a valid look in the end. Kind of disappointing for NiP, because the roll of the dice there is that you're able to get an Otacon because they're focused on the Dragon. Well, Otacon leash given over for free, and Ultra Prime, they quickly base, take the strength they already had and picked up further from that Otacon. Get back to the Dragon, say thank you very much. It's going to be Soul Point all for us, uncontested.
Now, might even caught out Niket again, who was trying to do a little bit of scout duty, able to use that grand entrance away. He picked up a Summoner Spell Smite. He was dreaming big, but those dreams will be squashed as it's now Ultra Prime with Infernal Soul Point and a 3,000 gold lead, Covey. Looks like our predictions about the schedule might have been a little bit wrong. It's looking like Ultra Prime going to try to send us to a Game 3.
Yeah, I like how our producer too, like in the break, said, "Oh, I fixed it to make sure they all matched." It's like, no, we should have left the joke in there for the fans. Like, we're removing Easter eggs here. It's not what they do in the movies. You know what? Happy Gilmore 2 has the record for the most cameos ever in a movie.
I mean, that movie is just like a chance to get as many celebrities on screen as possible.
And somehow, I've heard it doesn't suck. I thought, like, that's like, if there's any sign for a movie to suck, it's the fact that you have over 80 cameos in there.
Just like the entire cast of anybody who's ever been in an SNL skit.
It's like half the PGA Tours in there.
Yeah, that too. Oh man, I'm excited to watch it. You know, I know you're a golf guy, so
I'm gonna have to watch it at some point. It's contractual. The first one's an all-time classic. We're just gonna hope the second one gives us some laughs. I have low expectations. It's hard to make a good comedy sequel. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be goofy. Gonna be enjoying that one, just like this game.
We can't all be Tyler Perry, you know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
That guy pumping out those sequels like it's nobody's business.
I just gave him a lot of credit saying he made good sequels too. You just made sequels, you know. I feel like those sequels were not good, but he made a lot of them.
Made a lot of them. Some hits, some misses. Is kind of how this game's been going right now for NiP. Looking for plays, not able to find all of them. As Nio on this Lee Sin, not necessarily as impactful, I should say, as maybe we were hoping for.
It's the 3 AD, obviously. It's definitely not the champ. It's...
Oh. Now we got Doinby caught out by Jong, I should say. Decimating Smash going to be flashed away from the Arcane Storm has come out. Does chunk down Zhang to a decent amount of HP. Deadly Flourish not going to connect though, so NiP just doing enough to regain control of their own jungle.
Can NiP actually push them around or threaten tempo at all with that? That's my question, because they have a pretty good health bar advantage. Yeah, I like the fact that they're playing this one out. No bot camps up though, so the play stops there. And NiP still can't find a real win on the map.
It's a slow game here, but I mean, remember that Ultra Prime kind of have this like early game advantage. That's what they're using it for right now, and it's given them enough to get a 3,000 gold lead. However, there are scaling elements to this composition, right? Cubby, you have this Scion with the infinitely scaling health. You have this on-hit Varus. It's going to be able to do a lot of damage in these late game team fights. The question is, are they going to be able to get in range, you know, quick enough, or have the ability to actually hit the players that they need to? So far, it's looking like the answer is yes. NiP really have just been pushed around all game long.
I mean, so far, it certainly seems like they're having no issues at all finding these engages. I mean, every ult we've seen from Zhang feels like it's rang true. As the Scion ult's pretty much just been a dinner bell.
Ooh.
They don't know they're spotted.
Finding that blind spell right there. Nio going for the flash play, but Baya with a nicely timed flash of his own. He's going to make sure the insect does not connect it instead. It'll be Nio going down. Knockup lands on Olive as well. It's going to be a slaughter in the mid lane in favor of Ultra Prime. 4 members of NiP are down, as Ultra Prime now have the opportunity to push down the mid lane and then even go for the Baron afterwards.
I don't think we won because of the Echo, but the fact that Echo, I believe the first competitive lock-in of Echo we've had since 2022. What I saw from Elk Battery. It's going to find a win here in the LPL. Again, I kind of like the angle for it. Can definitely actually push and pressure Victor a little bit. And while we didn't see it in the 1v1, we did see it hold true in the 5v5s. Ultra Prime going to push it to a game 3 here, Grapes.
It's 5 seconds on Nio. They're just going to end the game. Baron not even necessary in just the same amount of time as game number 1 was won by NiP. Ultra Prime bounce right back and are going to send ourselves to a decider.
All right, I feel like if we open up a draft with Lee Sin Jin, that probably should be the result if you're NiP, because that was a tough one. Insta Scion lock-in, like both champions hate their lives, and the responses, we did not see the proactivity from NiP. Meanwhile, for Ultra Prime, asked for more proactivity, asked for potentially a melee pick, an assassin from Saber. We got both from them as they find the win, and looked much better in the process here, Grapes.
In that draft for NiP, I mean, we mentioned it at the top, it seemed very disjointed. There was a lot of pieces that kind of wanted to do different things, it seemed like. Yorick wanted to split push. Lee Sin wants to skirmish early. Victor wants to scale. Jin and Rakan, they can kind of do their own thing down there in the bottom lane. And it never really came to full force. Meanwhile, for Ultra Prime, again, a big identity, which was just use this Echo to generate a lot of priority. Him and the Jarvan were very helpful in terms of just starting fights, invading constantly. And they were able to do enough to just, you know, win that game rather handily. NiP felt like they were desperate for an opportunity to engage. That's why Naya went for that super faulty play it ended up being. But yeah, that's all it took. And Ultra Prime were able to basically full ace them after that. And now, of course, even up our series against a team that we thought were going to be the big favorites coming into the day.
I mean, to be fair, I still feel that way about NiP, but that draft ended up being a bit of a stinker. Lee Sin Victor, not exactly a winning combo there. And see if NiP can go back to the drawing board, find something better for game 3. But hey, for Ultra Prime, I think a lot of positives out of that. I thought Zhang had a really nice Scion game. Did see Baye step up a couple times as the Varus. Definitely punished Leave and actually had a pretty solid showing in a marksman game. Definitely something we've been looking for out of him on Ultra Prime. So I think some real positives you can take away is up. And a pretty disastrous draft for NiP in hindsight, looking back. It's not a lot of ways to be proactive between Lee Sin and Victor. And we were hoping that Jin could band-aid it all together. No. Wasn't exactly what happened there.
Yeah, you hit it as well. Collector Jin into the the Scion Alistar. Maybe it was not the solution there. As Leave was not able to do too much. If you take a look at our post-game, pretty even overall until Ultra Prime ended up kind of grasping control a couple minutes into the game. Not really much damage was needed. It was a very methodical win. It was 5-1 until that last fight that ended the game.
I'm seeing bot jungle diff on my screen is what I'm seeing, Grapes. We early picked Lee Sin, we early picked Jin, and neither were able to play too well. So, bit of a bummer. And Join B, he's going to hoist a lot of the damage stats for just throwing lasers in the tanks. But yeah, that's honestly a bit of a surprise for me. I wasn't surprised to see NiP take as one set of the game against Ultra Prime. But man, Ultra Prime doing the same to NiP, just blitzing them in less than 27 minutes was not on my bingo card for the night, Grapes.
Bit of a depressing one if you're an NiP fan. If you're in Shenzhen right now watching that one, might not be the most morale-boosting performance that you saw from your guys. But hey, at least that means you get to see another game of course, the home team performing. If you get to look at some of these replays, NiP looked like they got off to a decent start here. But then Zhang showed up and made it a little bit less of an even fight.
Yeah, I think Zhang is probably the Pog this game. Grapes, what do you think?
Ooh, that's an interesting choice. I feel like you almost want to give it to the Echo just because it was picked, but not necessarily the most impactful. I mean, we're just going to jump straight to the game ending right here. Again, Nio going for that hero play. He flashes just a little bit in the wrong direction.
Vision broke. Yeah, he was outside the brush. Baye was in the brush, and so the kick doesn't connect. He instead kicks Alistar, which made things go from bad to worse, I fear. As the hero Lee Sin play was not available, and well, Doinby might be advocating for himself a little bit more the next time they pick Lee Sin that early in draft, Grapes. I think that's what's going to happen from that.
Maybe Zhang is our MVP. I just watching some of those
highlights.
I think so. Yeah. Looked pretty good on that Sion. Again, not necessarily something he was very much known for in his time in the LCP/PCS last year, but you know, going from Frank Esports over to Ultra Prime hasn't necessarily been the same look for him in the LPL this time around. So seeing a bit of an adjustment in his playstyle, seeing him on the weak side on the Sion, able to stack up a ton of that HP against the Yorick, and then have some really impactful team fights, some really big ultimates. Remember, they caught out Leave in the mid lane in that kind of mid-game sequence right there. So maybe he does get it this time around. And it leaves some questions for what NiP are going to want to do here going into this game number 3, because I felt like we saw a very similar situation for them in their series actually against LGD, where it was a really dominant game 1, a horrible draft that resulted in them getting stomped in game 2, and then they end up winning game 3. It's about them trying to fix that game in the middle that is going to end up being really important for them.
Yeah, see if they can pull it out. Do want to see Doinby maybe find something where he's able to enable the team a little bit more. I think that he played the Victor well, but I felt like the team was a little bit lost without him on the enabler. And yeah, Wonjung, pretty nice pog from him. A solid Sion game. Gets his first pog of the split. And yeah, not much else to talk about in that one, Grapes. That was just the right call. Those Sion ults were more like dinner bells, man. And he was hot soup come through.
Calling for a free game coming in for Ultra Prime as well, as 2 27-minute games so far. One for Ninjas in Pajamas, one for Ultra Prime. They've been pretty one-sided both ways. We'll see if that ends up continuing in terms of trend, as NiP will get blue side for this decisive game number 3, or if we'll get something a little bit closer for our final matchup of Group Nirvana for the day. Gonna take a short break. When we come back, it will be that decider between UP and NiP. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have our final game of our first of 3 series today on the program. Ultra Prime evening things up against NiP with what we could say a dominant game win. I think their most decisive win that they've had all season long. A good showing for them against a team that was formerly in Group Ascension, making their way down to Group Nirvana. Again, this NiP team, Cubby, was perceived to be one of the best in this group of 6 entering the 2025 Split 3, but they've had some falters. They've had some moments where they have not looked as clean.
Yeah, and again, I think that some of it we can chalk up to, hey, we have a new team, a young team, right? We're trying to actually come together as one and figure out how to play League, but yeah, I mean, in Group Nirvana, I think the expectation was that NiP would be the top dogs, and that's very clearly not the case in the first round robin. So I think fans of the org hoping that they clean things up a bit more as they do find their cohesiveness and take these steps together as a new squad of 5, and going to need to start doing so a little bit more quickly. Could start with a nice series win here over Ultra Prime, who of course did force us to Game 3, and force you all to wait a little bit longer till the main entree of Anyone's Legend versus BLG featuring Shadow.
Yeah, but now it's a Game 3, and now things are getting maybe a little bit more intense, and maybe we'll see a little bit closer gameplay overall. It's been, again, NiP dominated Game 1, number 1, Ultra Prime dominated Game number 2. Now we head into, again, our decider.
Blue side dominated both.
Speaking of, Ninja Pajamas, losers of that last game going to be getting that side select, so they will likely
they
be on
blue?
that blue side.
No way!
Considered. Yeah, what a surprise, right, that they're going to be on blue.
In the LPL? No way. It's
the
just
win
a given?
rate's, I think, still pretty absurd at this point. I remember at the end of last year it was like 58% or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing that maybe NiP specifically, their brains kind of turn off whenever they try to draft on red side. Hasn't worked out for them so far this year. So maybe this time around they'll be able to put together a better composition, although not with any of the same champions still in rotation, of course, as we're in that true fearless format.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I mean, one of the people that I think fans were most excited to see play in a true fearless format was Doinby. And interested to see how he's going to be able to cook in this next one. I think Victor was a good pick for that last game. Even with the Lee Sin Jin opener. It did feel appropriate to throw down the lasers and like get some significant damage off, but just a pick that was too slow for NiP to make work, and despite the damage that Doinby was able to pump out, the tanks were far too beefy for that to matter. So curious to see what Doinby ends up opting for in this Game 3.
Not going to have some of those, picks that he selected earlier. Obviously, the Victor. I feel like while it's a champion that he can perform well on, Cubby, I feel like we want to see him on something with a little bit more agency or something that's able to do a little bit more around the map. Obviously, worked a little bit better for him in game number 1 specifically, but kind of everybody on the board for NiP not really living up to expectations, to say the very least, in that specific game. Even Nio on the Lee Sin, not able to get out and active, and I feel like a lot of that is going to have to come back down to Doinby facilitating a lot, and he does the best on that when he's on something that can rotate around the map a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is when Doinby is an NiP, like historically, Doinby teams been at their best when he's able to play stuff that can be an enabler. I think Nautilus mid, always a champion that I always associate with Doinby as a big one, and I think for me, eyes on mid early on is that Aurora ban early. Are we setting up for something for Doinby? Also, Azir, not exactly a Doinby champ, but that has been up and pretty uncontested for this series. Could make an appearance here in Game 3.
Ooh, Doinby Azir, that'd be a spicy one. I don't even know if Saber really plays it that much either, which is why it's really fallen in priority. What has not fallen in priority are the Vi and the Pantheon. Been banned away on red side basically all 3 games. We now also get the Trundle takeaway, so it seems like maybe NiP are setting up for something specific for Nio here in this decisive game number 3. Again, they're back on the blue side. They're going to have whatever pick they want here on this rotation. Obviously, a lot of these powerful selections, these OPs have been taken off the board, so guy on the top lane tier list, a solo kill goes to lock in that Mbessa on B1.
All right, first pick Mbessa. I want to believe that Doinby plays this one too. He hasn't played it yet.
Surely
I just want to believe that it's flexible for this NiP squad. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. But that Jack's not available to answer. You have the Renekton, the Cassante, and the Poppy. Probably the most likely answers we have into Mbessa, Aatrox, Camille being others. With the Cassante locked in for Ultra Prime. So already a pretty beefy boy up there in the top side. But do really like the Ambessa in this matchup. It feels like you just are able to scale for free. And when Ambessa does enter those later game fights, once you're at the 2-item mark or better, she's really tough to deal with, what we've seen.
And Yasha's going to get that Leona. It is a blind Leona here, so the NiP squad can probably just lock in their bot lane 2v2 here if they so desire, knowing what the support matchup is.
If you want to get Nautilus, you got to believe you have to lock it in now, but I think it's a real opportunity for NiP. Slam Poppy, man. You're playing Poppy into Leona and Cassante already. I think that if I'm NiP, I have enough confidence to just lock in Poppy. You could flex it between jungle and support. Looks like they might be going for something else. Denying a Viego away from Junhao. Going to get it in the hands of Nayo himself. A champion that he has had some success on. And frankly, this we're kind of asking for a Doinby Galio. If we're going Ambessa, Viego, and that's the Galio to match.
Full dive so far for the NiP top side as, yeah, Nayo's going to get his hands on the champion that won him game number 3 in their first series, or their second series, I should say, against LGD. Had a really good performance. I think had 13 kills by the end of that one. Relatively one-sided game 3. Hoping NiP that will happen again this time around. Final selection in this first rotation is going to be the Lucian to round out this bot side here for Baye. This is a champion that he played a lot throughout the season. Is going to get it one more time in their 3rd series of the split.
All right, do we have a Nautilus ban? As that is the last big priority support that we have that exists. Lucian plus Leona, that's going to be a lot of laning power. And we saw that played yesterday by NiP, in fact. It was played by Leave and Nakat as they lost their game 2 against EDG. I'm very surprised we have seen this lane even just played twice. Because not exactly the pairing you think of when you think of Lucian.
Yeah.
This provides for some pretty powerful early game laning, but is lacking at the later stages. So we'll see if Baye and the rest of UP is up to the task.
I mean, this was the Masu Busio bot lane that ended up getting picked, right? Was it Lucian Leona too in that game 5 against BLG? So maybe the LPL fans have some memories of how that one did not necessarily go so well, but interestingly enough, Baye and Xiaosha still going to be locking this one in as we head into that second ban phase. A lot of high-range ADCs kind of being taken off the board, knowing that NiP has a very melee-focused composition so far.
Tryndamere actually banned. As that's something that, as you highlighted, Saber's play.
Pretty good to Galio.
It's a very good pick into Galio, and I would also not be surprised if we just see a Yasuo slammed here. I mean, again, Yasuo. Saber playing the melees, it's been good for him. I think that this opens up for an AP jungle pick. You still have Lilia available into a melee-heavy comp if you really want it.
Corki.
Okay, Corki mid. You can slam Galio with that. It does give you a lot of late-game scaling. Just see if they can find the peel to provide for these marksmen later on.
Now, both teams right now are very low range. I think the Corki helps a little bit so far for Saber, but I think Leave's going to want to lock in something with a little bit of extra, extra oomph from at least a bit far
I like
away,
Smolder here,
allowing the rest of his team to kind of kite him out and peel for him. Agree that the Smolder makes a lot of sense, especially into these 3 melees. You're going to be able to do a lot of damage to them and just really space them out nicely. And there's that Poppy you were talking about for Naket. I really like this composition that NiP have drawn up for them.
This is very chill for NiP. I think Smolder, I like to think of Smolder, this champion scales off of the front line that you have in front of you. Because your damage from Smolder comes out from how many Qs you can get off in a fight. So you got to be able to have a front line big enough to fire those Qs and then be able to win the war. Because you're mostly hitting frontline as Smolder. So I really feel like the Ambessa, Galio, Viego frontline is bigger. And Junhao and Ultra Prime going to opt for the Nidalee. Do have 2 marksmen to buff up with that attack speed steroid. Could be really nice for Corki later on in the game, Grapes. But I guess, Lilia, you're very vulnerable to being picked. Nidalee does provide a lot more defense for that. But the magic damage overall is going to be lacking into the Galio, which will enable Doinby to pretty much just go straight armor and straight tank.
NiP maybe want to wait things out a little bit. Once they eventually get to the team fights, they'll have a lot of single target crowd control, the ability to like kind of start up these resets, and they want to scale with the Smolder on their team. Ultra Prime, on the other hand, they got this Lucian Leona lane that's very aggressive. Yes, Saber is going to get pretty constant mid push pre-6. it's going to be up to Junhao to see how aggressive he wants to be on this Nidalee jungle pick as well. If they can find some nice opportunities down there, I think the bot lane is going to be pretty volatile. They're going to want to try to make sure that Leave is not able to do too much on this Smolder pick. Try to shut it down before it gets to that all-important 225 stacks, as we are here awaiting game number 3 of our final game here in our first series of LPL today. Again, a special treat for you guys every Saturday. 3 series a day. We start a little bit earlier on, making sure we get the ultimate action here to kick off the weekend.
Yeah, first series has delivered some of that action for us, Grapes. We're hoping to get, I would say, not as one-sided of a game 3. It has been 2 stops in favor of NiP, then Ultra Prime, 2 stops in favor of blue side. Ultra Prime going to see if they can, mix in some red side with those wins, actually get some purple by the end, and find themselves their first series win here in Group Nirvana for Split 3.
All right, there's a couple Ultra Prime fans showing face now that they have gotten a win under their book. Actually, thinking about it, Cubby, now you mentioned it. Ultra Prime in their win didn't even get the Baron. They did not wear purple once this series. They're going to try to maybe have an opportunity to do that again. I mean, the game just ended so quickly after they won that big fight in the mid lane. They didn't even need to collect that big purple worm. I have a feeling that if UP want to win this one, it's going to take a little bit longer than that this time.
Conqueror on the Smolder. A little bit of a different look here, Grapes.
Wow,
Again, you're going to try and... Yeah, some
greedy.
Gathering Storm, too. Not bad.
If he can survive what Bai and Xiaoxia throw at him, then this is going to be a very strong Smolder. But that's the big question, if that is possible. Because if not, you don't have your fleet footwork. You don't have your, extra sustain spells, or runes, I should say. Might be a little bit more difficult to play this one out if you do fall behind.
Gotta say, Doinby rocking a different Galio skin than what I'm used to seeing, as that Leona plus Lucian, the 5-second stun on the Q level 1 can be quite powerful for the Leona. And you called out Smolder, no green tree, no fleet, and no TP. It might just be an early exit to dodge out on the early laning prowess of the Lucian Leona. So not a great start for this Smolder Poppy lane that is definitely going to struggle in lane. You are not taking this, you need to scale. You need time. And it looks like they walked into that bot wave rush at the wrong time. Did not respect the start that Leona Lucian could have and got punished.
That's brutal. I mean, Lee's level 1, 0 CS compared to the first 2 waves that have already been crashed under that tower. And Ultra Prime, they're going to try to pressure Leave off of the 3rd wave as well. Not even going to let him get a chance onto this.
This is crazy.
Niket's level 2. Nayo's going to maybe have to skip some of his camps just to try to bail out his bottom lane. Because right now,
coming
Ultra
for the
Prime
invade.
Are completely dominating.
Niket's actually pulling this wave to save it for the Smolder. I have never seen this one. Frankly, this is why we see a lot of Smolders take TP. As now Nayo, he knows what's coming. He just doesn't know Leona's there. Okay, now he does.
On the red buff now.
This is rough. Smites up for Junhao. Goodbye, red buff.
Hey, really nicely done by Ultra Prime. Understanding that, hey, this guy took Conqueror on a Smolder against a Lucian lane. That's got to be illegal. And so far it has been. This guy's really been punished. Leave not having the best start to this game.
Yeah, no TP. Common pickup for Smolder, and Leave at the Leave lane early. Just ding level 2 as a support ding level 3. That's a feels bad, man. That usually leads to some typing in solo queue.
This one not Niket's fault at all. This is entirely just the matchup and eating that Zenith Blade level 1.
They decided as a team to walk into that brush, Or eating the Zenith Blade, as you called out. Did not respect the early power, which we're seeing, again, Baye and Xiaoxia using it pretty well. Is going to be the spellbook on the Leona this game, so Xiaoxia taking advantage of some of those spellbook buffs. We'll say, I think Leona Aftershock, pretty usable and abusable by that champion, but the Eclipse gives you so much damage reduction. Sometimes getting those extra summoner spells can be quite nice as the stun connects. Saber, good flash around the minions, ensuring that Nayo cannot hit the stun. But a good find from Doinby. Definitely setting up for a rinse and repeat. Speaking of rinses and repeats, Junhao.
Yeah,
going
really
to find
making
Niket.
sure that this NiP bot lane is as miserable as they possibly can be. Xiaosha can land a stun combined with that spear.
Well,
Try
this
to
is
seal the
really well
deal,
played.
but a really nice steadfast presence gets sent out by Niket. Sure now chunked him 100 HP as a teleport has come in by Doinby. Trying to close this gap here onto the Ultra Prime jungler. But it's not going to be enough to finish it off.
That's a straight up disaster, man. As Leaf's going to get this wave all the way in, was able to use the flap, went over the wall, and actually bought enough time. I don't exactly know how Junhao picked up aggro first. I don't think we're going to get a replay of that one, given that there was no blood, but a pretty disastrous dive that was mismanaged by Ultra Prime. Kind of gets Nio back into the game, for sure gets Leaf back into the game. As NiP's bot lane managed that well.
Even Niket, he blocked 2 dashes off that bot lane dive. If any of those spells connected onto Leave, it might have been that easy to execute dive that NiP definitely thought, or Ultra Prime I should say, definitely thought they were getting themselves into, but certainly not the case here. And somehow this game has remained at an even game state despite the seemingly really big advantage that Ultra Prime were able to generate on the bottom side of the map.
I mean, that advantage has gone to the wayside, and now we have the swaps coming in. I think swaps very beneficial for the Smolder. And Besta getting starved out, obviously not quite as ideal versus the Cassante. And Besta wants resources a lot more than the Cassante, but man, getting your Smolder a 1v1 matchup into Cassante, this is a great swap from NiP. Maybe taking a page out of Flandre's book up here. Finding the Smolder in the 1v1. Again, getting bonus levels early on in the game, being that caster can be very useful. Smolder does need those levels in order to level up the abilities. Again, a lot of his damage does come from casting those and getting some free time against Zhong. Uh-oh.
This is the one-timer, though, that maybe Zhong's able to now have an opportunity.
Oh, no.
Pathmaker forward. That's first blood as Leaf steps too far forward.
That's a facepalm for me, Grapes. You called it out. This is the timer that you have to dodge. You're going to be at an XP disadvantage. You got to use the Smolder, the flap to play that well enough. Meanwhile, though, Niket finding the engage. Doinby tries to make the grand entrance. It is escaped away from by Ultra Prime and NiP. They're chasing him down.
I mean, the exhauster solo kill, that's gonna do it. Nicely done by Xiaosha to make sure nobody else on NiP is able to do anything there. So play made on the top side for UP. No play made on the bot side for Ninjas in Pajamas. That is a big win if you are the underdogs here in Ultra Prime.
I was about to say, Grapes, I think that we're starting to get into a little scary territory here. I mean, Saber has been given 2 free waves already in the Doinby. He's up almost a full level. Corki scales incredibly well into Galio in this matchup. You end up getting peppered and taken down later on. It's very difficult to play from the Galio side. You do not get to contest side lanes this game. So the Galio being slowed down this much, the Viego importantly being slowed down quite a bit. Pretty much nothing on NiP's bingo card has gone their way besides surviving the lead that was almost insurmountable that they found themselves in the bot lane. By fixing that, that's really been the only positive for NiP so far.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of hope for them because I think in general we agree that the NiP composition scales just a little bit better. You know, you're thinking about Viego, Smolder versus a Nidalee and a Lucian, maybe not the fairest matchup as we get later on into this one. But for now, Ultra Prime are doing a good job at taking advantage of the leads and the inherent ups that they have compositionally speaking. They just need to keep doing that. And I think it starts here again, potentially a play around these grubs.
And Ultra Prime do have the priority, the strength, at least in their inventories right now. We'll see if it's enough to survive a team fight, because Grub's looking to be the target for NiP. And they'd love to find a big wombo with Viego here at level 6.
Started up. Not really any grubs at any significant threat of going down just yet, as Ultra Prime have regained a little bit of control. Solo Kill has teleport, that means he's still able to push here on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Saber has to actually rotate back up to the mid lane to make sure that Ultra Prime have all 5 members here.
TP
teleport
coming in
from Solo Kill, so they want to make it a 5v5. First grub already secured here by Ultra Prime, but Zhong gonna push forward, not landing that in Tofo Strike. Here's the Public Institution Solo Kill going forward on Zhong. That Cassante is so low, but he's healing up now.
No reset.
Going all out, living long enough to make sure that first kill goes down. But Nio gets his big reset. Here goes Saber though. The Valkyrie's massive, and he's able to get one back to him. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of UP as they can go right back to the grubs and finish him off.
So, We talked about how we might have liked the Smolder with his big front line to fire off the Qs later on. Where the Smolder doesn't exactly fit this comp is that Galio Viego, they really want to fight at Grubs. Smolder does not. The last thing that he wants to do is go fight at Grubs. He wants to be stacking his way on up in the side lane, especially after you find yourself so far behind, as Leave did early on. And that fight, they just couldn't find the kill on the Kasante Grapes. We're going to take a second look at this one. Doinby gets the party started. And this is a decent start to the fight. The Cat able to hold the line with a steadfast presence. Maybe a couple things burned too early, but Wonjong, he survives for so long in this one.
The Saber's damage here too.
Yeah, Saber and Baye doing significant damage in the back. That's a very large, big one that Saber was able to connect with that found 4 on the big rocket. And yeah, that's a really good start for Ultra Prime. They get all 3 grubs. The 1.5K gold lead has emerged, and there was no trade on the Dragon. So they can come right back out onto the Rift and try and revisit that second monster objective and hopefully pick it up for themselves here again.
Yeah. Again, look at Saber right now. Getting pretty scary on this Corki. He was given a lot of free time to farm, Cubby, and Doinby wasn't able to do much off of those roam timers either. So you're going to take that basically every day if you are Ultra Prime. You get all 3 grubs. You get that big fight. You're up about 1,500 gold. And the big pieces that needed to get ahead or need to come online for Ninjas in Pajamas to win this game 3, that being the Smolder and the Viego, are now pretty significantly far behind.
Dragon being started up here by Junhao. And NiP, that bot lane's jailed. Losing to that Lucian Leona that Leave and the Cat used a great use to open up an early game lead in the EDG yesterday, but couldn't find the win. And the Cat, that's an important keeper's verdict.
Yeah. Really
Gets
nice
Baye out of there. Yeah.
And Leave had to burn the cleanse. That does mean that Junhao is able to make his way over to the Dragon. Likely to secure this first one unless some kind of random seal comes in. Doinby throughout the Winds of War just for fun, but that nice soul breeze just going to go right past Junhao and let that Dragon go Ultra Prime's way. It's now Nayo and Doinby trying to get onto Saber a little bit, but now this Nidalee going in onto Nayo, taking him down to 100 HP. One more auto attack is going to seal the deal. Jungler for Ninjas in Pajamas goes down as Junhao is running the Rift.
Spent a lot of time talking about Nayo, how we felt like it was an upgrade for NiP coming in, but Junhao, his Nidalee, a pick to be feared that we have seen earlier on in this LPL year, putting it to damn good use here against Nayo. I think Junhao has been the strongest performer all year for Ultra Prime and has looked good today. As, man, Ultra Prime, again, really looking to threaten a series win here against NiP Grapes. Solo Kill's in best shape for NiP this game. Going to take some time for him to keep on scaling up, but hey, at least Eclipse was secured with, you know, minimal friction in the top side. Still finds himself down a half a level because, of course, in the swap scenario, it was Zhang that was solo against Leave and found the solo kill, whereas Solo Kill himself was splitting XP with the Poppy, so finds himself behind when they return to the 1v1. Kind of nice for the Kasante.
NiP looking at a deficit in this decisive game number 3. Pretty surprising as now that XP deficit might be expanded a little bit as Xiaosha's going forward. Lands the Solar Flare. It's going to be just a ton of crowd control. Solo Kill doesn't connect on the public execution. That would have secured a kill on the dive. Zhang's able to ghost on out of there. That could have gotten real bad real quick.
I didn't like the engage from Xiaosha. I think it only works if you have Ignite. What I would have wanted to see there is see if they're able to bait out the W, bait out the R, and then go for the flash initiate from the Leona. I do think that leading with the flash Q, it ensures you get the full CC chain out, and you're trying to play around the unstoppable window that Mbessa has. I think there are other ways to kind of bait and play around that. Not the case, though. Well managed by Solo Kill, as he survived, nearly turned that 1v2 dive, and again, buys a little bit of reprieve for NiP, and he is the member in the best shape, so it's going to have to be a map that Solo Kill steps up on.
I feel like he's been very quiet all series long. Not really doing much in their game 1 win. Zhang obviously got the better of him in game number 2. And this is Solo Kill, player that really, when he first joined this team, was a big jolt to their system. But at least so far, at least this split, really waiting to see him break out yet again.
I was really impressed by some like the Akali games that he was able to play in the Gwen. When he first emerged as Mbessa, he was able to pilot quite well too. It's a good shout there. It was a really positive jolt for NiP. As Shanji didn't have his best year, was kind of just a walking tank or a walking sack of gold for enemy teams. There was minimal in between, and Solo Kill did come in, was able to provide a spark. It was quite nice for NiP in their split too, but yeah, I think you said it best, Grapes. Zhang's gotten the best of him today, and that's it has been Zhang. I know coming in the start of the year, Kelsey was pretty impressed by his play in LCP. Molecule pretty hyped about this player as well, and we just haven't seen that Zhang emerge in LPL. Hasn't given us a lot of reason to be excited.
And it's always difficult to see, players from the LCP, from that Taiwan, Hong Kong region come over to the LPL, and sometimes they do good, sometimes they don't, right? You get sword arts in some instances, other times this is like one Zhang maybe, but he's trying to make a name for himself in this league. If we get a bit of skirmishing here in that mid side. I'm
just waiting for Hongq to come over. You know that's gonna happen for the LPL one of these days. It's gonna happen.
That'd be disaster for the region. I mean, that team.
For LCP, that would be a disaster, but I want to see Hongq play at a higher level, man. That guy was really fun in MSI.
Is that sometimes these guys have really good moments and they go over to the LPL and it just doesn't end up working out. Maple was trapped here for a while and then just ended up going back to PSG and going back to internationals basically pretty quickly.
Yeah,
so
that's not wrong.
It's always a gamble you have to take.
I don't know, man. I watched Hongq play the game, and that guy is damn good and plays like an absolute alpha, so you can come to LPL anytime. Meanwhile, the Cat, good keeper's verdict.
Take this Rift Herald, and they do so. However, Baya goes in to try to steal the eye, and it's going to seal his fate. He just goes right into that heroic charge, a mispositioning by the Ultra Prime 80 carry.
Earlier on the day today, Grapes, I did some Vayne spotting as Viper in NACL locked in Vayne bot. I feel like Baye maybe a tribute to Vayne spotting with the Lucian there. Couldn't secure the eye, and well, I might have to dig into the fourth eye to see what the true vision was behind that play, because it did send Ultra Prime a little bit behind from that.
It's worth because he got the Eye of the Herald. Definitely was worth it to die there, obviously. I mean, the barrier on that.
I think mid eye actually does crack this outer turret mid. So, see if Baye wants to throw that down, because we do have the Cloud Dragon spawning. No Cloud Soul, only the second dragon we have in the game. First one was quite delayed. Ultra Prime still going to be the stronger team. It has been some decent scaling done by the Smolder. You can see Leave is in base. It does have the call completed. And it's wrapping up more items, but Shojin has not been completed yet. He is still behind the Lucian. And, well, the punishment will continue until the stacks improve for NiP. Leave needs more stacks in this game.
To be fair, he's
doing okay on the stack counter. He is. Yeah.
He'll get to 225 basically around the time his second item's up, and so that's what NiP is looking at.
He's getting there by the time the next Drake spawns, and that's going to be an important break point. Good piloting here from Junhao.
Yeah. Wow. So they get 2 towers off of that initial play. Teleports come in from Solo Kill. I don't know if that was worth it. Hey, Zhang uses the ultimate, I suppose, but that is not a worth trade. You still have Saber pushing on the top side. Right now, Ultra Prime playing the map a little bit better than NiP.
Doinby can base and pick up that top wave, whereas they might be able to play for a priority bot outer turret on a one-timer here. I'm with you. It was not the best TP in the world, but if I'm NiP, that's at least a little bit of my thought process. Do lose a wave top for that one, though. As you called it out, Solo Kill TP'd down. Saber got that one in for free. Got it at the +2 mark, as we like to say with the waves. Some fun slang, by the way, for you guys at home. I know I said +1, +2 a little bit. Pretty much means where the minion wave's at. So a +1 wave means that it is meeting the next wave that spawns in the enemy team. A +2 wave would be, you're meeting at an inhibitor turret or past the inner turret. So it's kind of a phrase that some teams or coaches will use to be like, hey, let's get this one +1, +2, so everyone, it's quick, it's snappy, it's to the point, pretty easy to understand. Maybe take that one home for you.
It's another LS, like, terminology thing.
I don't know if that's LS, but, maybe I'm just trying to be LS. I think terminology in the game, it's useful for me when it provides more clarity and isn't unnecessary. For me, because of how quick and snappy this is and that teams sometimes use it to respond, I think it is really helpful. Yeah.
No, it really gets you the amount of information, like that's the number of waves you need to like put it back to neutral, right? Like, and that's
exactly
the amount of time that you have on the map. 30 seconds or so
+1
per wave that comes in. Like that's kind of what you're dealing with by having certain, waves in certain positions, which of course is very important at this point in the game specifically when there are major objectives spawning on both sides of the map. Otacon going to be top side. You have Dragon in 2.5 minutes back down on the bottom side. Going to be a Chemtech Soul this time around. I'm sure Ultra Prime would have been a little bit happier with something else, but hey, you're going to take that advantage nonetheless.
We'll say if the Chemtech Dragons get picked up and stacked by NiP, I do think that that actually provides some bonus value to Viego teams, given that you're looking for a reset. Having more heals, shields, and tenacity can really help you survive and actually find the reset, especially with a Smolder comp being able to maybe get a Q or two more off behind. So I'm with you, Grapes. I think it's actually a pretty good draw for NiP. I feel like their comp abuses this Drake quite a bit more.
Yeah, especially with, some of these champions that do well need those resets like the Viego. Right now, it is going to be Leave trying to avoid getting a reset here. He eats up an entire Gatling gun. Going to throw out the bomb. Chunk Junhao down to half, so nice job by them to avoid any significant threat. Leave did just hit his power spike. That's 225 stacks. And the Spirit early. So we are at a position now where this Smolder really can come to party.
For me, 22 minutes is about the the expectation. Having it at 20-30 very early for Leave, especially given what happened with the early waves. Props to him. Yeah, they
Otacon is getting thirsted down right now.
Should be taken.
Trying to find some way to get in there, but it will be secured here by Xiaosha of all people. But Ultra Prime are going to pay for their sins. It's the first kill going into Leave's hands. It's a double kill in for the Dragon, and NiP have a breath of life in them.
Saber spawns 15 seconds before the Dragon spawns and has TP. I think NiP needs to reset and play for the Dragon, deny the soul point, and give yourself a real way to actually play out this game. So key that Leave was able to find that 20-30 evolve. I know that you get more stacks once your Q evolves as Smolder because it becomes an AoE. But think of how those first couple of waves went, Grapes. The fact that he hit it at 20-30, very impressive from Leave and necessary for NiP to bounce back in this game, because here you can see how their comp can work with Smolder. They have the beefier front line. Zhang is overextended trying to buy space for the Otacon. And thanks to a nice public execution from Solo Kill, Saber gets split up from the team. Easy front to back behind the Galio, behind the Ambessa for Smolder to free fire upon, and Leave cashed in.
So all of a sudden that 2,500 gold lead down to less than 1. With the Dragon just spawning about now. There's that teleport from Saber that you were talking about, Cubby. It's towards the bottom side of things. The Solo Kill is trying to push that wave in underneath the tier 1. But the rest of the map is going in favor of Ultra Prime right now. A 2-man Solar Flare lands on Denayo and Nikep, but not a lot of follow-up just yet. It's both Solo Kill and Saber are duking it out on the bot side as Leave is dishing out a ton of poke damage. There's the culling, just a punch away from Doinby as Ultra Prime now positioning around the Drake for now. There's the Mom. It does a lot of damage as Bai is already at half, and Solo Kill has a massive flank angle. This Smolder is just burning Ultra Prime down and giving the full control. Blast come back over. Don't know if that was intentional or not.
They got Leave's flash.
Cost them a lot more HP bars.
They got Leave's Flash. I actually think that's, that is the most valuable summoner spell to take away this game if you are Ultra Prime. That said, Dragon will be taken away. Soul point denied. Do Ultra Prime look for more than just mid-prio here?
Yeah, just go in with that combo, and that's the Galio straight on a Zhang, and Leave picks up his 3rd kill of the game. NiP find themselves another team fight win on top of that first Dragon going towards their way.
It's actually just amazing to watch this NiP comp again. We said the Grub fight, the fight they lost really hard. It's like, okay, Galio, Viego, they want this. Smolder, Ambessa does not. But what we did credit this comp with when it was drafted, it was, hey, the front line is much bigger for NiP. If you're able to utilize that, again, to fire off, continually rotate out these Qs from the Smolder, it can look good. And the damage that Leave has been able to pump out with the Smolder at the 2-item spike has been significant enough to get NiP back in this game.
Junhao.
They got Leave's Flash. I think it's worth.
Like mega brain,
unironically.
like I think it was an accident.
It might have been, but the Smolder is now flashless, Grapes, and we take those. This is what we call playing athletically on the Rift. All right, sometimes you just have to enter the flow state and make the athletic plays. It's good and bad, but at least we have the super blast cones to make sure that the athletes are able to do even crazier things on Summoner's Rift.
Is that athletic? That feels like a bit of a fumble. penalty issue there? I don't know.
It was an attempt at being athletic, Grapes, which can sometimes happen when we try to play athletically, but it's okay.
You know, Leave does not have his flash, as you mentioned, for the next couple
We
minutes.
play to play the game. That's the important thing, you know?
If you're Ultra Prime, you have double marksman, you have an Italy. Do you send Baron to the 25, try to force a fight without Leaf's flash?
It's a decent point. So I think for Ultra Prime right now, they win out on the side lanes. Like NiP, they need to group and force in order to have a winning scenario. You put the Corki matching the Galio is a very positive world, and I would like to see Ultra Prime look for that lane assignment. But you can see the Corki and the Cassante both dominating the side lanes. It was a +1 wave for Zhang in bot. He's able to now walk mid, support the push from Baye. And this is one window where, as Baron spawn, Ultra Prime can look. And yes, their Baron damage is very significant this game, Grapes. So I think the Nidalee, Lucian, Corki threat of melting this one down, very real for NiP. That said, I do like the game state where they're able to play in the side lanes and stretch the map a little bit, because I think funneling resources into something like a Corki can be very useful later on, as he's going to completely overtake the Galio in scaling. Frankly, it's already happened, but again, Corki scales insanely hard throughout a game.
Saber, very powerful. He's going to have to be like the major carry for Ultra Prime.
Yes.
They want to have any chance of winning this game and then winning this series.
He went with the map build, so it's a bit of a bummer early on. I'm still a Trinity Force Corki enjoyer.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh, Leaves flash twist.
Durability.
He didn't walk out
that
right.
Flash. He's going to get all outed there by Zhang. Nice teleport play. Seeing him on full vision means that now Ultra Prime can absolutely start this Baron up.
That brother's just got to walk towards his mid-inner turret. Instead, he goes for the top inner one. Great TP by Zhang, who continues to be a standout for Ultra Prime in this series, and that's Baron secured.
And so it was NiP starting to claw back into this one, Covey. Back in favor of our underdogs. Ultra Prime trying to win their first series of the season. Their first in Group Nirvana against an NiP team that, again, was favored to make it out, maybe even contest for one of those playoff berths with this new look roster. But right now, it's Ultra Prime that have the momentum, and for the first time this series, Cubby, they're finally wearing purple both on and off the Rift.
Leave going for that Infinity Edge next. Still a lot of comeback mechanics in for NiP. Yeah, you can see the TP. I mean, brother, you walked down, you were out for free. That hurts.
He was trying to join up with Niket, try to start something. I don't know
that
if the
actually
canceled the keeper's verdict or not, but if it did,
I respect the attempt from Niket. I think that was the only option to save the Baron. But brother, just walk to mid. Walk to mid inner. You don't have to go on the cross-country voyage into your own jungle that was very dark and, in this case, full of terrors. As Zhang, I don't think it says so in the scoreline, 1-3-3, but the game impact he's had has been very high in this game and series, Graves.
Played really nicely so far, and this is a guy.
Yes.
He's very new to the space. Obviously, only his first season here in the LPL. Bit of a younger player, just overall throughout his time in Hong Kong and now going over to China. Definitely somebody who didn't necessarily have to expect him to perform at his best in his first ever split. So as we go throughout the year, seeing these noted improvements is going to be the most important thing. And right now we are seeing that from a player like Zhang. However, now NiP in a bit of a tough spot as Ultra Prime kind of having the experience advantages on top of everything else. And the scaling for NiP, they have the Smolder, but other than that,
gotta get
Ultra Prime
resets.
controlling everything at this point.
Yeah, I mean, scaling, smaller scaling is one thing. Getting Viego resets is another. Their fight, I think, still entirely relies on Viego landing the resets. Something that, to be fair, Smolder can set up and their comp can do. So I think that, again, NiP's comp grouped up as 5. They have team fight power. They have team fight strength. They can overwhelm the composition of Ultra Prime. But, yeah, you're right, Grapes. I mean, that Baron led to a lot of resources being picked up for Ultra Prime and that soul point secured, so it can threaten the Chemtech soul. And getting the bonus resistances when you get low against the Smolder Viego team matters a lot if you are able to pick up that soul.
Lead back up to 3K almost here for Ultra Prime. And look at Saber right now. 2.2K up. 3 full items, including now a black cleaver to just completely tear through the front line right now.
Probably Overlord's Bloodmail next, too. As Junhao connects with the spear and yoinks away that blue buff. That's Oprah to everyone in the team, so free blue buff for everyone. Shout out to Junhao.
Prime right now, looking to continue the push, even though Baron buff has just now expired. Joinb trying to defend on his own. Now is joined by Nio. Actually going to go in onto Baya. He's just going to get solar flared and taken out by Junhao. An over-aggressive play by the captain of Ninjas in Pajamas, as he just underestimated the damage that squad could put down on him.
Xiaoxia came from Fog, too, so definitely was trying to engage that one with knowledge of the Leona potentially not being there and able to one-shot him. But yeah, overforced, overplayed by Joinb, and the siege will continue now. Smolder can't defend this one. Xiaoxia going to threaten the Hex Flash over the wall. Doesn't take it, but that creates enough space to make sure that the top inner turret does indeed fall. Resets coming out for Ultra Prime, and NiP looking for ways to break this. Seems like they're starting to run out of answers.
Yeah, I mean, now just the game really broken open at this point. As Ultra Prime are up almost 5,000 at the 30-minute mark.
Is Corki going Collector? What's that Serrated Dirk doing in this? I thought it'd be just Overlord's Bloodmail. It's the Chovy build.
Could be Edge of Night.
That's a Dirk.
Some options here. We'll see what exactly. If you do go Edge of Night, it gets you protection from like the best ulti if you're backlining.
Yeah, that's a decent shout.
Poppy ult, Galio knockup.
What
Also
about
keeps you
dopamine?
tanky.
Yeah. Serpent's Fang, probably not.
Oh,
okay.
Wait, they found Baya. Engage. They found Baya, shutting him down. Nio jumping forward with the Heartbreaker, and now Ultra Prime are in a whole load of trouble. Xiaoxia will fall as Juno uses the blast gun to try to escape, but now Leave is here, landing that bomb onto him, sending him with half HP. 2-0. The bot lane for Ultra Prime find themselves overstepped.
Beautiful public execution from Solo Kill, connects on the Lucian, and if Lucian gets caught like that with Flash and Culling available, wasn't able to use any of it. Got sent straight to the gray screen, and that's one way to throw the game if you're Ultra Prime, is making sure that your Lucian gets immediately Shadow Realmed off of a beautiful engage from Solo Kill. Lovely plays with Vision here. Really hit himself, and yeah, Baya just caught unsuspecting. Relentless pursuits into the Steadfast Presence, and Nio able to find the Heartbreaker, get the reset, and actually give NiP some much-needed gold and reprieve on the map.
The only silver lining is that Leave didn't pick up any of those kills, but now that Nio gets a couple of kills, or at least contributes to some more, he's now getting
one-shot in RFC. Leave just one-shot in RFC. That's a lot. I think this, for me, is when, like, the new Smolder items that he gets, like, this champion, it doesn't scale forever. I know that, like, the Q does technically scale forever, but I do think that your point of power is Smolder. Like, this is the point where you're the strongest in the game, when everyone else kind of catches up to you. Can be tricky, and the items late for Lucian just better on him, given he's a raw auto attacker. That's oh my god, he found Saber.
This time it's on the Saber, the Corki, gonna get taken down. No. The flash over the wall from both of them. Juno goes golden, and NiP have found back-to-back engages off the back of their top laner. Solo Kill finding yet another opportunity. That's gonna be a Baron for Ninjas in Pajamas.
This is not the manner of which I wanted to see Ultra Prime fall. I mean, the last two times they've entered the map, it has just been the public execution, connecting, finding priority members. Ultra Prime, it feels like they're skipping steps in the setup grapes, not quite able to spot out things like this Ambessa pushing too far up in the jungle and getting heavily punished for it. I mean, NiP's drafting to overwhelm you with the composition you have, and when you're starting fights out with one of your two marksmen missing, that's not a winning formula.
No, absolutely not. First it was Baya, now it is Saber. He's still dead for another 10 seconds, by the way. That's going to be in at least another tower, and then rotation back to the Dragon for NiP. Teleport comes in from Jung. It's going to prevent the tier 2 from falling, but should be an easy retreat angle as Nio's already started up the objective.
I like using the Baron to push out the lanes. Usually you can take Dragon on the exit. Given that Soul's on the table, take that one away from Ultra Prime. Right call from NiP. Removes one of the win cons for Soul. Regardless of what Soul spawns, a Soul is still a Soul. Grapes make you a lot stronger on the rift, so. Dragon will be picked up. A little bit of insurance policy there for NiP, preventing the Soul going over to up, and the push will continue. As Solo Kill, currently mid, supporting the waves with the Baron, does have TP to join the fight. And Ultra Prime, I just want to see a setup where, again, Corki Leona or Leona Casante standing in front of the Corki Lucian, I think is what we're looking for. We don't want to see this Corki Lucian get caught. Public execution, of course, find you in the back, but
play a little safer this time around. If you're Saber or your
better
Baye,
setup.
again, just they are the difference maker. I mean, specifically Saber. Him getting caught out there was just disastrous overall. I mean, it turned from a 5,000 gold lead from Ultra Prime to now a 3,000 gold lead for NiP. It's going to be a true LPL fashion gold graph once we get out of this one way or the other.
These smaller Qs, it's pretty impressive now for Corki Lucian. Two pretty low-range marksmen. And you can see these Qs bouncing the range that Leave has with the stacks that he has, now at 450 stacks. And this is pretty significant damage in range. Lucian Corki cannot approach the wave. Tower falls, and Baye eats 2 Qs and drops to below half HP.
And this is why we were talking about the scaling, despite the Corki existing in the game for Ultra Prime, being in favor of NiP. You have now a full build on the Smolder, with that last item being picked up in the Mortal Reminder. Now Nio getting online as well. He has 3 full items. That's Trinity Force to add on top of the Death Stance and the Black Cleaver that he had.
It did end up being that Serpent's Fang, which enough shields where I can see why that was the pickup for Saber, but missing the Overlord's Bloodmail can be quite useful against the Smolder, who you can see from these Q bounces, it's just Ultra Prime accepting they're probably going to be fighting on worse conditions now if they are fighting within the waves where Smolder is able to find those Q bounces.
Fighting around this red buff again.
Deny.
Solo kills found some really good angles back to back. First it was for Baron, then it was for Dragon over there too. So always on the hunt. That means that Baye and Saber have to be very cautious about how far they step, where they play on the map, where the vision exists for them. The gold lead really started to snowball here. It's 4K. Saber of NiP.
Well, Grapes, at least we got our wish for a more competitive game after
We did,
2
I was about to
stompings.
say.
Yeah, it's 2 stompings that did get us to this game 3, but this one has been back and forth. Going to be an adventurous LPL gold graph by the end of it. But who ends up on top? Feels like NiP favored at this point, but still yet to be determined, as we have seen both teams throw and counter throw here.
Not been the cleanest game from either side, but I feel like now with NiP really grasping control, they're going to want to fight around these next set of objectives, the Dragon and the Baron spawning in about 2 minutes time. And until then, you kind of just sit in the enemy jungle, farm up creeps, farm up camps when you can, and maybe try to find a kill if one just walks into you for free. All this to say, Cubby, though, NiP had to work for this win. Even if this series goes their way, they get to 3-1, but 2 of those 3 wins, very much close series, all things considered, and that's not necessarily the place we were expecting NiP to be. But you know, it is progress, and wins are wins at the end of the day when it comes to getting your placements here in Group Nirvana.
I think that's a good shout, Grapes. Ultra Prime, they, like, regardless of form, they have surprised us today, but again, close doesn't count. It's about putting wins in the win column. Ultra Prime, definitely a few steps away from doing that. Do still have Soul spawning for them here in a minute. And you can see the Smolder damage. Oh my god. Leave has been cooking. I mean, speaking of LS has been very vocal about how many small buffs that Smolder has received over time. Like, the crit scaling on the IE, and that's a big one that he got. It does feel like this champ's in a pretty decent spot, and man, that Q bounce from Leave was disgusting across 5 members.
Now take a look at this. Ultra Prime sending 2 teleports up on the top side. The Baron's not available for another 25 seconds or so, so they're looking for a fight. Nio's going to scout them out, understanding they're in the area, but he actually W's forward, going to maybe take a big chunk of damage. Zombie jumps forward to make sure that he's mid laner.
I think this is Ultra Prime's only choice. They have to threaten Baron. They have no control over the Dragon side. They don't need it. I think it's a Baron threat just to pull NiP off and pull him around. Join B, going to Justice punch forward.
But now, Leave is here. Zhaosha in a whole lot of trouble. Public Execution whiffs. And Zhaosha is able to take that Blast Cone and get himself out. That's a big cooldown. No longer available for Ninjas in Pajamas. So Ultra Prime might feel inclined to start this one up.
Public Execution was the ability that warped the last couple of fights the most from solo kill. And he's not going to get this one back for the Baron skirmish.
Jumping forward a little bit, but he gets instantly punished. Look at the burn damage that's going on top of him right now. Gonna have to be that E-shield to try to save him. The mob comes out by is at 300 HP. He barely got to do anything in this fight. He's already got to head back to base. I might not even get a chance to, though. The solar flare comes out from Xiaosha. Niket looking to try to chase him down. Flash forward on to Xiaosha. Here's the hero's entrance that will be the Leona falling. And that means NiP can now retreat back to the Baron themselves.
Does Junhao go snipe the soul? I think this just ends up being the answer. I think they're going to snipe away the soul. There's a TP coming in to maybe try and deny it.
It'll be very hard for Solo Kill to do this on their own. So now NiP's choice is to just secure the Baron at the hands of the soul. You normally don't like this trade, Cubby, but you might have to do it at this point. Unless Solo Kill can do anything about it. He jumps into the Dragon Pit. Public Execution is flashed away from Saber, though still going to go down regardless. Here comes that Keeper's Verdict. It's going to be Junhao securing the soul, but it comes at the cost of their mid laner, as the Baron's also picked up for NiP.
55 seconds on the death timer. Leave is at 2/3 HP. I think that's the most important resource bar moving forward. We've seen what these smaller Qs can do, as these fireballs are hitting damn hard in Ultra Prime. Put on the back foot ever since Leave hit that 225 mark. He's at 555 now. And looking to end this game.
40 minutes into this one. Saber's down for another 30 seconds, but the health bar is not necessarily on Ninjas in Pajamas' side. Baya jumps forward with the culling, sending Doinby to 25% HP. And somehow in a 4v5, despite 500 stacks existing on Leave's Smolder, Ultra Prime will let the game continue at least for a little bit longer.
And look, that's big. I mean, you get Saber back on the map, you're able to reset the Baron, and you only have a minute 30 to survive, and you now have a Chemtech Soul that is more heals, more shields, more tenacity, and most importantly, more resistances just from damage overall when you get low. Exactly what you want when avoiding the resets of the Viego. The question is this soul enough to actually overcome the scaling of NiP? It sure as hell does not look that way, Grapes. It just doesn't look like it matters at all.
The extra damage you get when you're low HP, surely it's good in some way. It maybe prevents some of these resets from connecting onto Nio specifically, but you still have the Smolder executes. Yeah. You're not going to be at low HP for very long.
I've watched Smolder press Q on Lucian, and he just sold his boots. He sold his boots for a GA.
Oh, man.
Okay.
2 Qs are going to kill him, so you might as well try to get an extra life, I suppose.
He's got no movement speed now. If they can find him, they could space him really hard.
Zhang even doing some damage or taking some damage, I should say, is now Baya is going forward on the Doinby. He hits the flash away. Baya nearly taking him down. He does. Doinby will fall, but now it's Saber getting targeted on the backside of things. NiP get caught out trying to stick their hand in the cookie jar a little bit too far. They tried to get top lane and mid lane pushed up at the same time, and it's going to cost Doinby his life.
NiP still has a really nice pocket. They're not spotted here.
Junhao, though, he gets targeted. Public execution from Solo Kill will find its mark again. And Lee picks up kill number 6 for him on the day. Mob coming in on Abaya. Not enough to chunk him enough to secure that Guardian Angel being taken down, but NiP are going to be happy enough about it. Cannon Minion, not enough to make sure that Tier 2 tower dies just yet. But NiP will hover around it to make sure that this objective does go down.
Pay that Cannon Minion, man. I want to give him a job. He's going to go to work on the turret like that. Doinby does have TP up when he spawns here in 10. 30 seconds on Junhao. NiP, I don't think they're pressured to end the game here. I think we're getting both monster objectives to spawn here, Grapes. And what is likely going to end in just another LPL banger.
Who would have thought this is the series that's going to be perhaps the most...
That is the most LPL thing ever. It's the most LPL thing ever, Grapes. You're looking at a series
rematch coming up right after this.
You're looking at a series, you're like, this is going to be a 2-0. It's NiP. And then we just get the most LPL series of all time, which is a Game 1 stomp into Game 2 stomp into Game 3. Both monster objectives spawn simultaneously.
It's a banger. What can I say? That is the state of this league, state of Group Nirvana, state of NiP versus Ultra Prime at this point.
It's been an ugly banger,
left for
but it's been a banger.
These major objectives to spawn. It's been fun. It's been fun so far.
It's been fun. So I get to wrap up my night, Grapes. LPL back-to-back nights and a Group Nirvana banger. With mood improved, overall, I will say. These games have helped with that. Been some good plays, especially out of Solo Kill in the back half. I think he has made a very good case for himself for Pog in this game. Grapes being the most involved member in terms of the kills, and those 2 public executions connecting on the marksman being the big game-changing abilities used in this mid-game.
So, he bought his boots again. So he now
Different
has
though. There's still caps, not
Yes.
Lucidity boots anymore. Realizing that he needs a little bit of help going up against the Bellows Breath of Smolder, or whatever these Qs. I know that's Orange W.
Yeah.
But dear Lord, they're I mean, they're hitting hard. They're hitting like there's an Orange behind these fireballs, you know?
Yeah,
Like he
just
crafted them
throwing at
themselves.
people.
Orn crafted the fireballs himself. It actually evolved the ability, you know?
That's what it feels like right now.
It'd be a great lore
Yes.
drop.
Is there any connect? I actually have no. Where's Smolder from? I mean,
I don't know. Instead, we just have mom
We can answer that
problems and a Asol Shyvana tie-in, you know?
yeah, dragons doing pretty good for themselves. Speaking of dragons, that next one spawning, the Elder, in about 50 seconds. If NiP can get that one, it would make the whole concept of the soul not really matter too much, as you'd have
I don't think-
Smolder passive, you'd have the Elder burn as well. Just be really difficult unless Steve gets caught. He doesn't get stunned by that solar flare. The mom's going to buy a little bit of space. Niket's chunked down to half HP as the culling doing a lot of work here, but so is
Oh.
Leave. Those are the tanks, by the way, that he just burned down to half HP with a single combo.
I don't think Baron has ever mattered less, Grapes, with both these teams just ignoring it to do their best to posture. That's a very aggressive TP. This could be punished if Doinby gets here in time if they want to.
Jong joining the fray. We've eclipsed the 45-minute mark of this game at number 3. 10 seconds on this Elder. Ultra Prime know that they have to go for it. If Nayo and Niket decently chunked HP bars, this might be a decent opportunity for them at this point. But as long as Leave is alive, as long as Leave is able to fire abilities, it is going to be a tough time for Ultra Prime to go forward. Solo kill is found Baye again, but this time he's able to escape a little bit with the dash. Solo kill, dashing him forward onto him, but Baye does a lot of damage. He's able to get one back, and the Guardian Angel has been procced, but Ultra Prime will not be able to rejoin his AD carry. It'll be Leave picking up another, and they'll make their way towards the Elder in a 4v4.
It's really bad conditions for Xiaoxia. Even, I mean, that Nidalee heal was actually just huge for Leona. But I think the important thing, Leave has both summoner spells available. And we've seen what these Smolder Qs can do.
Mom's up in 5. That ultimate ability will once again be at his disposal. Going to be with the Justice Punch, not finding anything. Xiaoxia very chunked at this point. The Mom not finding a whole lot, as neither team really wants to flip this Elder. So they're letting it hit. And right now, that's an advantage of Ultra Prime. Nayo in the mist, looking to maybe find a stun, find some sort of engage. Leave at the flash over the wall. He finds it. He gets a perfect bait, and Saber will go down. Doinby pops his on his Hourglass. Jong and Junao still in the pit. It's a double kill picked up for Leave.
GG.
They'll go for Jong as well. Junao has to try to find a miracle. They do take down Leave, but the rest of NiP are still alive. It's Jong against 3 members, with Baye not spawning for another 10 seconds. But they have to be careful around the Cassante. Nayo's still alive, though, and that's all they need. Ninjas in pajamas will secure themselves the Elder Drake.
That was a great find by Niket to lock down the Corki. Elder will be secured. The double TPs come back. Zhang's going to get hunted. Public execution is available.
Now, the only thing, their big carry Leave, with 641 Smolder stacks, not available for this potential game-ending push. However,
25
the Elder
seconds on
Dragon
Saber.
is now in Ninjas in Pajamas' hands. Saber and Junhouse
I
still
think
down.
it's
It's going to be Jong and Baye to try to defend things. The Keeper's Verdict sends them back to their fountain, and
Wave
NiP
saved.
will start the assault on the Nexus turrets. The first 2 have been taken down. The Nexus is now exposed. Xiaoxia has respawned, but it will be far too late, as NiP will win game number 3 and jump up to 3-1 in Group Nirvana.
Well, no Smolder needed, but the big dragon was in charge by the end. Helped empower the rest of NiP to find that win. A very testy 2-1 from NiP. Ultra Prime had a good showing today. Not enough to get a win in the win column, as the Smolder scaling and good play from Leave, and especially solo kill in the back half. Cannot emphasize enough how big those 2 engages were with the public executions. Finding Baye on the Lucian, finding Saber on the Corki. That is what changed the game back in favor of NiP off the back of solo kills and Bessa.
I think he found another one at the very end of that, too. I mean, really great play from solo kill. We were...
That and filthy Smolder damage. Big difference makers.
Obviously. The Smolder's going to be up on the MVP leaderboards as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But just the way solo kill played, we were flaming him a little bit. You're not going to lie. We were like, hey, this guy's got to step it up if they want NiP to be back to the form that he once saw them in, and he absolutely delivered here in this game 3 on the Mbessa pick that definitely he locked in for himself. B1, by the way. He was very confident to just select that blindly, knowing that it would be the basis of the composition, and definitely delivered in this crucial moment. So NiP jumping up to 3-1 after a nice bounce back for them. Despite them losing that series to Edward Gaming, they're able to face some adversity again. Had a bad draft in game 2, but clutching up here in that crucial decider and winning this one over Ultra Prime 2-1.
I mean, it still looks like NiP has a long way to go to actually compete with EDG. Thinking about the series yesterday and then how close this one was against Ultra Prime, who of course did just move to 0-2 so far. NiP definitely need to work on coming together as a team, but hey, I think individuals needed to shine in order to actually find the win over Ultra Prime in this series, and they were able to have some of those individuals step up, as Doinby didn't have his best games 2 or 3. Frankly, Doinby wasn't the big impact player, so having the team step up around him, I do think that is something that you can take solace in if you're an NiP fan, if you might be concerned that this series was as close as it was.
Yeah, big winners for NiP, solo kill and leave, absolutely. For Ultra Prime, hey, they showed us some stuff. I think that Junhao continues to be pretty impressive. I would really love to see what Saber's able to do if he is unlocked and put on champions that he's able to succeed on. I know he's played a lot of Rise, he's played a lot of Talia this season. Get him on the fun stuff. That's what we want to see, especially here in Group Nirvana in your first LPL year.
Has been a good look, definitely something to consider, as Saber was a melee standout in Split 1. The Echo, of course, did find a win today. It's still crazy to think that Echo actually just even got played over here in the LPL, let alone any region, as we haven't seen Echo in a long time. And yeah, it was a good draft for it. Found a win. Some of the fun of Fearless, every once in a while, definitely more encouragement to pick a champion that might fit a certain draft or a certain mold in order to have options to other champions that fit more molds or standards later on. If you can find an Echo like that, that was a really good angle from Saber. So props to them at Ultra Prime and showing some creativity in the win, but still need to show better fundamentals if they want to find the series win against teams like NiP.
Goldcraft not as crazy as I thought, but it's still a situation where NiP down almost 5k, or up almost 5k.
Grapes,
and end up coming around to win.
There are 2 big shifts for NiP in this gold graph. One is when Leave evolved at the Otacon fight. You can see that get them back into the game. And then the other is when the public execution started to connect from solo kill. And that's when NiP got the lead, did not look back, and that is filthy damage coming out of Leave.
75k.
I mean, this might just be, as the LCK likes to call it, the boom boom damage vote, where we have to give this person Pog because of what the graph showed afterwards. And I don't want to take away from Leave at all, but I feel like solo kill was the one that made the big plays to actually get them back in this one, whereas Leave was the one that just, doing his job and a little bit more on the smolder that got that filthy damage number.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a solo kill believer myself. I mean, he was the one responsible for starting the plays that resulted in Leave getting a bunch of these kills. If you get a look at some of these highlights, Ultra Prime definitely did their best to try and stay competitive, and that was not necessarily what we expected. I feel like a lot of us right now kind of slotted this Ultra Prime team towards the bottom of Group Nirvana, despite, having a couple of decent showings, at least at the start of Split number 2. But now taking the game here off of Thunder Talk, taking the game off of Ninjas in Pajamas. These are 2 teams that, of course, were in Group Ascend last Split. You got to feel a little bit more confident and hoping that your first win in a series is coming a little bit sooner rather than later.
Ultra Prime, again, I think that if they are able to play like this against other teams in Group Nirvana, they will chalk up that series win. And hey, again, I know that we've been talking a lot about solo kill potentially getting the Pog, but man, I do have to give props to Xiong. This is one of the better series I've seen out of Xiong as a player, so definitely don't want that to be forgotten about in terms of this Ultra Prime loss, because I feel like he was a real standout for the team today, which is a little bit of a difference maker. Usually I feel like Xiong is one of the members weighing them down. Definitely was the opposite today, as he was doing everything he could to lift up his team and find that win.
Yeah, I mean, both top laners had their own moments of playing really well. Even Xiong in this series specifically, or this game, I should say.
That TP play they just showed, that last one, I mean, that got them the Baron and got them that other big dip before NiP took back over, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But solo kill found the engages to start these fights. That was something that NiP did not have a lot of in game number 2, obviously, when he was on the Yorick. So a little bit of a better situation from him overall. This is our last fight, I believe.
Great
Leave
find by
just,
Niket.
Doing a lot of damage here. This is the Leave team fight, I guess, in a way. Shout
Yeah,
out
it
to
was doing a
Junhao
lot of damage.
to kind of take him down at some point. Zhang kind of collapsing upon him as well. But the rest of the team had enough to make sure that this was eventually a win for Ninjas and Pajamas.
Yeah, I mean, fun series overall, Grapes. I know that you got more on the night. You got AL BLG coming up next. I know everyone in chat excited for that one. I get to leave you for that one. Maybe go enjoy some LCK 1 monitor. And then that's the secondary one. And then the main one, LPL here. My camera might be following me after that. We'll have to see. But
Yeah,
has been fun.
It's been a good time. And obviously, back here in Group Nirvana, once again, always a pleasure with you, Cubby. We're waiting for our player of the game for this last matchup in this series. And it goes to solo kill. Hey!
It wasn't the boom boom damage.
70,000 damage, not winning the player of the game. That's some respect to the people who end up voting for this thing.
Well played. Man, I respect the voters for this thing. That was the right choice. I really felt like Solo Kill made the 2 game-winning plays to get them back in. And while Leave had the boom boom damage, well-deserved from Solo Kill. Good comeback from him. Good showing, honestly, from each of our top laners for the series. Definitely good to see as these guys try and scale up in Group Nirvana to challenge the Group Ascension teams later on.
Yeah, hey, you know, this is the first step, you know, taking care of business in your group and then, you know, moving up to the play-ins.
It's like baseball.
Like
handle your division, handle the rest, you know?
Exactly. Then you move on to the postseason. That's where it really matters. As Ninjas and Pajamas now jumping up again to 3-1 in Group Nirvana before they take a bit of a week off.
I mean, Grapes, what we really should say is that the Group Ascension is like the AFC, and then the NFC is Group Nirvana. You know, you're just stuck there. Because the records don't matter when you get to the playoffs. You know, the AFC team.
Quarterbacks over there. Yeah.
AFC is always more tested. They got the better QBs right now, better mids in the LPL. You know, Group Ascension.
Angel and Doinby's kind of they got something to say about that maybe.
Doinby's Aaron Rodgers. I feel like that's where.
He's in the AFC now, so we'll see how that ends up working out for him.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin trying to get another winning season for the Steelers is going to be an entertaining ride to watch. But I think that's enough football and sports references for me up here, Grapes. Time to get someone else in and get another series going. Is ALBOG coming up next? Any parting words for us? I'm about wrapped up here. Should move on out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cubby. It's
been fun. Enjoy the next one, chat.
You guys got to stick around though, because as Cubby mentioned, we're gonna bring in Alk for our next series of the day, heading up to Group Ascend and getting the first look at our MSI representatives in a rematch of that LPL Finals. It's Anyone's Legend against BLG right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We had our appetizer in NiP against Ultra Prime, but now it is time for the main course. A rematch of the LPL Split 2 finals, a rematch of an MSI lower semifinal, and we're just running it straight back with the two best teams that we had in Split number 2 in Anyone's Legend against Billy Gaming. We'll get some dessert in JDG versus WE after this. But Grapes alongside Alk Battery, who is joining us here for the last 2 series of the day. Alk, we got to cover this matchup a couple of months ago, or a couple weeks ago at this point. Gonna be fun to do it again, now with some changes here, specifically for BLG.
Hey, what do you mean? We got changes on the broadcast here too. Cubby just left. He was in
true.
TriCast with us there, so we got one third of the crew there gone. But yeah, this is gonna be. You guys were setting it up as like the marquee matchup for today, but you kind of mentioned it towards the end of that last series. Who knows? Ultra Prime versus NiP might be the most competitive series we see tonight.
I mean, we'll see. The way Anyone's Legends have been playing might be the case, as they are, of course, your defending LPL champions. Take a look at their roster, just in case you forgot. Team of 5 that has really made a name for themselves. Obviously, Tarzan, Flandre with that international experience, but really seeing a lot from Shanks and Hope coming into MSI. Kyle had some ups and downs, I would say, at the international event, but a lot of people very excited about how this team looked and what they could be in the future after their 3rd place finish.
Shanks, even off the Rift, was putting up iconic performances in the interviews, and he I think, instantaneously became a superstar amongst fans. So to come back to the league, I feel like a lot more people are looking forward to see how AL do, obviously, with their performance at MSI, and I think that this team has only been kind of going up and to the right when you talk about success. I mean, 2nd in the Split 1, 1st in the 2nd Split now, and even some better performances at an international where I think most importantly for me, Tarzan actually lived up to his name and what we've seen from him domestically at an international.
Yeah, I mean, that was always the big criticism for him. Doing well and until like these big moments where, you never won a final. He had some pretty rough international performances, but now we see what he's able to do specifically at MSI. Only really room to grow, I would say, for this team that still was kind of a newcomer to the space. So again, a new look roster that maybe not a lot of people had a ton of expectations for, but with Tarzan and Flandre joining the team, with Tabe joining the squad as well, certainly now the favorites here for Anyone's Legend. On the other side, of course, we have Billy Gaming. We can get into exactly the matchups and the differences that they're going to be running with Hawk. They have a new jungler once again coming in and joining the starting lineup. They have Shadow from FPX now playing on this team in BLG for Split 3.
That's such a crazy, just a crazy move, honestly. Like, FPX even last Split was kind of an upstart, right? Like, they barely made it into playoffs with a 5-game series up against Ninjas in Pajamas. They kind of flame out in the playoffs themselves, don't really do all that much. There were some rumors going around that the team is kind of getting blown up thanks to management. That's why we do see changes like bringing in players like Jachi over and IYY. And kind of in a matter of happenstance, Shadow leaves FPX and BLG say, oh, we need a new jungler. Why not? Let's try to remake some Split 2 magic. And they pick themselves up their 3rd jungler of 2025, seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, and it is important to note that Beishuan is still technically on the roster, but just not starting here for this series. It's gone back and forth over, like, where he's listed or not, I believe. And so Shadow starting this time around in a new debut here for BLG. And very curious to see how this team looks with Shadow versus what it looked like with Beishuan at MSI, because while the Miracle Run, once that roster change was initially made, was great for BLG, things kind of fell apart quickly once they played against tougher competition. Specifically, it seemed like Beishuan really was outmatched in a lot of these international jungle matchups, and now with Shadow mixed in, I think he brings another level of both proactivity and leadership that this BLG team does seem like they need.
Final note on Beishuan is I do feel bad for the guy, having to be brought onto a top-level team. I remember talking to him on Asset Day for MSI, and the first thing that kind of came to him was he doesn't just want to be remembered as another BLG jungler or, just a guy that was going to be struggling in international. He wanted to be known as a good player. And Obviously, at MSI, there were some moments there, but I think the entirety of BLG really crumbled when it came to it. Obviously, losing 3-0 against AL in the lower bracket was pretty tough, and now kind of looking forward for Shadow, he has a lot on his plate. Even on FPX, he was kind of the in-game and out-of-game leader, a big shot caller for the guys. Now you're joining a roster where you had Elk and On, who have been kind of leading this team by the bottom lane, and these two solo laners that we always talk about as being kind of like a stimulus package for any jungler, but it hasn't quite worked out this year so far.
I think Knight's definitely had his moments of being the best player in the league, specifically like in the middle of Split 2 during that regular season, but maybe not having that same level of performances as we got towards the back half of things. Shanks really able to outplay him in the finals in that matchup that they had in MSI as well. But now they got Shadow mixed into the roster. He's been training with them in scrims and everything, but also training with the team off the Rift, as I think we have a quick little thing that we could show before we jump into this draft for game number 1. They find ways to bond in more ways than one all.
It's so funny when I look at BLG, anytime there's a leak or anytime there's any videos, it's always at the gym. There was the Shun one very early on, then there was Wei hanging out in there, then Beichuan. Beichuan's actually built in person. I know I said I was going to kind of leave that one in the past, but that guy is incredibly stacked. And as we get here into game 1 draft, have to be thinking about now AL on the blue side. What are they going to be the priorities? They've basically missed the first week of the entire split. They've been playing for such a long time consecutively now, all the way from Split 2 placements to MSI, now back here in the LPL.
And who better to play it up against than, of course, their opponents in the finals, opponents throughout these last couple of weeks of International in Billy Gaming. Of course, now with that new jungler as we kick things off, it'll be AL on that red side. Interesting to note for BLG, some changes in their leadership as well. They have Kakao jumping in to another coaching role, not necessarily in terms of the draft, but also just being involved with this team. It seems like the map decisions and the objective setups were the biggest things that were really haunting Billy Gaming during some of their tougher runs. So we'll see if some changes in the coaching department can help them there.
On stage, as you saw, still Easyhoon leading the draft, and with Big Way as well to kind of help. So coaching staff getting a bit of more firepower. We'll see what Kakao is able to do leading review. As AL, we kind of went through this draft. Gwen, Vi, and Annie, some of the most banned champions on the patch currently. Talia and Pantheon joining them as well. It's going to be that first pick in the Rumble here for Flandra. And interesting here from BLG, there are no games being played. They're locking in the Azir for a night. They're taking the Trundle immediately here. We're blazing through this draft. I have no idea how we got to this situation as BLG.
Did they just handshake like, hey, we're going to pick these champions and just like go in with a set draft? Like we played each other so many times, we don't need to like, let's just cut to the chase and just lock some champions in? Because that's what it seems like so far, as a full topside has been opened up right now for anyone's Legends. We'll see if BLG respond with a Scion here for Bin. Definitely a bit of a safer pick, not something that will necessarily be able to match the Rumble in terms of damage or 1v1 presence, but obviously can have a bigger impact in team fights if played correctly. And I do like Trundle here for Shadow into these 3 melees.
Trundle definitely gets a lot of early access to some of these champions, like you were saying, and the Chomp definitely kind of takes away some of the AD that a Yone would like. But I'm thinking about side lane. Yone is going to be really potent to deal with versus an Azir. Even thinking stylistically, this feels like, you know, we swapped champions. I feel like Yone should be going over to Knight, Shanks should be picking up the Azir. Maybe some later game team fights we'll be seeing from BLG. And as we get towards the back end of this draft, the AD carries are going to be so important. AL have a ton of lockdown and the ability to dive onto their backline, whereas BLG, very comfortable with just receiving any kind of pressure and slowing the game down.
Now, obviously, this Maokai can be a bit of a flex pick as well. Could go towards Kyle in the support position if you wanted to lock in a different pick like a Lilia or something that could maybe match the Trundle Scion combo a little bit better. We'll see what exactly anyone's Legends want to do in the second half of this draft. They've already banned away the Nico from On. Elk's Lucian is obviously always a very powerful pick, so that is going to be off the table at least for this first game.
If you're just looking down the priority list of most picked AD carries right now, Sivir and Jhin are still, or Jhin, sorry, is taken away. Sivir's the only one remaining alongside the Xayah. Xayah would mean that Elk is allowed to play in the bottom lane a little bit more by himself. Rakan's already taken away. So For BLG, what is your priority? You're going to still try to figure out whether or not you want more frontline, more ways to slow down the game to allow this Azir to take over? That seems like it's going to be the case. AL now kind of have a few different choices. That Sivir did get hovered a few times, and we're starting to see Senna rise in priority, especially early on in the series.
If you are AL, definitely need something to be able to shred open this big tank front line that BLG have set up for themselves, whether it's the Trundle, the Scion, and now the Alistar that's been locked in. Corki with the armor penetration on his Gatling gun should be able to help out a little bit there, especially with that true damage in his kit now. And it's going to be the Rel for Kael to finish things off. And they leave Elk last pick here for BLG. Something nice to round out their composition. MF would just provide that Wamba, but it's going to be the Sivir that has really risen in priority in the week that BLG and AL have actually been gone from the LPL.
All right, early game, I really love what we have here from Anyone's Legend. Kael, with this Corki, should be able to have really strong potency in the laning phase. The level 2 spike for these guys is going to be really strong, and Corki with that Gatling gun is always going to be a very, very good duelist. And with Yone early, especially with the Rumble, priority should be going over to Tarzan. But as the game goes on, I mean, you're looking at Trundle being able to take away stats from these champions, the Pillar by itself being very, very influential and potentially forcing out some spells from their opponents. Sion's going to have a great front line. There's an Alistar as well. I need AL to be very quick to the trigger. How fast can they get on the board, and can they gather maybe some early grubs?
And as you say, countering that with the early game of AL, you have the late game of BLG, right? You have Sivir Azir as this super powerful backline, and then of course Trundle, Scion, Alistar, just going to soak up all the damage that Anyone's Legends can throw at them as we get later on into this game with the infinitely stacking HP, the resistance ceiling, and the like. BLG have themselves a full team fight composition. We'll see what Shadow is able to do to help them out in that capacity. Again, some of their late game setups were the reason that they did not get as far as maybe they hoped at MSI and towards, of course, that LPL final that they did lose to Anyone's Legends. Now, 4 games specifically in a row that BLG have dropped to AL, and this is a matchup that I think many people consider to be BLG favored entering the start of this season, but it's been AL controlling the narrative so far, at least over these last couple of months. They've had the better MSI performance. They are your defending champions, and they're the ones with all the go buttons here in the first game of this best of 3.
Last game, that echo that we saw from Ultra Prime actually was a big throwback in that screenshot that I took showing. We saw Elk on Ultra Prime and we saw Shadow on LGD. I love the amount of history we're getting in today's matchup.
Whoa!
Oh!
Hold on! Hold the gyros! There's a flash! Bin had to flash away! What is happening? Tarzan flashes too! Oh my god, he's gonna bramble smash over the wall!
He's dead!
Bin's gonna die before the gyros even finish off! Don't stop cheering! It's AL picking up first blood! But now Bin's in the zombie form and the rest of BLG are trying to collapse. Shadow lands a chomp, but that's all he's gonna get! AL, your defending champions off to their great start to this first game.
I mean, look, 300 gold for my Corki. We'll take that. I think that Scion not having flash is obviously not as impactful, but this Trundle flash no longer being available alongside Tarzan's could make a difference if Shadow is able to find the enemy jungler of AL. As we take a look in that picture-in-picture on the bottom of your screen, you get to see what exactly happened. Bin not necessarily expecting their Corki to be there, so I mean, a good enough punish. We'll see how much AL are able to kind of squeeze from this advantage.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I know that, Sign and all, you can die and it's great and it's fine, whatever, but I'm sure Elk's not happy about it. That Corki's got a glowing mode. It's going to become a Sheen a little bit quicker now. He's got that kill.
Thankfully, it's just a glowing mode, right? It's only a
For
little
now.
bit of ability haste. For now, like you were saying. Both junglers starting on the top side. An early ward already spotting Tarzan on this blue buff. Same thing will happen over to Shadow. So kind of an arms race as to who can get towards the bottom lane. I'm not expecting this to be as much early game, specifically from these two junglers for right now. Just by the fact that they don't have flash. And as long as Tarzan is just covering his lanes, I can't imagine there's going to be much happening.
That fan vote, by the way? 88%
Like
for Anyone's
90%?
Legends. I feel like BLG are often such a popular team, but maybe the LPL fans have had enough of these new junglers rotating in and out. They need to see some results first. As
Alright.
Shadow not going to be able to steal that one away. Tarzan securing that smite, but again, this is the power of what this Trundle can do in the early game, especially against a champion like Maokai, who is a really terrible duelist.
Well, I said that I had really liked the early skirmishing potential of this Korkian Rel, but something that I didn't mention was the pushing pressure that you have thanks to the Sivir. When Trundle's already invading and taking away some of the Raptors, then you have this bottom lane who can constantly crash the waves and move over. We got to see On move into the bottom side jungle. Makes it tough for Tarzan to contest for his camp, so he'll only lose out on his red.
Crash down land. It's a big Valk as well onto On. Ignite's ticking. On the flash away sooner. He'll just go down. Using that summoner spell to his advantage. Hope's gonna have to pop the barrier. Second proc of the W lands onto Elk, but he's got his lethal tempo procced and both summoner spells up. So he's not going to be able to go down just yet. AL, a couple of summoner spells, but hey, shout out to BLG's bot lane for punching back nicely.
They got to be very careful, though, because Elk only has the cleanse. Hope now using the barrier will mean that in terms of combat summoner spells, BLG are going to be feeling really comfortable with the position that they're at. On, with control of this brush, potentially could find an engage onto Kyle. At the very least, maybe squeeze out a summoner spell from the enemy support on anyone's legend. But for the time being, going to see a little bit more of a reset. Shadow still has a couple of his camps. He actually has some of his top side camps respawning. And Tarzan's already taken an early recall and looks like he's going more into that Faded Ashes AP of the Maokai.
Might need it a little bit when you have this double AD threat in the mid and the bottom lane. Obviously, the Rumble is going to be able to dish out a ton of damage, but back to Shadow.
I think it's because there's a Trundle. There might be
true.
the Trundle.
You don't want to be stacking armor, I guess. That is also a very fair point. Speaking of this Trundle as well, I mean, just the fact that BLG are changing up their junglers, right, for another split. Shadow had such a defined playstyle on FPX where he really was like the big playmaker here. For his team, the one who kind of made or break those decisions. But now he's on, I guess, like the most stacked roster he's ever been on. This must be a great opportunity for him to prove himself on a team with, as you mentioned, like these solo laners and the bot lane that really have been able to just be top performers in the league for years.
It depends on how much of an EU coper you are in that Mad Lions rosters he was part of for a couple of years.
I love Arome, but Bin is I think a little bit more of an established name. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe that's true. Definitely been in more World Finals than he has. So
yes.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. This is by far the most stacked roster, but it feels like for people on the outside, maybe the most confusing roster, as BLG have almost always been a team that has been dictated by the solo laners, by having been in Knight or even been in Yagao. But now you're seeing a situation where you have someone who's a bit more proactive, someone that's going to be a bit more of a leader, especially in comms. We'll see how he's able to adjust to the system as we have BLG immediately starting up on this dragon. The bottom lane of AL just took their recall, so not really a space for anyone's legends to contest.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan's just so far away. He's already pathing towards the top side of the map, knowing that there's a crab, a blue buff, and then eventually those grubs up there. So should be easily controlled here by Billy Gaming, as Shadow will pick it up. And again, as we go forward and watch this series and watch this season as a whole from BLG, seeing what Shadow is able to do, both in terms of his individual gameplay, but also his leadership value, as you mentioned. Beishwan maybe not necessarily able to really provide that full voice. Shadow is a leader and somebody who's going to be able to call the shots on basically any team that he's on.
Taking a look at the map right now, everything's pretty even. We do think that BLG are going to be a lot stronger as this game goes on. So them being able to grab the first dragon is great. We'll see what happens in a minute's time with the grubs going over. When you have this team that has a Rumble, that you have a Yone in particular, we want to see them be able to control the side lanes a lot stronger. Even with things like the Maokai, you can kind of cheat map pressure and cheat priority around the map by having saplings on one side and then playing to the other side with this Maokai. So I want to see how Tarzan's going to be able to navigate this game, especially with some of the early advantages that they should have.
The bot lane's gotten back into it a little bit here, as Hope and Kyle able to push forward, despite the Sivir and the Alistar. Hex flash forward onto him. First dragon, as we mentioned, and as we saw, taken by BLG. Next objective setup will be around the top side of the map, those grubs. And with Blandra, of course, getting that push against the Scion, should be an opportunity for AL to do something there.
Looking at Tarzan, I mean, He has his bottom side camps he could go for. There's not a lot of vision here just across the river when you're looking at it from anyone's Legends side. They have a single control ward near this red kind of entrance, and they've got a ward up in the Tri-Brush of top side, but aside from that, there's not much doing. Kyle's going to try to utilize this unsealed spellbook. Teleports around this side of the map. On is not quite in position yet. He's going to get spotted here now, so early grubs for right now is going to go over to anyone's Legend.
Shadows in the area, though, and Knight had that wave pushed in. But without On really in a good position to contest, it's just going to be these grubs picked up, as you mentioned, for AL. And that's a nice start for them in this one. They lose that first dragon, but again, they're already up that kill that they got in the first blood towards Hope. Now they get a little bit extra turret pushing power. With the responses here on the bot side, though, Shadow is level 6, so has Subjugate available. Looks for a play onto Kyle, but now On actually pops that summoner heal as they maneuver towards a fight around this second spawn of the red.
This needs to be very careful here because Kyle can sustain. He has flash and Tarzan's coming.
Yeah, the crash down lands onto 2. Shadow still has not used that ulti. Not going to need it to make sure that objective goes down. And so Tarzan going to be just a little bit too late. That's the price he pays for having those grubs go his way. Shadow able to get at least a little bit back on the map.
That's not bad. I mean, in terms of experience, it's not going to matter all that much for these two junglers. Tarzan getting all 3 of the grubs means that he actually hits level 7 before his counterpart, but Shadow has now taken at least 2 of the camps now of Tarzan on repeat. This is a respawn red that's coming up here, and Shadow being able to take that in trade, I think, is really, really good. So a great movement from BLG to get something on the other side of the map while AL are staking an objective, and now we're in a position where 2 minutes before the next dragon, you're looking with there's not going to be a teleport from Kyle to be able to play on the opposite side of the map. There might be a situation where we try to force Flandra or one of these solo laners to lose their summoner spells before this objective.
Not for a while. Still some time to set up vision and maybe look for one of those aforementioned plays. But you know, overall, BLG doing a good job at controlling the map so far. I mean, it never really was this point in the game that they struggled against AL. Those moments maybe came a little bit later on. We saw some of those chaotic team fights that went back and forth, I guess most notably in the game number 3 of that series. That was probably
Don't remind me of that Sivir game.
of their MSI
I'm actually
game.
omega traumatized because of that game.
Oh, it was a fun one, though, if you're just like a fan of competitive league. But
oh, yeah.
AL ended up winning. I mean, the fact that they 3-0'd BLG after what, many people considered them to, or maybe didn't even know who the organization was going in. I mean, a big testament to how they've been able to play so far, and I think they very clearly come into this LPL split off being the odds-on favorites to win the league and to go back to Worlds. Let's see if they can do it here in this game 1, as Knight's going to have to use the Shifting Sand to escape.
That was supposed to be top esports, and they seem to be regular season merchants. We'll see how the rest of this split continues to move on forward. Obviously, AL, like you were mentioning, just have a large target on their back. With all of the names they were able to take in the upper bracket even of the LPL Split 2 playoffs, and just generally their performance, getting a top 3 finish at MSI, going to 5 games against Gen G and T1, that's going to be a resume builder regardless of what team you are. So we'll see what happens. We've got now a couple seconds before this dragon spawns. AL are the first ones to recall here. So this seems like this is going to be BLG's objective. I don't know, Shadow just wants to try to protect this as a single plate. I don't think it really matters for the time being, but now with them having to take their recalls, BLG are going to have to fight back onto the map if they want this second dragon.
Both top laners have teleport if they want to join the fray. For Flandre just getting close to that level 11, not there just yet, just staying 10 I should say. Is On going to go in with 2-man pulled and start the fight in earnest before the teleports do arrive. It's going to be Flandre here first, has that equalizer available. Good position to use it, but gonna hold it for now as Tarzan smites it away. There's the engage. Kyle with a Magnet Storm wombo combo. That's 3 members of Billy already down, and it's gonna be Knight and Elk to try to save this team fight for them. The Emperor's Divide does enough, but Flandre still here. He burns down, but Knight's gonna be able to pick up 1 kill back, but he will go down in a trade. 5-1 overall for AL.
This game was so quiet for the first 10 minutes, aside from that level 1, and it immediately breaks open on a second dragon. BLG just too quick there. I mean, our AD carry is not in position. AL, they had taken their timers, they played with respect to their opponents, spent their gold, and properly punished BLG for trying to go for this dragon. Now, going for a second play at this, I do like this coming in from BLG.
Tarzan has Smite, should be able to secure this one with Shadow really not in the area. The question is, can BLG win the fight in response? They have a teleport coming in from Knight, and Tarzan's already very low, but they've taken down On. All else being targeted a little bit, but it will eventually be 3 members down. And now Shanks has teleported perhaps to his doom. Now uses the spell shield to get away from that second Q. He'll eventually go down, and now it's going to be the pillar to try to slow things down as Knight will chase down Shanks and eventually secure the kill.
And this is a fantastic spot here for BLG, because while they lose out on this dragon, think about the summoner spells that they were able to grab. Shanks, no teleport, no flash. Same thing with Hope as well. And now Knight gets all of this bottom lane wave. He'll be able to also grab this turret plate. So gold being injected into the Azir. This is exactly what you need to be doing when you have this champion. So a great performance coming out from BLG.
Thought that maybe this one team fight would have signaled a very one-sided game after this massive engage from Kyle, but BLG did a nice job to respond.
Equalizer, Fate Unsealed, Magnet Storm, not much to do if you are BLG. It is incredibly easy for AL to be able to punish. But the end of this fight definitely extended. Not only Knight being able to pick up the kill, but how long it takes them to be able to grab all of this. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. There's a screaming Chinese rumble in my ears right now. That's what that little rat sound was, but... And then the rest of this play, it just took too long for them to take the dragon.
Yeah, Shanks like kind of was half in, half out on that play. Hope, obviously low HP, and it means that BLG get a big chunk of gold back. And actually, if we go back to live, I believe it's multiple members actually of BLG ahead of their lane counterparts. I think Elk, most notably one of them at this point.
I like the idea here from Shadow. If you land the pillar, it does technically do 1 damage, 1 true damage to your opponents. Probably wasn't going to make or break, but I like the idea there from Shadow. Like you're mentioning, we go back to live. Getting more and more even here. Shadow with 400 does mean that gold is about even for right now. AL are propping themselves up on the top side of the map right now. You can see that BLG immediately moving. Flandre will have teleport in about 15 seconds, but Bin doesn't even want to use this. He wants to be here first. Maybe they make a pick on the Kyle.
Yeah, he's going to have that unstoppable onslaught. And they landed on top of him.
Can't
Blast
do it.
Cone, though, is going to cancel the knockup, and Kyle's going to live for a little bit longer. The health bars on Elk is already very much in a bad spot, but Kyle going to go in for one more last-ditch effort as he never was able to find an escape. And now Knight's going to dash forward with the shifting stance, not finding a shuffle, though, onto Tarzan. And AL still wants the smoke. 2-man Fate Seal's going to come through from Shanks, but not enough damage just yet until the equalizer comes through from Flandre. Knight is down! So it is a 1-for-1, and you'll take the mid lane for support trade any day of the week, especially with that Rift Herald now up.
Okay, I mean, AL now, they get the feats of epic monster slaying by taking this Herald. They'll also have 3 grubs, so more of that split push win condition. Look at the items already completed. Flandre had to finish that Leandri's before Bin had. Same thing here with Tarzan. An amazing fight for AL that started off with Kyle getting poked out, but these fights just take too long for BLG, especially this early on. We had not incorporated Elk. I feel like a large portion of why BLG are suffering so early on is that 1 or 2 members are not there. They are not as coordinated as they need to be with this front-to-back composition. Multiple attempts to try to stop him from getting that blast cone, but even On and Shadow, what are we doing? We're trying to knock him up. I thought maybe On was going to reposition Hope into his team, but that doesn't end up coming through. And then, well, what the hell is Knight doing, brother?
I thought he was just going to like try to find a scoop back on a Tarzan, but just never pressed the R button. Maybe the Bramble Smash that helped him out.
Yeah.
But the amount of burn damage that was able to be put out in response from both this Corki and the Rumble are exactly what AL can bring to the table as we continue to go throughout this game.
Okay. Seeing some trading just across the map. It is 50 seconds before this dragon. And thinking about not only the Herald, the grubs that we were talking about earlier, but this game right now, AL are keeping the pace. The gold is even for right now, and I think this dragon is going to be so important, especially with that Otacon spotting in the bottom side of the map in about 2.5 minutes.
It's crazy that we're only 17 minutes into this game. I mean, I don't know. You were watching that first series, right, Alk? And
yeah,
there were some of those games we were waiting around for a while. It seems like
that game
AL
3 was
BLG,
agonizing, man. The first 15
yeah.
minutes of that game 3 was something.
AL and BLG, though, they've had enough of the pleasantries. They've seen each other enough. They know that they can just start throwing hands immediately. No disrespect needed. These guys obviously have had a lot of experience playing against each other over the past couple of months as Kyle burns that barrier just to have that Ignite back unlocked with the Dragon about to spawn. Shanks is pushing up to the top lane as well. Going to try to get this tier 1 tower down, but it means that BLG can get the first hands on this Dragon.
Yeah, they just couldn't enter into the river fast enough. You can see that On was already in position. Elk right now trying to hold this mid lane tier 1, and while AL are trading for this Dragon, they're going to get 2 turrets across the map right here. This is a massive influx of gold that they're willing to trade for an early game advantage, and that might just mean that Shanks gets his second item a little bit quicker. That might mean that Hope gets his Muramana that much quicker than his opponent, and that could be a game breaker for this team.
And this play is able to happen because, of course, Tarzan get that second Drake and not the third, as they're trying to contest this mid lane tier 1 tower, which is very close to going down, but not dead just yet. You also have Flandre pushing here on the bottom side, so soon BLG will have to likely sacrifice one or the other. Looks like it might just be both, as this tier 1 tower will be taken down by Flandre very easily.
I love being technically correct. I was like, they'll lose 2 turrets. Did I say whether it was going to be the mid tier 1 or not? No.
Maybe it's...
Give yourself an out here. A little bit of tips for casting for anybody at home. But we do assume that mid turret is going to fall eventually, especially with how low and, again, the objectives that AL do have. So going throughout this game, really important for AL to keep pressure on the map, making sure that they can stay in front of their opponents, especially in terms of item economy here. As once Knight and Elk hit 2-3 items, they're going to be very difficult to deal with. Knight already getting the Leandries and the Nashor's Tooth here, and Elk just finishing the Navori Flicker Blades.
Yeah, again, the late game composition for BLG is really where they shine. So the fact they've been able to keep things pretty even and actually have their their bot lane in a very good position right now with Elk specifically is a very promising sign for what BLG are able to do for the remainder of this game. But AL still have the ball in their court, all things considered. They have the turret advantage. They're looking to try to push this mid lane wave in, but you can see now with Elk on this Sivir, it becomes very hard to contest any of these mid waves because you clear them with just one set of spells.
One of the, trade-offs, instead of going for an IE or an LDR second when you have this Flicker Blades, the ricochets are basically 0 cooldown at that point. And with the Essence Reaver, you get the mana back on hit, so makes sense. Permanent uptime on these spells. The attack speed bonus that you'll also get from having your ricochet is definitely really well felt. You'll have the lethal tempo. So if Elk gets to plant his feet, same thing with this Azir, we expect that BLG should be able to rip apart this AL frontline, who really is just a AP Maokai and maybe a Rel. So AL need to be a little bit more cautious, and BLG, they say, okay, we're down like 1,300 gold. We do not care right now. The game is fine.
And so for now, as this game progresses, it's going to be up to anyone's legend to find these creative flanks, to find an engage like we saw from Kyle right around this area of the map, around that second dragon fight. A lot to prove here for Kyle. Again, one of the best performing supports in the LPL all season long. Wanting to show more, this time on bigger stages.
We got over the
His
wall.
first international. The combo from Shanks not going to connect here, but the Nature's Grasp actually going to lock up 3 members. Destiny Smash not finding anybody as Bin's going to be able to back on away. Just a big load of cooldowns burn for not too much.
Really lucky there from Kyle that he actually survives that, and more specifically that he lands on the other side of the wall. On was trying to stop him. Not another play, no wards.
Wow.
One finally spotted out On, channeling the teleport so they can get back onto the map, but there is no vision here from BLG and no chance for them to be able to get this in time for the Otacon.
No ultis available for On or Elk.
Oh,
Dragon Storm
Flandra!
still available here. Look at the equalizer. Knight and Elk are just burning, and now the Otacon has been secured. Flandra has his flash wants to continue the chase, but they're just going to let BLG escape with a warning. You get closer to Flandra, you're going to be tasting a whole lot more flames. As Shanks are going to dash forward and actually cancel some of these resets as well.
Oh, alright. Well, Elk, somehow he loses flash in that fight, so Otacon given over to AL. That's a lot of experience as well being given with all of the flowers, including the adaptive forces that they're going to be having. They have the feats of strength done already completed now. AL are in such a strong spot. It is only 2,000 gold at this point, but you look at it, almost all of it is concentrated in Flandra, who has this disgusting flank. Again, We talked about it coming into this fight. There are no wards here from BLG that tell them anything, any kind of information here. And he just cooks the carries of BLG. Right into this choke. Elk is like, oh god, I gotta get away from this. We're getting right back to live.
Another teleport's going to come in. It's Shanks looking to join the fray, but it's going to be immediately responded to by BLG. Elk takes the shutdown, and now it's a numbers advantage here for Billy Gaming with the Dragon spawning in 5.
Flandra also lost his flash. We might have to go back to a replay. I know we were just stuck in a replay for forever. On's going to take a little bit of damage. Maybe Kyle tries to find something. He still has his flash. This opens up BLG 4v5 before the Dragon, and this could be their sole point.
The Equalizer is still up, so is the Magnet Storm from Kyle if they want to try to fight this in a 5v4. But I think they're
going to give it up.
Know better than it. And BLG going to claim themselves that Cloud Soul point with AL looking to push mid as a bit of a counter. Let's take another look at how Flandra lost his flash.
Okay, so didn't know how many other members were there. Pillar from Trundle comes out to try to split open this wave. You can see how difficult it is becoming for anyone's Legend as this game goes on. It's only 24 minutes. But Sivir is in such a good spot here. Finished the call at the same time, so in terms of value or an economy, he's going to be very, very strong. Flandra wants to see if Knight will overextend for a minion wave. That will not end up happening. And AL getting punished here in this game. Games can continue to go later and later. The souls now being stacked here for BLG. I was wondering, the TP from Tarzan, or from Shanks, looked a bit peculiar. I had saw Tarzan with almost third of his HP gone. They were going to try and punish this, but
they didn't see
look at the collapse. The timing of this. Shanks, it's unfortunate he did not have his ultimate at the start of this.
Yeah, and that's a big kill. Going over to Elk, who again continues to grow in strength here, nearing that Infinity Edge. That third item is really where the Sivir will start to come online. We're 20 seconds away from Baron spawning. Really a lot on the bottom side of the map to contest anymore. And so that is where the focus of both of our teams now rests. Anyone's Legends holding about 1,000 gold lead, but this game really could go to anybody at this point.
AL need to be careful, because anytime someone is on a side lane and maybe they don't have teleport or they lose control of midwave, BLG can very quickly start up this Baron. They have a Nazir, they have a Sivir who is almost hitting 3 items. So at any moment here, BLG could try to pull the trigger, force a summoner spell out, maybe get Flandra's TP. We'll have to see what BLG are able to do in this map state now, as not much to do for at least the next few minutes. You can kind of see that AL, unless they're all grouped up, unless we're seeing kind of with Shanks moving with Tarzan, they don't actually have a ton of kill threat at this point in the game.
Yeah, you just need the wombo combo if you're AL to find anything. It has to be on some of these backline threats. Elk and Knight need to be eliminated if AL want to win one of these team fights early on. The Nature's Grasp has come out as AL are going to actually look to try to chase things here. Shadow, I should say, as he's now the jungler for BLG at the flash over the wall. Make sure he does not get trapped in that Baron pit, and that means the go button can be pressed. A nice equalizer is going to slow down Elk, separate him from the rest of the team, and that gains AL full control around the area.
They need to start up this Baron immediately. Someone needs to be able to teleport Bin, Knight, both of these guys, both at full HP, but Elk with no mana or no health at this point. Kyle's over the wall trying to stop them. Can they get into this pit?
Shadow has no flash. That's a big gap closer that could be necessary to try to secure a steal, but instead it's anyone's Legends backing away for now. Still a 5v5 that has been opened up. Flandra, though, crucially without that equalizer. We've seen how impactful that has been in these 5v5s, so it looks like AL are just using it as a bait and will not actually go for the full flip.
I mean, without the Maokai ultimate, it seems like they're going to just try and do this again. You can see that Tarzan, 8 seconds before that Nature's Grasp continues to be back up. And with Elk having his flash up and available, BLG are going to be in a very good position here. AL, this is incredibly risky.
Started it up again. Teleport's already come in from Knight, dishing out some chunk damage. His hope's down to 60%. Elk's done a nice job of regenerating himself. He will be at full HP upon a potential team fight as the Baron was taken to half and then reset once again, but On's going to go forward with that flash headbutt pull. Bin not be able to find anything with the unstoppable onslaught, though the Nature's Grasp finds a whole lot of value. Bin has to flash away. Kyle going forward with the Magnet Storm. Hope valking forward, but he goes into 2 members. He's going to be in a lot of trouble, but look at the equalizer that's now been able to go in, and Flandra's absolutely cooking. Billy Gaming. It's a triple kill for the Rumble, and only Elk will survive.
Oh my god, Elk barely gets out of that. That could have been an ace. And AL have been teasing this Baron so many times now. Shanks is going to come over and help them secure this. This was a very fine dance around this objective. If even one member had gone caught out, if there was a single summoner spell misplaced, BLG could very have easily snapped onto them and destroyed this game. But Kyle and the rest of Anyone's Legend are able to turn properly here. As we take a look back at this replay, on making this play into Flandre, I get the idea, but no one else.
Pillar.
Knight not in a position to fight. Elk not in a position to hit. And even with the exhaust, I mean, Kyle being able to lock them up, Tarzan right next to them. This is an insanely great fight coming in from Anyone's Legend.
Shanks had a great Fate Seal that he was immediately able to smack back out of over the wall to make sure he didn't get any of that followed elk damage landed on top of him. And crucially, the pillar from Shadow meant that Bin's Unstoppable Onslaught was not able to land on the Hope. He got turned the wrong way, ended up crashing into the wall. That spell did not end up becoming impactful. This time it does, though, as it lands a knockup on the Flandre. Kyle forcing the crash down to back away, but Bin is just getting instantly deleted. That's the tank Scion getting one shot by Hope, and the equalizer's burning down on. It's another 2-for-0 for Anyone's Legend.
This game's looking shocked at this point. BLG had looked so competitive for the first 25 minutes, and if this game does go in ultra late, maybe there is a shot for them. But at this moment, AL looks so dominant. There's a dragon they're going to be able to take at the same time, even after their Baron buff despawns in a minute and a half. What an insanely good find yet again coming in from Shanks and from Flandre. The solo laners of AL really stepping up and bringing this team over the finish line.
The veteran who's won a world championship in the top lane, and then the new kid who never really been on a top performing international team until this split. Of course, making an impression both on and off the Rift, and we're seeing it again. It's been a couple of games in a row, a couple series in a row, where Shanks actually had the better against Knight. He's been one of the best players in the LPL all season long. Now Anyone's Legends with that second dragon are looking for another fight. On does not have his unbreakable will, and so his will be shattered by Tarzan, who picks up another.
Mid-wave, there's even a top lane wave. AL are starting to suffocate BLG out of this game with a 7,000 gold lead at this point. Continuing to move on, they've got 50 seconds with this Baron. They get one more minion wave to try to assault this inhibitor.
Storm onto Shadow. Not even able to use the subjugate, finally able to get the spell off. However, Flandre now being targeted. Elk almost lands the damage, gets it onto Kyle, but Flandre goes golden at the perfect opportunity. He's trying to burn him down, but no! It's 1,100 gold in the back pocket of the Sivir, and BLG have found an overextended Anyone's Legends. It's Hope and Shanks still alive, still pumping out the deeps, but Knight's starting to scale as well. Dodges away from the big one as Bin is going to go down, but he uses the blast cone to try to get over the wall in the zombie form. Not going to be able to chase anyone down just yet, as it is overall a 3-for-1 in favor of BLG.
Jesus Christ, AL, they are really trying to make this one close here. Elk almost had that moment on the Sivir. He has a 2,000 gold lead over his opponent. We got to see those ricochets are sneaking up on Anyone's Legend, kind of slowing their game down. They went from a 7,000 gold lead, now it's down to a 4,000. They've cut this down incredibly well. It's still not out of the woods here for BLG. Let's see if Billy can kind of bounce back. They have no time to really push any of these waves.
And this was a little bit ambitious from AL, I guess you could say.
I mean, look at the ricochets. They're just bouncing between all of them. There's even this minion wave that's getting cut up. I mean, I get the idea there. They were thinking they have hell of a lot of damage, even out of an Otacon. Even one kill on the Otacon. Maybe the explosion from the Thornbound passive actually gives them a little bit more combat prowess. Maybe they can get more than just Shadow and Elk. But thankfully for AL, they're able to pick up Bin on the back half and even take a red buff for the rest of the team. So small advantages here for AL as they get ready. I mean, they've got a Baron spawning in 2. You've got the Dragon spawning in 2.5.
I thought we were gonna see another fight, and I was like, wait, Dragon's up again? But no, they're just pushing each other away around the bot side river. We're gonna have the chance to chill, I think, at least for a little bit longer, as Anyone's Legends have opened themselves up about a 4,000 gold lead. However, bottom side of the map is where things have opened up a little bit. The bot lane, who has been the more consistent area of the map for this team over the last couple of weeks, Hulk, now the ones with the lead, as Elk has himself 4 completed items, has that Vamp Scepter for some extra survivability as well.
So I'm a little bit of a stats nerd, as anybody who knows me might know. Rumble is currently 7, at least before today, 7-8 in the LPL, and had like a 0-4, 0-5 maybe record going up against Sion as the most popular matchup. I was surprised to see this first pick. Obviously, Flandra's a great Rumble, but I had my worries. Bin has obviously showed a lot of expertise on this champion, and just the ability to be a stalwart frontline for a Nazir and a Sivir means that you would have a lot of advantages as the game goes on, but Flandra is leading the team by the front. He is constantly in their face, constantly setting BLG ablaze, and making it difficult for them and their short-ranged carries of Shadow and Elk to be able to get anything done in this game.
And when you combine the equalizers with all the other just like big areas of crowd control of damage that's in the Magnet Storm and the Nature's Grasp, makes for a very scary AL team composition, especially now that Flandra is 5,000 gold ahead of his top lane counterpart in Bin. Obviously the Sign doesn't need a lot of income, but the Rumble certainly does, as they might start another fight around this mid lane tier 1 turret. The Nature's Grasp already coming out, it's slowing down BLG, but only finding the roots onto the front line, not the priority targets that AL are looking for.
You can kind of see this thanks to our observers. You can even see it on the bottom side of the map. There are so many saplings here, and this is one of the things, if you want to try to replicate this at home, when you have this Maokai play to one side of the map and put a bunch of saplings on the other side, it allows for you to have a lot of map control and some early kind of cheating of the vision there. So Dragon spawns in 30, but AL with this Yone combo, they want to try to burn this out. The Baron's already almost half HP.
They know they want to do it quick because the Dragon would be Soul. Shadow gets knocked up. Shanks just assassinates his enemy jungler, and he ends up going down, and the snapback is not in time. So Elk's able to make it a 1-for-1, but you will take that if you're AL, because that means Baron's in your hands. You still have to smite, by the way, for the Dragon that would secure the Soul for BLG.
They're going to take control of mid, and that should be us going to 6 Dragons here in this first game of the series. AL, I love Shanks, man. I love the fact that he was able to just say, you know what, I'm going over this fall. I'm going to make sure that either Elk and Shadow, and while he does fall, he trades 2 of the flashes away from BLG and now secures his team a Baron and another Dragon.
You will absolutely take that if you're Shanks. Maybe you wanted to press that E button a little bit quicker, but you're not going to complain if it means you end up taking down the enemy jungler, making sure that mission specifically was accomplished. I mean, Shadow had no idea this was happening until it was far too late.
To be fair to Shadow, he got owned by Tarzan a lot harder than maybe he got owned by Shanks.
That's true.
That was so much of his HP already chunked out because of this AP Maokai that we're seeing here. Unfortunate, we had a lot of good words to say about Shadow and BLG's draft once we saw it, but the execution from AL, and specifically, I think this mid and support combo have been, I think, way better than their counterparts throughout the season even.
Yeah, they're going to look for another fight at the exact same location. The equalizer at least takes down the wave, but BLG with Bin on the demolish proc trying to get this tier 1 turret. It might cost them a whole lot with Shanks on a bit of a flank. Tarzan throws out a sapling, and it's going to do a decent chunk of damage. Again, not many objectives to fight for right now, but BLG just trying to regain some control of their own jungle that right now is controlled by their opposition.
Man, this is such a tough game right now for BLG. Every single corner that they try to check for, they go for that mid lane turret, and we've seen this repetitively from AL. Them using the Maokai ultimate and the equalizer now to clear mid lane waves in a similar sense that BLG would do with an Azir and a Sivir. So something that we didn't get to talk about was that kind of feature right there, and AL using it to not only defend their mid tier 1, but even steal a red buff away from their opponents, and now sieging onto this bottom side. Let's see if they can use this range.
The Nature's Grasp on though, gonna find a really nice engage. Hope's already down to 40% HP, but Kyle finding a 2-man Magnet Storm. Forces Knight to go gold, and he has to flash on out. But here comes Shanks onto the backline dive. Elk's already down. Knight's already down. BLG are down for the count. It is all 5 members in the Death Chamber, as anyone's legends are 5 strong to take game number 1.
That Maokai ultimate over the wall, and even with On finding multiple members, or at least the carries of anyone's legend, Knight not able to get that ultimate away from the Azir, and that's anyone's legend smashing game number 1 in 37 minutes against BLG.
It was methodical, it was collected, it was all in all what we expect to see from our defending champions, as anyone's legends, doing basically what they did to BLG for the past couple of months. They're making no exceptions to this new jungler. Shadow coming in, having some decent opportunities in that early to mid game, but at the end of the day, it was a team fighting from AL, and specifically Flandre and Kyle finding continuously amazing engages that helped their team get the win.
Hope didn't even have to do anything this game. Like, he's literally just, okay, I'm farming. I got a free first blood from the Scion. I just have to be able to apply damage and kind of be that backline. But yeah, I mean, just watching Flandre in these team fights, he earned himself a very easy MVP for this first game. This Rumble was everywhere. He did all of the damage for his team. And what I loved about watching this composition from AL is how they played the map. One of the problems that I typically see with Flandre, especially early on into this season, was he stayed out a little too long. He would try to go for an extra wave, try to see what else he could squeeze from his opponents. He would very often get caught out. But as the year has gone by, I feel like he has only sharpened that sense for himself. And he got to pick up a bunch of free waves where Bin had just preemptively moved on the Scion.
Yeah, and you know, if you're a Scion, you're like, oh, I'll let the Rumble get a wave. It's fine if we're making this play. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. But as it kept stacking up more and more, the equalizer started to hurt a little bit more and more after every fight. It was really great to see from Flandre. I mean, making Bin almost look silly here in that game. And obviously, this is the Scion. It's not necessarily the champions we know Bin for throughout his career. But at this point, you know, that's kind of what he's been relegated to, and kind of adding to what has been the struggles for BLG, specifically against AL, where it's kind of been their kryptonite over the last couple of weeks.
I think of that AL game that they had at MSI where On finds like a 5-man Nico ultimate, Azir comes on through and wipes 4 members, and they still lose the fight. It's just incredible to me that we continue to see such a higher level accessed by AL, and the consistency of this roster, I think, is something and a reason why fans for the LPL are getting really excited, because not only do you have these 5 players that are all really well working together, you have a coaching staff that I think they can believe in, especially when you think about LPL historically. Support has not always been our best position. Kyle is very quickly making a name for himself so far in 2025.
And he's somebody that, you know, we mentioned going into this series, had some really great moments in the LPL. Was able to, like, I think, nab the All-Pro first team, able to be, of course, on the winning team. But then when it came to the International, there was some areas, specifically in maybe the series against T1 and Gen G, where maybe he looked a little bit outmatched or just not living up to that same potential. Obviously, for your first International, definitely a lot of that weight falls on your shoulders. But for Kyle, you know this guy wants to prove himself again. He wants to make sure that he never has a performance like that again. And it starts by making it to Worlds again, obviously, which AL are going to try to do. And it starts with wins in the regular season at this point against BLG. I mean, this kind of exemplified the entire season for Kyle so far.
Yeah. Speaking with Kyle at MSI, after their elimination against T1, obviously the mood was pretty somber. Kind of asked him a couple questions about, like, reflecting on the event, if there were things that he was proud of, and while he wasn't exactly excited about the result despite making a top 3, I think the thing that I got away from Kyle is very introspective, very much kind of looking at himself and being really reflective towards what he was able to accomplish so far this year. So exciting to see this player who was kind of a surprise addition, or I guess one that we didn't know how it was going to go when you think about his history, playing on Sandbox all those years ago with Prince, almost making it to the into Worlds, unfortunately, in 2022, but kind of was bouncing around, had been playing on AL for a year before this lineup, and this AL roster was able to achieve some pretty decent things for the club, even in last year, before we got Tarzan and Flandre.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad, they went top 8, 5th or 6th, actually, like in split number 2 of last summer. Not necessarily getting that close to the World Championship, but knowing that this is a core that you could build off of going into 2025, and you pick up a former World Champion top laner who was just like an absolute wizard when it comes to his knowledge and his ability to maneuver certain matchups, and then maybe one of the most underrated players of all time in Tarzan, at least going into 2025. This is a formula for AL that really has worked going into this season, and we're seeing it pay off. The most consistent team. Obviously, you had top esports winning certain events like, you know, the split number 1, but every single final so far in the LPL, whether it's Demacia Cup, Split 1 or Split 2. AL have been there, and the way things look right now, AL likely will continue to be in those positions for at least the time being.
Yeah. That's actually really funny you bring that up. The fact that they've made all of the finals this year, at least domestically, and even making top 3 at MSI, really impressive. BLG now back to the drawing board when it comes to what they're looking for here in game number 2. We expect for them to swap over to the blue side, but I think kind of looking at this team, I am really worried as we get towards the end of this year, right? Like we're running out of runway for this team. How many more jungle swaps we really got in us before we potentially, I mean, there's 4 seats for Worlds. I'm expecting BLG to be able to farm some of these lower teams, and even now that we're about 8 days into the season, I have my doubts for whether or not JDG or Weibo are really contesting for that 4th slot anymore. So I guess we'll get the matchup later on for this double round robin, but I need to see a lot better games, and I think fans at home want to see this BLG perform because of the high highs that we've gotten them in years past.
I mean, it's again a team just a year ago was the 2nd best team in the entire world, nearly taking down T1 at the World Finals. Our player of the game goes to Flandre, but overall the questions still remain for BLG. Are they going to be able to reclaim that form? Are they going to be able to go back to when they were hoisting international trophies, or will this kind of just be the end of what was, again, such an amazing run? Time will still tell, obviously, here, Alk, but right now it's anyone's legends that are telling the story so far.
And it's a great tale. We'll see if they're able to kind of continue to replicate it. It's a long season. They've been in every finals that we've seen here domestically so far this year. And considering that they've had to go to a couple of internationals now, they've got a lot on their plate. It's a long year for these 2 teams.
Hey, series not over just yet either. There's a chance BLG just bounced back after we were just singing their eulogies. They're not dead yet. It's anyone's legends, though. Did claim game number 1. We'll see if they force that decider or if it will be that 2-0 sweep once we come back from this short break here on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have our rematch of the grand finals from just a split ago. And it's looking pretty similar to how that one started and ended with anyone's legend getting game 1 in 37 minutes against Billy Gaming. Grapes and Alk here for this series, and AL pretty much start to finish, it looked very clean in how they were able to play this game. As for BLG, it looks like a lot of their old problems kind of staying the same in terms of not knowing when exactly they want to start fights and how exactly they want to start them.
Hashtag free BH1. That's all I gotta say. I mean, nothing that Shadow did that game told me that BH1 was the problem. We never kind of got our team on the same page when it came to how we wanted to front-to-back team fight. We didn't wait for Sion to actually be a frontline for our team, allow for Sivir and Azir to actually do anything. I feel like Bin was also uncharacteristically not playing the map very well, especially for a player that we know has so much experience behind his back. So hopefully we see BLG with a retooled draft that allows, I think, Bin to have more agency and doesn't necessarily need to be a frontliner for his team.
I feel like that's what has historically worked well for Bin. Obviously, like, his Yorick was something he definitely worked to improve on, I guess, over the last couple of weeks or months leading into that last split. But you know, this guy loves it when he's on the Jax, the Renekton's, the Nars, and even, you know, things like, you know, the Rumble's not available anymore, but just champions that have a little bit more agency. We even saw him lock Fiora in one of those games at MSI that they almost were able to win. Maybe the closest matchup that was between AL and BLG over at the Midseason Invitational in Vancouver. Not necessarily getting that in that last game with the Sion, and definitely showed BLG just need to lean more into their identity a little bit, see what their relationship with Shadow and how he's able to fit into the team. Because honestly, I didn't think Shadow necessarily had the worst game, all things considered. He was able to do a decent amount of things in the early game that just weren't able to pan out by the end.
Yeah, we didn't get to see too much of the Trundle actually properly interacting with the Yone, right? Like, Shanks basically got to fly in on every single engage that he wanted and never had to worry about getting a Trundle subjugate or anything of the matter. And still, I think that BLG are having troubles with how they set up TPs, how they are able to kind of make an objective theirs in a more meaningful way. So BLG now on the blue side, we're swapping up the bans a little bit here. We're getting a Ryze Orianna ban already thrown towards Shanks. Kind of tells me that maybe they're moving in towards first picking this Talia, or maybe they want to get a different kind of mage getting ready for themselves. I know that Annie and Aurora have been two big champions for Knight so far this year.
Yeah, targeting Shanks, solid strategy here, especially because the Azir and the Yone are already off the board due to Fearless. Those were two of Shanks' best champions throughout the season. Obviously, we saw what he was able to do on it in game number 1. Now taking away that Ryze and the Orianna, limiting your options and maybe even just giving Knight an early pickup to even force that pool to be pinched even harder at this point. On the other side, that Pantheon, feel like we're never going to see it at this point. Just constantly banned away on that red side, no matter who they are playing against. That Talia is something that you did mention, Alk. Would not be surprised to see Knight just lock this one in.
Thankfully, the Pantheon has only gone through twice. It is the biggest priority champion. It is 2-32 before today. So imagine that number has had to skyrocket in all of our drafts so far, and maybe might continue tonight. Talia, obviously, like you had mentioned, what is AL's response? A lot of the mid laners are taken away. Could be an Aurora that they could use as a flex. Flandre and Shanks have both played as champion at a pretty high level. Maybe they just want to match globals, though. The Galio is perfectly fine. Will mean that Knight will have easier times moving around the map proactively, however.
Also, theoretically, a flex down to support if Kyle wants to play it and you want to maybe just, like, open up another option for Shanks over in the mid lane. But pairing this Galio alongside the Xin Zhao makes for a very powerful mid-jungle 2v2 that will allow Tarzan to really flourish in this early to mid-game, just getting a lot of action across the map. The Talia-Wukong combo, though, has been strong in its own right, and Rumble, normally a matchup into the Gwen, not available, so Bin's going to be able to select this one this time.
Okay. In terms of damage coming in from BLG, I like the setup that they have. Wukong Talia is going to make a Galio's life living hell in a lot of these instances. Same with a Xin Zhao, I think. Even with some of the shorter range members of BLG, the Xin Zhao is going to, I think, have a bit of a tougher ask when it comes to getting into the back line and actually being a big threat. AL now, big ultimates here coming on through. Now with the Nico, we are expecting for this to be a strong bottom lane pair for Hope and Kael.
Yeah, things like that Kalista, always very controversial here over the last couple of months at MSI, but normally that is the pairing, at least that we saw throughout the entirety of the LPL season. That's why it was always very funny to see people like flaming the Kalista for being bad, because we saw it dominate here in this league for quite a bit of time. Obviously, the metas evolve once you get to those international competitions, but very curious to see what exactly they want to pair this alongside with, the Nico specifically, which has been one of Kyle's most prized picks.
And so, in looking at the second phase of draft here, I'm looking at for BLG, they need an AD carry that's going to be able to just sit in mid and wave clear, because you have two really strong side laners in this Gwen and Talia, who in theory should be able to very quickly push their waves and then move into sides or move into mid lane whenever they need to. So I think from AL, I like the idea that they're getting rid of things like the Karma and the Bard that will be able to move around the map, but maybe they'll just try to take a strong AD carry, maybe something even like the Xayah here, so that AL can have an easier time of actually punishing BLG in team fights.
Very curious. There's still a lot of AD carries still on the board. Obviously, the Varus and Lucian banned away, so those will not be on the table. The Jhin, though, just providing a little bit of extra utility. Going to be matched up well here with that Nico, that lockdown of the Tangle Barbs into the Deadly Flourish if you're able to find that combo. See what BLG want to lock in for their bottom lane, and Xayah Rakan could potentially be on the table here if that is a direction they want to go.
Alright, strong lane here from AL. The Jhin and the Nico definitely going to help them a lot. There's that Xayah and now the Rakan as well. So this will mean that AL can quickly change their position in fights. They can try to bait out a single ultimate, but then you'll have Rakan fly in alongside the Wukong, trying to just use the Cyclone and really crowd control the rest of the fight, lock down the members of AL so that Gwen and Talia and the Xayah can get their job done, and really make it difficult for anyone's Legends, who you kind of see what they have right now. I'm worried about whether or not they're going to actually be able to break through this. They pivot towards a Jace to try to give them more range and more upfront burst versus their opponents. We'll see. This is a strong lane, and I think when I look at AL, I can kind of see 1 to 2, 3 lanes of priority here for Tarzan to work with.
Yeah, great matchup into the Gwen specifically. That's why Flandre was picking that one, deciding between the Jace and the Kennen. Ended up going with the former. And as you mentioned, a lot of pushing lanes available here, specifically in those side lanes now, for the Xin Zhao to really target, even Shanks to kind of join along for the ride. However, though, if they're not able to get super far ahead, BLG's team fighting, very, very powerful. Now they have some of those easy engage threats like the Rakan, even a Talia wall, or that Wukong Cyclone. So a little bit more of a go button this time around for BLG if they're able to use it right.
I'm seeing something's happening over on Hope. Hope is asking a ref. Maybe we have time to run content. I don't know. We'll give it a couple more seconds here. But BLG, there's no traditional frontline here. Really, the tankiest member on your team is going to be this Wukong with the passive as well. So need to see BLG properly execute. Looks like we're getting off stage here. So is this going to be an AL 2-0 like some of us had predicted? Or are BLG finally going to be able to strike back in this series? It has been kind of weird to see them not only kind of flailing around some of the top teams of the LPL, but even internationally having, honestly, pretty lucky games. You think about their game versus FlyQuest in game number 3.
Oh my god.
The MCoy series to even start off the bracket stage, where game 4 they're losing and it took a single fight.
Don't remind me of that FlyQuest game, man. I was just about to forget it. Reset, going to LTA, feeling super excited. Now it's just ruined by remembering that. We should have just backed away. Shouldn't have gone for the end there. I'm still gonna.
That's what happened when I asked Bookboat, and he said the same thing. So, of like minds there.
We had the scaling composition. Okay. Anyway, BLG winning, of course, that series against FlyQuest, but then immediately falling to Anyone's Legends in pretty quick succession after that. Definitely want to change that narrative here, although it might be a little bit of time until they get the opportunity to do so, as we are in a bit of a pause could use that pause to reflect on what happened back at MSI. It was the last time we saw these two teams face off against each other, not necessarily just the LPL finals. And this is that play that you were talking about. It seemed like BLG got very close to winning some of these very decisive team fights, but AL somehow were just able to always come out on top.
It just came from multiple different angles. I mean, looking at Hope in these fights, this guy has been such a consistent AD carrier for such a long time. Only recently really getting more of a shine thanks to being on this Anyone's Legend roster, but the fact that we got to see not only him perform, but in particular Tarzan, I had a big bone to pick with Tarzan because he ruined my pick'ems in 2023 when he was playing on LNG and T1 were supposed to lose. They were not supposed to beat every single team from the LPL on their way to finals. And then, cherry on top, Bin loses for the first time that year to Thashai and Weibo. Like, why do this to me? I didn't need this to happen to me.
Yeah, I'm sure they don't care about themselves, but they definitely feel bad that they ruined your pick'ems, right? Like, that's the most important part.
I wasn't even on LPL at the time, and they made me, they just had to do that to me. I guess 23 summer I was, but I don't know, man. Like, I was just really happy to see Tarzan. Now I'm done hating for a little bit here. Tarzan was really exciting to watch at this international. I had doubts, and I think a lot of fans who have internationally seen him play were thinking, okay, what form of Tarzan are we going to get this year? But so far, throughout the year, I think him and Kanavi have really been contesting top 2 domestically.
Yeah, and Kanavi on a team that didn't necessarily have those high-level performances, especially towards the playoffs, so right now it's a Tarzan show. We'll see if, obviously, if Top Esports are able to bounce back now that they do have Hong on their roster as well, so a bit of a change down there. But still, him, Kanavi, and Tarzan, I think very much the consensus top 2 junglers in the league at this point in time. Lushan's making a name for himself over on JDG, but there's a reason that Anyone's Legends is at the top, is your defending champions. It is, of course, big reason I should say at least, is because of Tarzan.
Oh, yeah. This entire Anyone's Legend roster has been really exciting to watch, and even coming into this game, when we think about what they're trying to prove, I mean, they've made every single final domestically this year. Demacia Cup, Split 1, Split 2, and even taking home a trophy in one of those is really, really exciting. The first one in the club's history. You're going against BLG consistently. This is probably a team that you're constantly scrimming or getting a lot of practice versus, especially later on into playoffs. It's really early to start talking about this because we're only 8 days into the split, but we're expecting this to be another playoffs match. One that we're going to probably see at least 2 more times here, one with the double round robin and then later on into the season. And these teams are on very different trajectories, which I think is really interesting when we talk about what these two teams were expected to do coming into 2025.
I mean, again, BLG reaching the highest of highs, making it to an international final, making it to a Worlds final, winning an international title. It's not necessarily doing it again here this split. And they've tried many things to remedy that, whether it's Shadow coming in, or Beishuan coming in, or changing the coaching staff. Now Kakao is here. Maybe he can play some jungle still. Who knows if he still got some of those hands after all those years on IG, like 10 years ago.
I mean, we had
right?
Maokai, remember? We had Maokai for the first 4 months of this year for some reason.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
So
what a crazy ride it's been here for BLG. Again, it goes to show, and you have to respect it in a way, that this is an organization that really does pride itself on winning, on being at the top, and so as soon as something is maybe not at its peak and maybe not at the best form that it can be, they start to try to find ways to adjust, but maybe the ways of adjusting are the issue here recently, because BLG seems to have not found a formula, at least this season, that's been able to perform at a consistent level for at least like the entirety of a split, to say the least.
it's funny because Bin has been the franchise player for this organization all the way back from 2022, brought in to replace Breathe midway through the year. This team also was the organization that actually brought on Doggo to the LPL. Obviously, that never panned out in a more meaningful manner, but Bin has been on this roster for 3 years now. His contract actually ran out at the end of last year. I'm assuming he signed until the end of 2025 at the very least. But, I mean, they spent 2023 being the bridesmaid. always losing to a team like JDG, or in 2023 summer, losing to LNG and getting third. Then they go to Worlds, they get slapped by Weibo like we were talking. Then they come into 2024, we've replaced Tikao, we have Knight now. This is supposed to be this is the big roster. We got one of the best mid laners and definitely the best player in the league at that time. And while they win LPL twice, they can't win any of the internationals. They come second to Gen G at MSI. They get second at Worlds. How long do we get such great rosters to last for? I think 2 years playing at potentially a top 2, top 3 level for this organization is really impressive when you think about how long and maybe how short some teams are. Like, we weren't even supposed to have ZOFGK for 3 years. That was never supposed to be a thing.
And now it's a roster with, at its core, has really stuck around with each other, now going into the second year. And not seeing the same results as they did just last year, where they, of course, made it to all the international finals, made it to Worlds finals. It's coming one game short of hoisting that trophy at the end of the year that has been so desperately desired for the LPL ever since 2021 at this point. But for BLG, just needing to find a way to lock back in. Maybe Shadow will be the answer, somebody who can maybe call some more of those shots. He always has been a very vocal leader on his team. But then the question of, mechanics come into play, especially going up against players like Tarzan. Can he be able to deliver? That's always going to be the question, and something that BLG are going to have to look towards for the remainder of this 2025 split number 3, as there's just a lot of different moving parts seemingly on BLG as we've gone throughout the year. I mean, we've talked about the rotating jungle thing. Maybe we get some more. Who knows?
Grapes, I have a question.
Yes, what is your question?
When are you going to start the game?
Right now? No way. Right now.
Oh! Let's go!
It does work. You can say caster start the game, and we do have all the power. We just want to talk about
God.
how good
Legendary
BLG
timing
was.
from us.
There's no way that just happened. All right. I've got psychic powers. We're ready here for the second game, seemingly, as we begin to load out onto the rift.
Don't say seemingly. You're like,
we're gonna load in. The gyros are gonna start. There's gonna be a pause, just instantly.
Don't say. I'm gonna take you off the broadcast, bro. Why are you saying that? Just Chippy, throw up the gyros, bro. Like, just start the game.
Looks like we're getting ready for it right now. Hey, BLG, need an answer here if they want to have anything to say in terms of revenge from both the MSI lower semis, the LPL grand finals. They all want to keep that history going.
Oh, those BLG gyros were quiet. Oh, that's tough.
That's
you asked
crazy.
in game 1 if, maybe the fans weren't really rocking with them no more. Look, even online, I think the English community gets a small taste of it when they see things like Hoopu ratings, but the LPL fans, they are very vicious. They want to see their team succeed. They hold their teams to a high standard as well. Very protective of their teams as it goes. So when your team starts to struggle, like BLG as a club, they're gonna want changes. They're gonna also demand blood. They're like, okay, what's going on? We're seeing so many jungle changes. That's not working. We're seeing some coaching staff changes. We'll see what that heads out to. So, looking for results. Same thing for the club here. BLG now, we're looking at these two junglers starting on opposite sides. Really going to be watching how this top lane goes, as Jace should have a pretty easy matchup going in with Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen, or Bin, I should say, already going for a more defensive setup to grasp the Undying, just to maybe try to stay a little bit healthier throughout this laning phase. Dorn shield start as well. It's going to be very important. This matchup very tough here for the Gwen, as Flandre can just jump in with it to the skies, of course have that range advantage even when the Shroud's not available. So it's a tough time. Although Bin is going to hit level 2 first. The wave actually pushing into Flandre. That will be a slight win here for the BLG top.
He also has Phase Rush. Might be a solo kill here. Jungler's coming through though. Tarzan's almost here. It's the flash away from Flandre. Bin's got to be very careful now. He's got to let this wave come back to him.
Oh, nice ward there. He's going to catch out Tarzan if he goes any further. So in order to make sure no counter jungling initiative has started, it'll be Tarzan instead heading back to base with a teleport forward from Flandre. That is just the win that Bin will get off that exchange.
Alright, so a Summoner Spell 1 here by BLG. Good job from Bin to play on this Gwen, a champion that he has played a lot in years past. See what Hope and Kyle are able to do by getting a half-health chunk, but this means that Shadow will have a small advantage. He's already almost done with his 5th camp here, should be going to his blue, and then can kind of take his pick of the litter. He knows that the Jace doesn't have any Summoner Spells, so any damage that sticks onto this guy is going to be very permanent.
Yeah, only thing is, don't have a ton of crowd control now until you hit level 6 here for Shadow, but you can poke him out, make him take a bad reset, force him into a precarious situation. You're going to take that here if you are BLG.
Tough.
And that's exactly what Shadow's thinking about doing. Flandre sees this wave shoving away from him, and he's going to either try his best to clear this out and actually be put in a bad spot with Shadow arriving at just the perfect moment. One more auto attack will do it. It's going to be Shadow, the new jungler from BLG, picking up first blood.
And look at this wave, man. Like, this wave is extremely doomed. We were talking about this being a favorable matchup. I mean, Gwen has gotten banned, or at least she has gotten kind of hotfix nerfed a couple of times, especially taking away some of her HP, some of her armor growth throughout the levels. So, to see this punish, I don't think this matters. Tarzan now getting baited.
Now Shadow's here, too. There's a chance that Tarzan could get chunked out a decent amount. He has a Conqueror proc. The wind becomes lightning. Does land, though. And Shadow will get knocked up by the 3 Talon Strike.
Wow.
Accelerated Shock Blast takes him to less than 100 HP. And so, actually, AL doing a nice job of turning that play around.
Good thing for Tarzan, he gets access to his respawn Raptors, I guess. But
yeah,
he didn't do much in that trade. Tarzan walked mid. Flandre walked mid, maybe took a minion or two, and then gets to go back top where it's still frozen here in favor of Bin. This has been a fantastic early game that is kind of predicated on some of the mistakes coming out from AL.
Certainly so, you know, BLG in a much better position, at least to start this one off. Shadow has gotten his opportunity to make his impact across the map. Has been now really coming online on this Gwen, and that's a big loss here for Flandre. I mean, you were supposed to win this 1v1 matchup up there, but now it ends up becoming a situation where you need to have Tarzan even come in to help bail you out a little bit. Let's see if they try to extend off to Bin, who's gonna get flashed on here. It's gonna be a nice return trade as Tarzan, with the wind becomes lightning, gets himself on the board.
Okay, what else can we get from this objective, though? Because you see pings coming down onto the bottom side of the map. Neither of our mid laners having that level 6 quite yet. Shanks getting buffered on the wall. It's gonna be a short trade. But instead of going for any kind of movements towards this dragon, because Kyle has been bouncing between this mid and bottom lane wave, it's instead just going to be continued full clears and just a minor objective or a minor advantage being found here by AL.
They've gotten themselves back in the driver's seat just off of that top lane play. Oh, look at that interaction. Shanks actually buffering that seismic shell. Just get a little bit of extra poke down. I see you.
Knight is very traumatized by Galio's. Galio's historically have been some of his weakness, and with the Zeers for some reason. It was funny because after last year's Worlds, Knight has put in some of the most games on Galio he has put in his entire career. In the last 7 months, he's put more games into Galio than he had in the last 4 years combined. So, definitely doing a bit of a number on him in that Worlds Finals.
Yeah. Traumatizing, potentially, is the right word. Looks like the Galio might be in some trouble here, though. Shadow dashes forward. Remember, there's no crowd control on this Wukong until you hit that ultimate ability, level 6. Tarzan does have that crowd control. That means the Shadow has to back away.
They've also decided, oh, Flandre's dead here. Wait, On can come through?
Yeah, forcing that flash.
Flash. Okay. That's Dragon, though. I mean, at the very least, it could just be a play and a half here coming on through for Elk and On, but AL, they rotated their bottom lane wave just to make sure that Hope and Kyle could maybe help crush Bin. But now what's going to happen is going to be a dive. Can Flandre get out in time? You also have Shanks coming on through.
For someone who got R5 counterpick, been a tough game for Flandre so far. Looking like he might try to turn things around as making sure that Elk is out of there. He goes and clears out the remainder of this wave. It does mean that BLG have reset away from the dragon. However, Tarzan's not really in the area to try to contest.
Something we get to see now with the summoner spell abuse that On does have. Kyle will not have this, going for the in-lane rune of the Arcane Comet. On can play for two sides of the map at the same time. We got to see a little bit of this during game number 1, but now that On is going to be showing through mid, any play on bottom side, if they have a ward, you can kind of see there's a ton of vision here from BLG. If one member steps out too far, very quickly On could go for an engage, take a reset, and show up on the other side of the map quickly.
Power of the Sunseal Spellbook, which again got buffed a couple of patches ago, and it's really been the meta for supports ever since then. I just love it when, you know, this is a fun rune, right? You just get all these fun summoner spells in there. If you're a Rakan, you really need the Guardian or the Aftershock. Have a TP, have a Smite. That's what he's gonna go for this time around.
I love it.
I
Kyle,
think going for the
it makes support so much more fun to play. Like, letting supports kind of show some of their skill, not necessarily, and just being able to figure out how far a Nautilus hook is really, really fun in my mind. It adds another layer of depth. I can't wait for Riot to remove this from the game because it's too powerful. And we'll see if they're going to use it here, because BLG, they got themselves nothing during this, and AL were able to grab the grubs. It's going to be On instead, teleporting to the mid wave here. So let's see if he can get out and maybe help Elk move on and maybe get Shadow some advantages. We still have not started up this dragon.
Yeah, there's a big old control ward on that seemingly right now. Looks like the bot lane is going to attack Shanks at this point. W here for Elk is starting to dish out a little bit of damage here. Shanks is down to 40% HP. That could be now the signal for BLG to rotate down to the bottom side. But now Shadow's entire top side has respawned. So it's never the perfect situation here for BLG to start up this dragon.
Also have a topside scuttle that they can play for if they want. Flandra still has no flash and no teleport. Bin, however, both of those summoner spells are still up. With Shadow on this side of the map, wonder if these junglers are going to be looking for a play onto the Gwen or the Jace. That would be the easiest answer for them, especially with how much priority they're getting thanks to having the Xayah in mid lane.
I mean, getting some good damage on the Shanks. He's going to have to go back to base, and if they want to try to contest anything, TP back. That's another summoner spell potentially burned. See our junglers interacting here a little bit. Tarzan dashing forward onto Shadow. Just the clone to get out. Not much there. Bit of a quieter early game. This time around, seems like after that first game, these guys wanted to chill maybe just a little bit longer, but even without the kill count being very high, we're seeing these teams still making proactive plays.
Yeah, and it's really important there that Tarzan actually finds Shadow, because it allows now Flandra to play with a little bit more confidence. He knows, okay, enemy jungler is on this side of the map, but they're not necessarily in my lane right now. I'm allowed to push this next one. You can see that he is crashing this wave. There are pings going out, though. He knows that he is the only play that's being able to be made. The Elk just reset. They're also this bottom lane. They're playing for this dragon. Flandra, you need to be careful. You need to play with a little bit more caution.
Yeah, remember that flash not on cooldown, or sorry, on cooldown for a bit less than a minute, but that minute be all too crucial as On comes in with the quickness, lands that grand entrance as well. Zero chance for escape for Flandra unless he's able to jump underneath this turret, but the snip comes in from Bin. There'll be 2 flashes for none, but that one is going to go in favor of Flandra going down.
All right, Flandra goes down. How much more can Bin actually take here? He does have the Grasp of the Undying, so it will mean that he should be able to get some damage onto this turret. He's going to get pushed off by Kyle. Tarzan, during this trade, they push on bottom lane wave, and they take some camps away from Shadow. That was at least the respawn Raptors yet again taken by Tarzan. So small objective wins across the map, but they're getting Bin set up to be a really strong Gwen, almost 20 CS in the advantage.
Yeah, and now BLG back in the driver's seat in terms of gold after that kill, although it is very, very minuscule at this point in time. AL, of course, got themselves a dragon off of the backside of that play. You wait for more action here to unfold, and again, a rematch of the LPL Split 2 finals. Shadow gonna catch out Shanks, and Honest actually use that grand exit over the wall. But again, BLG posturing very aggressively, trying to scout out any potential move that AL go for.
Observers won't show it here, but if you look at the minimap, it is all blue wards lighting up this river. It's 3 minutes before the dragon, and really what BLG are doing is just trying to trap AL, see if anybody's going to step out of position.
I mean, maybe they do right here. Shanks not going to find a taunt onto anybody, but now it might be Shadow out of position. Kyle with the 2-man pop blossom, and the hero's entrance in from Shanks will take Shadow down. Now Elk, he flashes not in the right position right now. Both of those summoner spells are out of the fight, and Tarzan's gonna be able to get himself out to safety as well. But here comes Bin. He gets one more with the needlework, and curtain call has been opened up. It's Hope looking for that fourth shot on the Knight, and he crits him down. Bin and On now on the run, but not for long, as Flanger will claim another. Anyone's Legends dominate the fight around the Drake pit.
BLG, you do not have damage at this time right now. Like, you have a Trinity Force spike coming in from Shadow. That's great, but he goes down at the beginning of the fight. And Knight, with this Seraphs, he has a lot of it. He might have some AP, but it's not even fully stacked. You don't have that same survivability. Bin had not completed his item yet. If somehow BLG could have stalled that fight, maybe another 30 seconds, I think it's playable. But we get to see the start of this fight. Again, Kyle with a massive Pop Blossom. Shadow to get caught off to start, and then two members getting knocked up here. But the fight is split. I mean, Gwen teleports in. Jace is going to be late, and Shanks plays this so incredibly. Flashes away from the Blade Caller. Elk gets taken down. And now all of the damage from BLG, where is it?
I mean, part of me's asking, like, they were really fishing for a fight. It feels like not necessarily the best situation here. You have Hope, who's able to get a ton here. Shanks is in a really powerful point as well. Meanwhile, you have Knight, who's like just sitting on a uncompleted Seraphs, and that's the play that you decide to go for. Very curious for BLG, especially with no objectives really available for the taking.
Feat of Warfare completed, and them getting the first dragon in all three grubs means that this Herald spawning in 45 could be feats of strength. And if it's not then, well, guess what, Grapes? There's still a dragon in a minute and a half. On's looking for something.
He just wants to continuously try to find some plays, but it might just be to his demise, as On is able to use his spellbook and on out of there. But man, they're really looking to go aggressive.
Both supports not having ults. I do think that this does advantage over to BLG, the fact that there's no Pop Blossom for this Herald if they want to play for it. Elk as well does have that Feather Storm. You can see that Bin just dropped off a wave in topside. Not the best matchup for the Galio to be facing off against. So as long as Bin is able to keep his advantage, as long as he's able to kind of stay a little bit ahead of the curve, he should do very well against either one of the solo laners here of anyone's Legend.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that full Nashor's Tooth. He's got now the plated steel caps as well. Going to soak up a lot of damage from Flandre specifically. The Rift Herald has been started up now by BLG. We have no teleport available for Shanks, or maybe it's just about to come off and cool down. There's a weird bug there, but regardless, it's going to be Billy trying to burst this one down. Anyone's Legend's not in a position to take it just yet unless Tarzan just walks in the pit. No, it's Elk to secure it. The Crescent Guard comes out, but On is immediately the target.
Coming.
Tarzan, though, gets shut down, but the hero's entrance comes through and it knocks up two, but already BLG in a good position as they win this fight for now. Hope with a deadly flourish to try to get something more, but Shanks is just 1v9ing in the Rift Herald pit. He's able to take one down with them, but overall BLG control the area.
Oh, they're going to also get a mid lane tier 1 off of it as well. Oh, On doesn't go down. The Herald still drops, and thankfully for them, that turret is going to be incredibly low, that they'll always be able to pick this off. Ah, man, BLG, they pulled their timer really well. They knew that Shanks had just committed the teleport to bottom lane, and even with the hero's entrance, Knight instead immediately drops the wave, teleports into the fight, and they make that fight happen for them.
Tarzan just walked in there, and it wasn't even the smite, it was the Xayah auto that stole it.
70 HP. Nobody's in position. Remember, we don't have the Pop Blossom from Kyle. This is an incredibly forced fight coming in from anyone's Legends to try to contest. Shadow ends up immediately summoning it, maybe to just give one of his teammates an out button. He's like, okay, maybe I'm going down, but I could save Private On. So a forced fight, I think, coming in from BLG, recognizing the fact that they just got that summoner spell, or that ultimate from the support.
Another deadly flourish landed onto On, chunked him down to half. And the dragon, second one of the game, secured by anyone's Legend. It's the mountain, so it'll be an Ocean Soul across the rift, and AL in good position to claim that one as Tarzan's going right back in onto On. Has his flash available. The Conqueror's already been procced. There's the Crescent Guard. Kyle going in for the Pop Blossom, going now onto Shadow. They changed their target selection perfectly. Well, on the other side of things, it's Flandre getting soloed by Bin.
Bin's like, I don't care what the hell's going on that side of the map. I'm grabbing this turret. You guys can keep faffing about. I will just make sure that we're doing well. I mean, Has to use the flash in trade for that, and while On might escape, it's another kill going over to AL to try to get Shadow behind. I don't think it's all that bad, though. I mean, the Demolish proc is going to go off. How much more can Bin actually get?
Will likely go down without having a lot of mana or that flash, but does find it worth it as he picked up a solo kill. And that's your one turn. Maybe another one on the Hope. The barrier enough to keep himself healthy enough. And Hope will get himself back on the board as now the mid lane fight opened up. Shanks almost taking out Elk by himself. Tarzan that dashes in, but he gets canceled on finishing off that audacious charge. 3 talent strike lands on On. The damage is big, but not enough to take anybody down.
That's really tight, though, from BLG. They were really squeezing to see if they could get maybe another kill. And for BLG, I want to say, with AO grabbing 2 of the dragons, even with a lot of the chaos that's happening, they've gotten all of the summoner spells away from AL. So an upcoming dragon fight, maybe even an upcoming fight, maybe around the Otacon, could be something that they could look for. This is just a replay of how Bin grabbed that. That was really impressive from him, but I think BLG are maybe 1 or 2 steps away from being in a really commanding position, especially with this mid lane tier 1 being so low.
Question is, will they be able to fight around these objectives? Will they want to fight around any of these objectives? You now have 2 items here on Elk. However, you have 2 items on Hope as well. Overall, you know, the champions are in strong enough points, but honestly, AL is feeling pretty strong in their own right. Notably Shanks, honestly. On this Galio, he's dishing out a lot more damage than I anticipated him being able to do at this point in the game.
That Hollow Radiance is doing work for him, and what looks to be a Rift Maker next is going to make him very difficult for BLG to actually punch through. We'll see what more they can actually get done. Thanks to BLG having this Xayah, it is much easier for them to actually push these mid lane waves around and try to see if they can skirt around Vision, get into a good spot against AL. We have 2 minutes before that dragon spawns, and what I'm looking at is no flash on Tarzan or Shanks, and maybe we can try to punish Hope before that moment.
Watching, waiting, anticipating what exactly will happen here. With these major objectives spawning, looks like we might even get another engage in the mid lane here. As BLG back off admirably. Much closer situation. Honestly, game number 1 was pretty close, but it did feel like AL were in control this time around, though. BLG, they definitely still have a chance to get back into this one. I mean, Bin has been playing really well, and again, just the way their team composition is structured, very balanced all throughout.
Yeah, be careful. They're going to start calling us BLG fans that were defending them so much in this game.
What? Gold is 1,000 gold. Come on.
I can already feel it, man. The back of my head, I can feel random Twitch chatter 59. These guys keep talking about BLG winning this game. Can they shut the... So, we'll see. We'll see. AL
right.
again.
Hey,
I like...
maybe a caster curse here on the Knights. There we go.
Yay!
Nice job, Hulk. You did it. Tarzan gets
Oh
the
man,
kill.
Pendissimo, man. I'm getting an AL jersey in my mailbox in a couple days anyway. It's fine, guys. Well, with Shanks grabbing a top lane turret there, maybe there's a mid lane turret next up here for AL as well. There's a teleport behind. They want to try to squeeze. Can BLG punish?
Teleports in from Bin. Tarzan is at about half HP, but the Hero's Entrance is going to protect him for now. Pop Blossom, though, it lands on the Elk. Not even able to use the Feather Storm or his barrier before he gets taken down.
Shadow?
And now Shadow's the target. The 4th shot not going to finish the job. But AL get exactly what they want. They get the mid-tier 1 and the enemy AD carry.
Well, now they get their pick of the litter here, Grapes. Do they decide they want the bear or the dragon, or do they want the Otacon? It looks like with it spawning in 15 seconds, the Ocean Dragon getting their soul point is going to be more important here for AL. They're going to spend their money, get back onto the map. Let's see if they can complete any really important items. I'm looking at Tarzan and Shanks. There's a Black Cleaver completed for the Xin Zhao, and oh man, so they just barely spot out Tarzan here. Knight is looking for him, but look at where the rest of his team is. Like
What are we
I'm
doing?
looking at Elk and On. They're currently contesting bottom side and seeing if they can cover Bin while he takes his turret. They lose control of mid, and there's just no damage. Like, Elk isn't even hitting. Shadow just got off the Cyclone, but he's the only member alive in that moment. So, a great punish, I think, from AL, and BLG just overlooking, trying to really get anything from nothing.
And now they're just going to be able to probably secure this soul point. Unless there's some sort of miracle steal. Nope, secured by Tarzan. Ocean soul point now for your defending LPL champions. BLG starting to see their options dwindle and dwindle as we go throughout this game. LPL being able to control things pretty handily here in the last couple of minutes. Tarzan, the big player here today on the Xin Zhao, finding that international success, wanting more of it. It starts here in the regular season. Now the Otacon going to be maybe the target here as BLG trying to find out some stragglers.
Do they just try to rip it? You see that there's pings going on, but look at the waves. Look at how the map is set up right now. A mid wave shoving in, so Bin has to be able to catch this. A top wave is stacking for them, and they can very easily look to try to put multiple members to grab this mid tier or this bottom lane tier 1. BLG are going to cut their opponents off from the mid lane wave. This is a tough matchup to be thrown into as Shadow. You're going against Tarzan, one of, if not the best jungler in the league at times. And even though he may not have those international successes and only just now winning his first final, he has been top of the leaderboard when we talk about this guy. And sometimes he's the best in the world without any kind of results to show for it.
Yeah, and you know, for a long time, the conversation has been, oh, he's great domestically, he's great in the regular season, but you know, when it comes to the playoffs, when it comes to internationals, well, it seems like he's starting to turn some of those narratives around by winning his domestic title, by performing well at MSI. Of course, you gotta still check off column A, which is doing well here in the LPL as Hope's been caught out by the Weaver's wall. Has to flash away for the grand entrance of Hope. Somehow the Jhin able to dodge away from any of that crowd control. Playing on a knife's edge there was Hope. And it might buy him enough space to go for another engage here. Poke is good from Flandre. I'm surprised that BLG still want to fight here around this dragon pit where there's no dragon to contest.
I mean, On has ultimate. They can try to look for a snap engage. They're looking for On and Shadow, but you're right. They're missing out on a lot of gold right now. BLG, what is one of the issues that we've had with them all season long? Their objective setups are just piss poor. They're over-forcing, trying to look for an advantage and play that aggressive style that got them to a World's Finals just last year. The game has changed. Everything about the Summoner's Rift is different at this point. And that style that they may have gotten away with in a couple months ago, not the same game here. So that pick on a Hope, it's a flash down. There's still dragon spawning in 2 minutes, and maybe they just try to make a flip around that Otacon.
You want to say time is running out, but scaling is still all right for BLG. You think that eventually they'd be able to just find a fight that they want, but now with the soul counting down,
Here we go.
maybe they just think they have to start this objective off. On pop the Ghost to try to zone Flandre away, but Tarzan is going to be made aware of this rather quick. But look at the Otacon, it's burning very low. Tarzan has to get in there very fast, but he's going to get knocked up and not be able to secure the steal. So it's Otacon picked up for Billy Gaming as they back out scot-free.
Great call there. We talked about them fighting for what seemed like nothing. It was positioning. They were jockeying for the ability to potentially go for Otacon. And you have a Gwen on your team. I mean, Gwen's level 14. That passive is going to rip through these neutral objectives. So I think a good call out there from Billy. Being able to grab themselves the blood petals that are on the map. That's experience that kind of puts them a little bit closer towards their opponents. That's some adaptive force that's also not going to be feeling too bad. So I think for me now, when I'm looking at Billy, I'm looking at Bin on a side lane now. He's getting very close to level 16 on this Gwen.
And when he gets there, I mean, then the fights really start to turn around a little bit. Once Knight maybe gets another item, once Elk hits that, I guess is either a Bloodthirster or he's just going to go IE and hold that Dance Scepter. Either way, that's really when BLG can come to party a little bit more. But it's really hard to stop what AL are putting to the table right now. Tarzan is so strong now on this Xin, able to constantly start the fights that he wants. And then you think about the 2 teleports that are available on their Soul Link, Shanks' ability to join with the hero's entrance basically at moment's notice. And you always, by the way, have to be worried about a cloned Jhin, a cloned cannon minion that ends up just becoming Kael, rooting your entire team and losing you the game. As we have this dragon spawning in 30 seconds now.
They're going to brute force their way in. This Jhin with the maximum amount of range with the RFC and Infinity Edge completed. Look at how difficult it is now. Jhin traps, wards, everything, making it impossible for BLG to walk through. Flandre's going to clear one more bottom lane wave, which could give a timer here for BLG. They cleared out a pretty good amount of vision and still have control of the mid lane wave. Knight, with that Weaver's Raw, could have the potential to split open this fight, and Bin waiting in a side lane now.
And Needlework and his flash available, but not level 16. Oh, what? A job from Kyle there to try to cancel some of those initial engagements, but now he gets collapsed upon. Not even going to be able to pop the Plot Blossom as it's on to pick up the shutdown. Weaver's Wall separating the fight out, but Tarzan's going to try to collapse in onto On. But it is BLG finding a comeback. Bin with the Needlework, chunking out Flandra, but Tarzan and Flandra still alive, but not for long. Him and Shanks have to do the work, but the seismic shove connects. Shanks, though, with a 3-man taunt, going to try to find something, but BLG at a knife edge get themselves the ace.
Wow, and that started with what looked like a heartbreaking tangle barbs from Kyle. The snap engage right onto this Nico. They kill him, they take the dragon, and they're going to move over to the Baron. BLG still have fight and are looking to keep themselves in this series.
Oh, how close that fight was. But Bin with the Gwen able to do so much damage on the back end of it, and it started off with this snap onto Kyle.
Dude, like, I see this, I'm like, oh, wow, there's no grand entrance, that's perfect. And this is blind.
Look at Knight.
Right around the corner into this engage. And even the Galliard, this Talia wall from Knight, I think, splits open this fight perfectly. Tarzan, Flandra, and Shanks, a lot of the damage no longer being next to their opponents. And with AL no longer to be able to play a clean front to back, they get ripped apart. And I love that Zoni is coming in. They're stalling out this game, and some of those scaling elements are starting to come true.
I mean, it all starts with that initial pick, obviously, by Knight, who now has himself that Rabadon's death cap, getting stronger as we speak. Level 16 now hit from both him and Bin on the Gwen, as this gold lead swinging right back into BLG's favor. They do not want to go down quietly. They have lost 5 straight games to anyone's legend when you count the finals, you count MSI, and now counting this series as well. They don't want to make it a 6 just yet.
So no teleport, we're fighting over nothing seemingly.
Tarzan getting very low, but there's a 4-man Pop Blossom. Elk forced about the Featherstorm early, but On will go down first. It's a trade, jungler for Kyle, I should say. On still alive. But that's a 1-for-1 that overall is not the worst case scenario for
and
AL.
Weaver's Wall to stop him. That's cute. I like that Knight. Very cheeky. But with this Baron, look what else they're able to grab. This is a winning spot for BLG. They may have traded their jungler, but they get 2 turrets on this. And AL, they look lost without their ability to really find more kills.
And now the scaling really has arrived. You can feel a momentum shift here in this game. BLG now have the stronger players, the stronger champions, it seems. Whether it's through the experience in terms of the levels of these guys, but also just how this Baron buff has been able to shape this game. 4,000 gold almost is the lead now for BLG, and they still have a minute and change left to try to do some further damage.
Got 2.5 minutes before that dragon spawns, and that is Soul. Every 5 minutes, BLG have to be looking to play. AL, I think this next item that they buy on for a lot of their carries is going to make or break.
Ooh,
Goes a little too forward. Should still be fine, even though he doesn't have any summoner spells. He's playing Rakan, very slippery as a champion, just defending the blue buff here from AL.
Hope does get it. So a small win there for anyone's legend that they retain their own blue buff. But not much else to say, as BLG have now opened this gold lead up. And they still let Baron for another wave. This might be the last one, but they're going to want to try to make it count. Shadow dashes forward here onto just the Nico clone. Knight trying to escort this wave in. And there's 4 members of a BLG pushing here on the bottom side. Looking for a little bit of poke. Shanks is down a little bit of health as well. Hope not able to find the poke, as this is going to be that tier 2 tower falling. And now Bin can turn his sights towards the inhib tower. But overall, BLG have to be thrilled with what they got off of this Baron power play, even though there was no inhibitors that were even felled.
One of the strengths of AL's composition is the fact that they can kind of play on 2 separate lanes. You can have Jhin bounce between waves, ping pong between 2 different lanes, so that you can use that deadly flourish and maybe make a play in your own jungle with Tarzan and with Shanks. But BLG are playing the map really, really well in this instance. When you have been so far ahead, he is able to be his own side lane threat. You have to send multiple members to deal with them, and then you're potentially having to deal with also a Talia. It's so difficult for AL to try to make sections of this map work for them, and especially when they didn't find all of the early game success, it starts to hurt them. Maybe that fight around that bottom side could have been the point where we're going to be saying that's the point where BLG got back into this.
It's a very confusing game, number 2 so far. Very close game, I guess, overall. AL seemed like they were really in control for the first 20 minutes or so, but ever since BLG grabbed that Otacon, really have been them building their way back towards a really powerful team composition that has now been opened up. Bin and Knight both at level 17 with this dragon spawning in 30 seconds. And AL, they know it's Soul, but it's going to be really hard for them to contest at this point.
So, we take a look at this game right now. Minute and a half before Baron, there's a dragon spawning in 10. There's absolutely no vision very far outside of anyone's Legends base. And while Shanks is going to clear a top lane wave, he's going to have to book it down towards this dragon. Can AL actually even contest? They're not even in position to really go for this. Instead, maybe just prioritizing, let's get a couple more items. Let's see if we can get one more onto Shanks. Maybe see if we can squeeze a little bit of golden experience for a player like Tarzan.
Well, now here's the question is, does that scaling even help you anymore if you are AL, or like the items that you're getting? Because now we're at that point in the game where the carries on BLG might just be just a little bit stronger. We have 4 full items now on Elk, 3.5 on both Knight and Bin. Bin nearly having that death cap completed. I mean, they're going to be in such powerful positions here as we continue throughout this one, especially considering they're also ahead in gold at this point, specifically in the solo lanes.
This started from the early laning phase. We came into this draft, we're like, okay, you have Jace, we have some lanes of priority to play with, this is good, but Gwen getting that first kill and then just Flandra messing up some of his lane has made this game incredibly difficult to play. Who's going to kill Gwen in a side lane at this time? Even before she finishes the Rabadon. Galio's not doing it. Jace is not doing it.
Yep.
You need to have multiple members, and AL, they have no reason to be this far out onto the map right now. Flandra's going to see if he can push one more. You have 3 grubs, buddy. I think you just got to be able to take this turret.
Oh,
and
wow.
Baron's going to spawn in 5.
He's bailing. They're going to try to go for maybe a fight instead. As he's going to head back to base, pick up maybe any last items, an elixir or something, and make himself as strong as possible for this fighter on the Baron. But it looks like instead, On's going to pull the trigger first. Kyle gets caught out. Shadow gets himself the kill, and now it's a 5v4 around the Baron pit. Shanks now gonna get targeted here. He's in, it's a 3v1. Tarzan's not in a position to try to stop this, and here comes a teleport, but it's from Bin on the Gwen. He might have gone a little bit too far forward though, but here comes the snip. Shanks in a whole lot of danger. He flashes away, but lands a taunt onto Hope. Able to get a crit, but not a kill. Shanks is down, as Elk will pick it up, and now it's a 5v3 across the map. Tarzan in a terrible spot, as Bin will go golden. Knight not even able to land the seismic shove. Curtain call's been opened up. Not an ability to cancel this one yet, but BLG know they can retreat right back to the Baron Nashor and claim it for themselves.
On's going to teleport back into the mid lane wave. Maybe AL can contest. I think BLG recognize this is a little too dicey. It's 35 seconds before Shanks is back up. He has a teleport, and he still has that heroic entrance. So BLG will take their kills. They'll take the summoner spells. More importantly, they're able to trade versus their opponents and spend a little bit of their dosh. Get right back onto the map. I'm looking at Bidman. This guy is unkillable in all of these fights. No Zhonya is available. Might give AL a window back into this game, but On's going to have that grand entrance back in soon, and that could just make it impossible for BLG to lose this Baron.
Bin picking up the death cap as well. Going to be even more powerful on this Gwen. Level 18. This is the Bin that we were expecting going into Split 3. One that had a vengeance, wanted revenge off of what happened to them in the finals, what happened to them at MSI. As BLG looking to even up this series score, the first matchup that both of these teams have played in the Split 3 regular season. We've eclipsed the 36-minute mark. BLG still worried, still hesitant to start off this Baron. They want to try to find the fight first.
Posturing around, seeing that On could look for an engage. No flash, but that grand entrance is deadly. The rest of BLG, though, just shocking and using their bodies to create vision now.
Taunt lands onto On. Down to half HP, has to burn that summoner heal. Still has the quickness though available. Wants to look for that engage. Crucially though, its health bars are chunked significantly and the waves are not in great spots for AL. They're going to have to go for some slight resource resets, and that might give BLG another opportunity to clear out some vision and make sure they have full control of this Baron pit.
Okay, Flandra now finishing a Serpent's Fang. Shanks potentially, doing something. He does have a Zhonya's, so when it comes to being able to be a bit more survivable, also provide some of that damage. It is available to him. I like this from Kyle. We have not talked too much about the itemization here for the supports, but having the Frozen Heart I think is quite interesting when you look at even Bin here. Baron being started for BLG, and look at where Hope is. He is all the way back in base.
They knew they could go because he's on that base timer right now. Tarzan's going to have to try to find some steel. Can he get into the pit in time? No! The Summoner Book Smite from On will secure the Baron Nashor, but will BLG be able to escape? The Deadly Flourish lands on as soon as he pops that quickness. Not going to be able to find that engage onto anybody, and so BLG will instead look to retreat. And anyone's Legends, they might not want to be able to let that happen. Hope gonna flash away from the Cyclone, and Kyle going to try to stun up Shadow, but he gets one shot before anything else can be said about it. And Hope will drop to Elk as he just dives onto the back line of anyone's Legend. And Billy Gaming aren't done with this series just yet. They won't end up in the same fate as their matchup in MSI. They will take a game off the defending LPL champs, and they'll force it aside in the regular season.
Holy crap, Elk, he stepped forward and he wanted all of those kills. Shadow went hunting for Hope, and that's going to open up this series. It's going to make us a 1-1, tie everything up, and send us all the way to 3.
5 straight games, BLG had fallen to anyone's Legend. That will not happen for a 6th. As Billy get their first win with their new look roster, and we head to game number 3.
How many more honeymoons do we really got in us right now? We don't know. We'll see if BLG are able to close this one out, but some early game woes from anyone's Legends. They still held control of the objectives, and I want to say a great performance either way from Tarzan, but Flandra made this game so more difficult than it needed to be. That early game lane, just losing out on priority. You're supposed to be in a winning spot versus the Gwen, especially early. That was completely out the window.
Yeah, this Gwen really just took over. I mean, Bin might be MVP, it might be Knight. I mean, there's a lot of people that could go to, I guess, at the end of the day. But what Bin was able to do to Flandra after what Flandra was able to do in that first game on the Rumble was the difference in that game, right? I mean, if Flandra was even remotely stronger on this Jace pick, or was on something like it, or something even a little bit different, could be looking at series being over at this point, but that is not the case, as BLG, their solo laners really came to life in this one. I mean, we talked about Bin, Knight with some tremendous engages, specifically that one around that dragon that ended up really turning the game in their favor.
I still have a bit of questions here for BLG. I still think that there were parts of that game where AL kind of led them around the map, made it difficult. I mean, the fact that they got the first 3 dragons of the game is still really impressive, but that felt more like older BLG, where your soul laners are coming in. BLG and specifically Bin is having a monster performance. One of the things that I think, as a fan of BLG for a while now, or this iteration of BLG, is Bin used to have this like inevitability. You knew in a game, if Bin was on like a good champion, or if Bin was like in form, at like 25-30 minutes, it didn't matter what was the scoreline. You were like, Bin probably still wins this. Bin will just 1v9. And we got to see shades of that. And that is why I think some fans might be clamoring for BLG of old. They want to get back to those moments where we can trust our laners and we know that the best in the league are going to perform.
And the league is better when Bin is at the top of his game, when Knight's at the top of his game. And again, we saw that glimpse. Can't really say they're fully back yet because it's just been one game, but especially because of what that game number 1 looked like, right? So yeah. If you are BLG, got to keep moving forward, keep trudging along. Taking a game is great. You're able to do that in the finals of the LPL, but that doesn't matter if you end up losing the series again. And so anyone's Legends are going to want to try and prevent that from happening. Take a look at the gold graph and all the like. Very balanced effort, I think, all things considered, and you can see that AL had themselves an advantage, and then there's that little turning point around the dragon that BLG started to scale.
Someone who doesn't get enough credit on this team is Elk. I mean, I think consistently he has proved that he's a top-level AD carry in this league for at least the last 2 years, and when you look at iterations of BLG, it has almost always been centered around not only Bin, but now this addition of Elk and On in the last 2. Elk just being this constant threat in a lot of these fights, I think is really impressive when we talk about BLG and kind of their rise to fame, rise to power. We got to see it here in this game. He played with that same level of aggression and precision that we expect from a top-level player, and you do have to kind of take some of the high highs with the low lows that we get from Elkanon, but when they hit, I feel like these two are especially world-class.
I mean, ever since this BLG team kind of rose to fame, obviously Bin has been like a franchise player, but Elk also has been a part of all these successful iterations of this team, allowing for BLG to get to that international level of competition where they really were always one that was feared. But here, trying to find that magic again, and you know, Elk having a pretty good game, all things considered, on the Zaya. Never really was under any significant danger, it seemed like, and finding that last engage, just flashing in to the back line, taking down Hope to wrap up that game. As we go through some of these highlights, that was a big moment as well here for BLG.
Really impressed by what we got from BLG this game, but it's just that nagging feeling of like, can we get more consistent game? It's the same reason why, like, when we commentate a team like Top Esports, we're like, okay, how many Top Esports games are we gonna get? Are we gonna get good top, or are we gonna get bad TES? Like, I don't know. That's why I'm worried about for BLG in a similar manner. It's why I think a lot of fans at home might say that the LPL is a little weaker this year compared to our LCK counterparts, is the consistency to always be able to churn out games left and right at a high enough level is not where it used to be, at least not spread amongst our top level teams outside of a team like maybe anyone's Legend.
Yeah, I feel like all this season as a whole, it's been a lot of, you know, organizations finding high highs, low lows. I mean, BLG obviously with their crazy run through the second round robin when they first brought Bayshon onto the roster. Top Esports winning Split 1 and struggling in the playoffs after a pretty dominant regular season. People kind of forget about that. They were still at first place at the end, or you know, top 2 at the end of the regular season, before kind of just really petering out. Anyone's Legends, though, kind of the more consistent one out of the whole bunch. You think of JDG, Weibo, IG. They've all had their ups and downs. And it's going to be the team that gets hot at the right time or just is able to stay super consistent. The BLG haven't been that just yet, but maybe with this new roster, there's an opportunity to open that up.
Games like these are going to be very important. When we talk about the double round robin and who's going to secure top 4, when we think about our format, top 4 immediately getting into playoffs. They don't have to play a kind of play-in situation. Not expecting for either of these teams to really be on the bubble in that way, but especially against top teams that you're facing off against, like a Top Esports, even an IG who are currently kind of on a run right now. Series like these where you're able to take confident wins or even just beat them in double round robin could make or break whether you're a 2nd seed or a 4th seed. So as we see NiP pick up an MVP for this game, I feel like his boy Bin was robbed a little bit, not gonna lie, but certainly had some high impact moments in this game.
I want him a bunch of fights. I'm going to give it to him. Finding that blind engage, as you mentioned, on the Kyle, catching him out, that was a really big opportunity, a really big moment in that game. That was a turning point. And would that be the turning point in just the game, or you know, maybe the series even, as BLG evening things up against the defending champions. Again, our rematch of this grand finals. But, you know, one more game is all it will take to figure out our winner this time around. Not a best of 5, just a best of 3. So we are headed to that decider. See who comes out on top between AL and BLG right after this on LPL English. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English. We have our final game of this series, our rematch of the LPL Split 2 finals. Anyone's Legends won game 1. BLG won a comeback game number 2. Did not want to get swept just like they did back at MSI. And now sending us to that decider for both of these teams' first matchups of the regular season up in Group Ascend. All BLG came to play in that second game. They were able to weather the storm of the early game from AL and scale into what was ultimately a pretty solid victory for themselves.
We might be a little harsh on this team, but they still ended 4th at the tournament, right? Like, the performance of both AL and BLG guaranteed that LPL will have 4 seeds at Worlds this year, which I think for a lot of other teams, it'd be like, damn, I really want to make 4th. That's great. Top 4 at a tournament, that's awesome. I mean, as North American fans, we're like, we're clapping when we get to 5 games versus an LCK team. But, yeah. I mean, still, we kind of hold these two teams to higher standards, especially for this year. And for BLG in particular, taking a game off here is really exciting. It means that we have more than just a one-sided rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, for AL, I can't even really think of anything super memorable that they did in the last like 20 minutes of that game. It feels like they got off to that decently sized lead, about 2,000 to 3,000 or so, and kind of just were never able to really find anything else that worked to break open that game further. BLG instead were able to find some really nice angles off of Talia from Knight, off of the Gwen from Bin, and they were able to, of course, come away with that victory. Still not entirely sure what the verdict of this roster fully is. Is Shadow making a difference? Is Shadow the one that can actually decide things? I feel like he's been kind of just all right. But, you know, honestly, maybe that's exactly what BLG needs. Somebody who's not going to go too high, too low. Just be about as average as possible and let the rest of the stars shine.
I mean, then why was Beitron benched? Who knows?
He might have been a little more on the.
Oh, come on.
Side.
Well,
at least towards the end.
Well,
I don't know.
We'll see. Maybe Beitron makes a surprise return. He comes in from the top rope, with a steel chair. We'll see. AL get blue side this time around in this third game, and some pretty interesting bans, getting rid of the Jax and the Braum. To me, when I do see that the Jax is taken away, you're starting to think about things maybe like a Cassante start to come on through.
Definitely in the cards here, as again, some of these highly prioritized picks like the Varus and the Pantheon once again hit the ban table. Jax, of course, not going to be available for Bin. Giving him that in Game 3 seems a bit foolish, so not surprised to see that one off the board here by Top A and AL. Just not wanting to mess with it at all. But yes, as you say, as we go further and further down these tier lists, as the Fearless bans continue to take more and more away, what exactly gets B1 at this point? That Cassante that you mentioned is still available. We saw an Mbessa B1 in our last series. We'll see. Maybe we'll get something like that again this time.
Yeah, the Rise is something that is obviously kind of, when we talk about B1s, it's almost exclusively either junglers or mid laners. Sometimes we get to see the rare Rumble and, you know, Scion B1s coming on through. But with Jax, I mean, there's a couple of options. You can still go for stuff like Ore, and this might just be more of a classical front to back. Jarvan, however, does allow them a little bit of flexibility in terms of what they can accomplish.
I think if you're BLG, you know, you could pick a mid laner here. I feel like it doesn't really matter, though, because there's still so many really nice options that you could pair alongside this Jarvan. I'm thinking even notably like an Orianna, that you can just send that Shockwave on top of the Cataclysm, just trap everybody in this giant AoE. Very bold pick by Tarzan, but one that can work given the right composition. Response, though, going to be Sejuani, locked in for Shadow. Normally that's paired alongside the Yone, although it was already picked in game number 1. So curious to see what Knight's going to want to play with this pick.
So, in terms of melees, there's not a lot. You could go for a Renekton topside if you know, like, hey, we're going to be setting up with the Sejuani. This is something that we could be looking for. And Mbessa is still on the table, and while I've had my criticisms of Bin, he has started to get better and better at this champion as the year has gone by. We're getting the Lucian that has been a mainstay on the ban table. This is a champion that has really started to open up in terms of priority as more and more AD carries get explored throughout the meta.
You know what is pretty good with that Sejuani? It's Fiora. That's available here for Bin in Game 3. Obviously was in Game 3 at MSI. But that's going to be the Rise locked in instead for Shanks. Again, a big priority pick for him, obviously. Really good at like the battle mages, things like this, things like the Aurora. We matched alongside the Yorick for Flandres. We're going old school here in this first rotation.
Okay, what is the options coming on through? Don't think you really want to go for the Renekton this time, but still a possibility if they really so choose. You could also go for the Aurora as a flex. We've seen this champion kind of been moved around in the top side, but Ben has not so far shown Aurora this year. And that's going to be the case. We're going to get more and more Renekton through. So in terms of, playing long lanes, I really like what AL are showing. The Yorick is going to be really potent as this game goes on 2 and 3, and Rise just allows you to make a lot of really quick map plays either before or after an objective. So I think BLG need to be really careful about what their next few picks are and specifically how they play them out, because it has been something that they've struggled with so far.
Yeah, so the Renekton Sejuani combo, as you say, can form a very powerful 2v2 that can maybe try to just punish Flandre, take him out of the game early, or have some really nice skirmishing at the start of this game. But following up on that is going to be very important here for Billy Gaming, as both teams still have a lot of work left to do in the draft. Support's targeted here by BLG against Kael, whose pool really has significantly been pinched. The one thing that is still available is something like the Bard that he's had a lot of success on, especially over the last couple of weeks at MSI. Over on this other side here for AL, they have a mid laner locked in. Knight has not made his selection yet, so they're targeting some of his best champions and some things that can go well into the Rise.
Even just the Rise by itself, I like these bans. Annie just to take away of the kind of pick and choose ultimates, that crowd control that you have access to thanks to her passive, and Aurora for the mobility that she provides. I was thinking either Victor or Orianna. The problem that I see with these matchups is there's a Jarvan on the enemy team, and even without him, there's going to be a Yorick in some of these team fights. You're going to have to deal with getting crowded into a single area. You're not going to be able to move as freely, so flashes are going to be a premium here for BLG, something that we look at them for. They're going to have some pretty good damage. In terms of team fight setup, I like the front line that they have. Something that worries me, however, as this game goes on is just how resilient AL are going to be. Like, Rise on, 3 items has, almost 4,000 HP.
That's true. I mean, the Victor's going to help a little bit here for Knight. Locking that one in. It's going to be Senna Nautilus to round out the bottom lane, the round of the composition overall for the side of anyone's legend, knowing that, of course, Lucian is going to be a champion that you can maybe, poke at with range a little bit, especially at the start of this laning phase. Allow for Hope to maybe get a little bit extra scaling. Waiting for support.
Braum.
What's it going to be?
Oh, Braum's banned.
Leona makes a lot of sense here, so that's going to do it. BLG, very front-to-back composition. I think overall pretty solid. The Yorick always throws a bit of a needle, a bit of a random flair into things, though, for AL. Their 1-3-1 is going to be primarily, I think, what they're going to be looking for here.
Early on, I'm looking at BLG. They have the ability to really push their laners. This is a situation where Bin should be able to get priority versus Flandre, especially in the bottom lane. Elkanon can very easily push this 2v2 around. So how Shadow is able to actually manipulate his lanes. Does he use this to get timers into Tarzan? Tarzan shouldn't be worried too much about his own jungle camps, but making sure that he is a resilient Jarvan later in the game could provide a lot of problems for Billy. So AL on 3 or 4 items, this game goes 35 minutes or longer. We start to have a lot of concerns here for BLG.
Yeah, because the Rise, Senna, infinite scaling. You have even the Jarvan that can set up really nicely, can lock down, and a mobile threat like Knight on this Victor on the backline can do a ton to really just make these 5v5s a bit more chaotic here. As BLG want to break open this game a little bit earlier. They want to have a chance at claiming this series to open up their regular season. Always a bit of a weird situation to have one of the top teams in the league start off 0-1, but that's just what happens when you have a rematch of your finals here in the first game of the season. Anyone's Legends won the finals. They wanted MSI. BLG trying to revert that narrative, start themselves on a comeback. And a road to redemption, back to their old form, maybe with a new jungler involved here in Shadow, who'll be piloting the Sejuani here in this game number 3. Final game of our finals rematch about to take place, AL against BLG.
Let's get those Jaios.
Getting there.
Maybe some of the more reserved BLG fans were like, oh crap, we won a game. Okay,
exactly.
We can be fair weather fans.
I was going to make that exact point. That is exactly what happened in the Ultra Prime NiP series the other day, or earlier today too. Where as soon as Ultra Prime won a game, there was like 2 people that cheered instead of 0.
It's unfortunate they weren't able to win out on that series, but something to note, we have both of our supports finally on this unsealed spellbook. Every game so far in this series has been only one of them holding on to it, so we'll be able to see some of that flexibility. And I was wondering if this was actually going to be an unsealed spellbook Sejuani game. I feel like the Aftershock doesn't get too much value, especially with how you expect fights to go, pretty low and slow when it comes to damage. I feel like unsealed spellbook maybe gives Shadow a few more options, especially in the mid game, to make some things happen. So unfortunate to see, but again, tank stats totally fine in the situation as both junglers are pathing down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, getting like an extra TP to like rotate yourself back to another clear of camps, like or get to an
my
objective
jungler
faster.
knowing how to use TP. Let's slow down there.
Oh, I mean, it's gonna have to use all the summoner spells at some point. I mean, that's how it works, right? Well, we're getting engaged early on. Let's hope to burn his heal actually very early on in this lane. Just the Zenith Blade was all it took from On.
I mean, that Sunlight passive is dangerous, as we've been seeing from this Leona and Lucian pair. Lucian still kind of a lane bully, especially in these matchups, but doesn't have that same mid-game power spike that we saw from him from like 2 or 3 years ago, where you would sit with like rapid fire second item and you're sitting there with Collector and you have like first strike, you're really trying to play on mid waves. It's not the same champion as it used to, especially with some of the item changes. So looking on a 2 or 3 item power spike, mostly just abusing an item like Navori Flicker Blades, which personally I'm not a huge fan of on Lucian. I do think that the damage build is much better, but we'll see what Elk and On prefer to do as this game goes on, and we might get a full clear Jarvan here. Maybe into mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, if your bot lane burned a summoner spell early and all that, it's not in a good position. As you're pathing down bot, maybe that's just the most logical thing to do at this point. Doesn't mean the Shadow is a little bit quicker, at least for now. Not going to matter too much. Doesn't mean that he will be at the river first, but see who exactly wants to contest this Scuttle Crab. Looks like Tarzan's actually just going to be completely fine with rotating up to the top side. Thought that maybe with Shanks pushing that wave in, could have had an opportunity to try to contest 2v2.
He's like, I'm not facing this guy, because regardless of if Tarzan gets a full combo down, nice buffer coming out from Kael onto On, but the Aftershock plus the Sejuani Frost Armor passive makes it essentially impossible for Tarzan to deal meaningful damage versus Sejuani. So instead, we'll just take the topside Scuttle, does cover for this Sejuani, or cover for this Yorick as the early game progresses. If Shadow does look for something, he knows that Sejuani is going to be on the top side of the map, so this is another situation where Flandra, maybe 30% HP right now, as we see on the minimap, has to be very careful about where he is and for any kind of jungle assistance to come through.
Some more light trading down here. Actually, a whole heal used as Hope is taken down very low. You can see the power of this Lucian Leona at this point. I was a bit of a doubter when it first got announced, but you can see just, or when it first started getting to play, but you can really see the power that it has in the early game.
I like the idea that Lucian and Leona get paired up together after Senna gets taken. It's like we're launching our relationship, guys. We are hard launching. It's not a soft launch anymore.
It's I know she's watching on the other side. How rude.
And then her pair have got a Nautilus. I think one of these people got out. Depends on how you feel about Nautilus body standards, but me personally, you know what? Actually, I'm going to defend my statement here, because I said this when I was a Slayer. Yeah. Nautilus is sometimes an ideal body shape.
It's a big boy. Sometimes you just need that big guy you can lie on.
He's got a shield for me. Leona is very selfish. She just makes herself tankier.
He's also one of those champions like in the lore is like huge, right? Like
yeah,
like
he's
the size
massive.
of like a lighthouse.
He's supposed to
or
be
something.
under the ocean and stuff.
Yeah,
He's pretty
yeah.
chill. But as we get back into
Even
this
better.
game,
Anyway.
let's see how much more Elkanon can actually do, because with the Summoner Spellbook, we might see some early Ignite action, and as long as Elk is able to keep up this PTA, we're expecting for Hope to be suffering throughout the early game.
But that's okay if you're Senna. At least, you know, that's the goal, at least, because you can scale into, of course, that later stage. That is where we feel like Anyone's Legends does have the power in this draft. When you get Rise and you get Senna fully stacked up, you know, you got a tier working here. But BLG don't want to make that happen, as now it is Dominus popped by Bin, gonna follow the flash up to make sure that Kolomik lands. And Shadow comes in to pick up his second straight first blood.
Another situation where Flandra walks up a little too far. Look at where the rest of his team is on the map right now. Tarzan's on the top side looking for jungle camps, trying to get any kind of vision and information. Shanks is even kind of pathing towards that, especially with the Realm Warp. Maybe they were trying to set up for a dive.
And now
but yeah, Shadow just gets across mid and protect his topside camps. Bin gets to crash 2.5 waves, and Flandra had no summoner spells after using the flash, so because he teleported to the bottom lane wave, Bin gets to open up yet another large advantage.
And that's how, that was a big X factor in their last game, that Bin was able, or just kind of this whole series, right? It's been like the top lane being the difference. In game number 1, it was Flandra up by 5,000 goals on the Rumble. He like had multiple insane equalizers that ended up just like dismantling some of these fights for BLG. Then in game 2, it was Flandra who struggled in the Jace versus Gwen matchup. Bin had himself a phenomenal series. You think he was robbed with the player of the game even. And now we're starting to see a little bit more of that game 2 vibes in this final decider, at least for now.
There is a difference between Bin Renekton and Gwen and Bin Sion. I think we are getting to see a little bit, and he's getting jungle attention, which is nice. Shadow is definitely helping him out. It is part of what this pair is able to do. So for the time being, let's see how much more Bin can actually get done in this matchup. There was also no Flandra did not even bother to summon the Maiden there. Still trying to save this, recognizing that if Sejuani is to come down here, that makes it particularly difficult. Maybe they go for something on the Bin, but there is just no way for them to do anything here.
They're gonna try to stun up Bin. Has his ulti, so should be able to heal up nicely with that Q as well. The Fury fully stacked up. Bin should be all fine. In the meantime, it's Shadow picking up some grubs.
I am very worried about this play here, Graves, because not only is it grubs, it's also some turret plates here for Lucian. Lucian's going to be feeling pretty nice about this trade right now. Bin even gets to still collect this wave for himself. A Realm Warp from Shanks means that he'll be able to pick up this wave. Seems like Hope and Kyle are going to be destined for a mid lane wave in a few minutes. And an overall good trade here for BLG.
Oh man, well, look at where we're at right now. BLG have that gold lead in game 3 with the new jungler. They're looking to try to have that miracle run continue as they go in onto the Drake. Shadow not able to get in there in time as it's Tarzan to secure the smite, but he should be able to get taken down by that Arcane Storm Knight's the one to claim the kill. But here comes the rest of Anyone's Legends. Kyle in with that dredge line, forcing the flash away from On. Will there be enough chase? Will there be enough follow-up? Hope flashes over the wall to try to take down the Leona, but the Leona might just be too tanky. Somehow keeping himself alive, allowing for that permafrost stacks to land on the Hope, but it won't be enough for Shadow to try to finish the deal, a 1-for-1 overall.
May our observers go to the top side. Thank you. 2 plates here for Elk. No one is answering this Lucian right now. BLG, they may not have gotten the dragon, but they still take 2 kills, and they have 3 grubs. Elk is incredibly fed at this point, and more importantly, you take away a potential win condition with this Yorick and this Rise sitting in side lanes and having any of the grubs. So I think so far BLG have answered so well. I don't know what's happening in the background here. Obviously AL are getting outplayed in some of these situations, but maybe Kakao leading review is doing a hell of a lot of good work.
At least in this game, as really nicely done by BLG to, even if they can't get the dragon, but first focus onto the single target, and then be able to make sure most of their members end up getting out pretty safe.
Something we saw in game number 1 was Maokai starting up the Dragon by himself after a huge fight for AL, and it's taking him a little too long, and so BLG are able to answer back during that fight afterwards. This is the same thing. I mean, Sejuani had just finished the grubs on the top side. She moves all the way down to the Dragon, and Jarvan had been soloing this objective by himself. So in the way that AL have been very self-sufficient for their laners, not necessarily playing for Tarzan's objective, BLG are just saying, okay, look, we love to play around our solo lanes. Let's just give them a nice large injection of gold. So BLG, I mean, Bin has that assist that we saw earlier. Knight even picking up a kill means that he's a little bit closer to his evolves. This is a good start here for Bilibili, almost 2,000 gold up, and they're taking control of this top side jungle, having Knight push in another wave, and maybe even looking for a turret with their 3 grubs.
I mean, you mentioned gold for the solo lanes here for BLG, but Elk, as you mentioned, got a lot on the Lucian as well, has his first completed item. Everybody on BLG looking nice so far, even On, who gets hooked here by Kyle and just what is a little bit of poke damage. The thing again, though, you have to remember to iterate that BLG, their composition, maybe not as strong as we get to the later game. Knight's surely going to be powerful, but when you think about that infinitely scaling Senna, when you think about what Shank's able to do after he hits level 16, AL might be able to work things better in the side lanes as this game continues to progress. But right now, it is BLG in this decisive game at number 3 that have the upper hand.
The big breakpoint for me when I'm watching AL is how fast they can get Static Shiv for this Senna. It makes her a bit more competent in being able to contest for wave priority and push. Seeing some top side fights. Remember, there's a Senna with her ultimate here. BLG need to pick their fights carefully.
Oh, nice buffer, canceling that Zenith Blade here from Kyle. The culling comes out, but the Nautilus is eating the whole load of it. Not any much damage left onto it, but it will be a trade 1-for-1 as Tarzan EQs straight to his doom. Shanks, though, doing a ton of damage to try to bounce back a little bit, but it will not be enough, as down in the bottom side of things, it has been forcing a Flandre back by popping the Dominus.
Pops the Dominus and also kills the Maiden here, so a lot of the power budget of Yorick's kit is placed in that ultimate, and with it gone, Bin can feel a little bit more confident to step up, maybe with these 3 grubs even get himself a turret plate. But a great trade nonetheless here for BLG as they look for something on a hope. There's no cleanse.
Yeah, he's a very squishy Senna, not even gonna have the chance to use that cleanse before he just gets one shot by Elk.
This is the BLG that we were kind of looking forward to at the beginning of the year. I mean, they're playing aggressive, they're taking trades on every part of the map, and AL cannot answer. Shanks doesn't have nearly enough damage to try to answer this. Tarzan's going to go forward. I don't think it's going to turn into too much, but even getting his flash, that's amazing. BLG are running this 3rd game.
You know what happened, Alk? They got a new jungler. They got a new jungler.
Okay.
Always happen. It always freaking happens, man. No matter, whenever there's a new jungler swapped in, BLG just suddenly become the best team in the world for a couple weeks, and then it all falls apart. They got to do it again. Shadow somehow making it happen, at least here in this game 3, as BLG have jumped up to a 3k gold lead before the plates have even fallen. Knights 2-0. Shadow, 100% kill participation, and the rest of the team doing well too. For anyone's Legends, you know you scale, but you don't want to let this game get out too far out of reach. It's going to become really difficult to make sure you even get to that late game.
Well, thankfully for AL, they still have ways of being able to answer on side lanes. Again, the Realm Warp, such a big part of this game. Same thing with the Dawning Shadow from the Senna. And now has the Static Shiv, so should be able to more freely walk around. But, I mean, Elk, he got 3 plates to himself. He has a 30 CS lead over his opponent right now. And aside from that, I mean, even Flandre is a little bit behind on a champion that, honestly, he's pretty well known for it. He was one of the few Yorick players that I actually kind of trusted in games early on in Split 2. So right now it's going to be BLG getting ready to start up on this Dragon. You can see that AL are instead looking to make some kind of secretive play in mid lane. I like this, moving alongside, using the Senna E to hide multiple members, and they're going to look to contest for the Herald.
Oh, Solar Flare, though, lands onto Hope. He has both of his summoner spells. It's going to be matched here by Kyle. An absolutely clutch depth charge will keep Hope alive. It comes at the cost of the Dragon, but a much-needed response for AL.
And now they're going to move over to this Herald. I don't know if this is their play. I don't know if they have the timer for this. It is a numbers advantage here for anyone's Legend. There are no TPs from either Bin or Flandra. And instead, Knight, he's going to TP for this. Instead of trying to contest, they're going to make this dive happen, at least maybe get a turret for themselves and get feats of strength.
Will Flandra try to stay around? He has the Maiden at his disposal. You have to use it quick. And now a teleport comes in from Shanks as well. Going to be a 2v3 unless Shanks doesn't get there in time. Flandra flashes away from the Glacial Prison, but still will get taken down. Shanks going to be able to make at least one go down alongside him, but it'll be a 2-for-1 overall. And the tower will still surely go BLG's way at the cost of the Herald.
Really nice dive. Not only getting the flash from Flandra, but the TP as well from Shanks. And you get all of this gold, all of these assists onto your Victor. Very good play coming in from BLG, who we may have had some questions, we may have had some concerns, but so far in their first game back from MSI, it seems like they are getting back into the swing of things. Whether that's some coaching staff changes, whether that is some player changes, will have to be revealed as the season goes on.
Talk about that dive again. It was very well executed. Obviously, one player did die in that exchange, and that's never the best thing. Has been, it did end up donating a kill over to Shanks. But you're pretty satisfied about that, all things considered. It's essentially a 1-for-1 trade in terms of the turrets, and you get more kills on top of it. So you're at BLG. You need to keep pushing the pace. You have Shadow in a very strong position right now. Knight nearly having that second item completed. Lot to look forward to here if you are a BLG fan.
The lane assignments from AL just feel suffocating, honestly. Just constantly having to, okay, we're going to go to this wave. Well, now they're putting 2 members and 3 people in our topside jungle. So another turret here for Knight. This Victor is going to be incredibly far ahead of the curve. Already 20 CS over Shanks. And maybe another fight coming on through.
Nicely done again by Kyle to try to cancel some of that initial engage, but the Solar Flare still will connect. The Arcane Storm doing so much damage, but finally here comes Tarzan. The Cataclysm is going to be his own demise, but the health bars are still low, and Hope is full HP on the backline alongside Shanks, but still, Shanks flashes forward, nearly takes down Elk. Oh, it'll be the first target. Shadow and Knight now on the run, and Shanks and Hope save the fight for AL.
The huge carries of AL are able to make it happen. Realm Warp to try to finish this off. This is greedy, Shanks. Just go for the wave, brother. You're already behind in gold at this moment. AL finally find footing here in this game, where it has looked almost entirely BLG favored. They had feats of strength, and they were able to grab the grubs. I like the way that they were pushing AL around the map, and the start of this is so good for them. AL are split. There is no way for them to deal damage. Flandra is keeping Elk from this fight, and that might be the backbreaker for anyone's Legend. The Lucian no longer a part of this. You can see how tanky Shadow and Bin are, but without the ability to get onto this full HP Rise and Senna, AL just gonna have a firing range onto the rest of their opponents.
And who better to give the kills over to than to Shanks and to Hope, the 2 players that will scale in this late game the best, as AL get themselves a little bit closer to that late game that they eventually should be stronger than BLG in a 5v5 if things go their way. Still a lot of game to play though, as BLG still have their carries in great positions. They still have a tremendous front line, but that was the start of something for our defending champs.
AL were trapped in this cycle of having to go to one lane and then having to TP to match. BLG were making forward and I think more progressive moves than their opponents. But finally a fight goes their way for AL and at least gives them some breathing room here. Finally they can kind of move around the map a little bit more freely, catch their waves. More for Tarzan, just making sure that he's actually able to stay relevant in this game as the Jarvan. And give yourself some more time, which is all you need when you're having a composition that has a Yorick, a Rise, and a Senna.
And to be fair, there are still scaling elements for BLG, specifically Knight, who is in a really good position right now, going to have that Rod of Ages stacked up before Shanks is going to give him that XP advantage at least for a couple of minutes or so. And then, when the rest of the team's able to contest. But AL, they're going to be able to continue to scale. You have Hope right now sitting at 65 Senna stacks, which is in a decent spot. We're going to try to get those numbers up as we get towards that late game. Hextech Dragon's available. AL, the ones to be around there first, but not wanted to risk it to just fully send the objective yet.
Well, On's teleporting for this. Kyle will be able to do the same. Flandra's teleport is coming up. Do AL want to contest this? Because if they lose this fight, there's a very large potential for BLG to go for Otacon afterwards. Let's just get Flandra his turret. Let's try to get him back into this game. I like that AL are willing to be a little bit more patient and trade the objective for a bit more time on the map.
And with the Maiden popped in the top lane, Flandra should be able to take the big chunk of this tier 1 turn, although Bin has been sent up to the area to make sure that it's a little bit more difficult. Glacial Prison nicely dodged from Guy Kyle. And BLG not able to find anything here off that mid lane play. Culling comes out, forcing a heal out of Kyle, as Hope will be able to keep himself nice and healthy here. Now AL can maybe have a little bit of a timer to go for something on their own.
I think the problem that we're starting to see here for BLG is with these outer lanes so pushed, it is so easy for AL to move in either with the Rise or even just having this Jarvan. With both of these outer turrets already taken for BLG, they can't step too much farther up unless they want more people there.
Oh.
Say that.
On sent forward with the flag and drag. Elk gets hit up by the depth charge as well. A full fight has begun in the bottom side of River. And Kyla now has to flash away. Zenith Blade not going to land, but Bin coming in with a teleport with the dominance already popped going on to Flandra. But he's able to keep himself alive. Still 5 members strong for both teams, but no objective to fight over other than the Otacon that BLG could have the opportunity to retreat towards.
An incredibly clutch summoner spellbook there from Kyle. He took cleanse after getting his teleport, so he gets the cleanse out of the CC from Shadow and ends up living, maybe because of it. So I think a smart play from AL, just getting a few ultimates out from their opponents. I think maybe a more worrisome thing for me is there's no flash from Kyle or from Flandra, and you did get the TP out from Bin. So this map is so interesting. I think this is going to be a great workshop to watch around, not only because of the Rise, but these teleports being so important. And because it is a Hextech Rift, getting around the map is really, really deceptive.
Shadow's just standing there right now. He finds the Glacial Prison on the Hope. He immediately cleanses away, but Kyle now in some trouble as well. He's down to less than 100 HP.
He's out.
But Tarzan with a 3-man Cataclysm might have tried to save this fight. Shanks is very far out of position. He has a Seraph Shield, but it will not be enough. He's forced to go golden, but there's 4 members of BLG there to take him down. He gets one with him, but it'll be a one-way trip here as BLG still control the Rift.
And what this means now for BLG is that the solo lanes will be able to pick up gold. They're going to kind of push out more waves. And then I'm looking at mid lane. How close is this turret to falling? Because he might even have Demolish. He doesn't, but guess what? He has 3 grubs, so it doesn't matter. BLG will make out with 3 kills, multiple flashes out from Shanks and Tarzan, and a turret to boot. We get to watch this fight again. Remember, we just took a fight in the top side of this river, not even 30 seconds ago, and because of the Hextech Rifts, BLG going to be right back out of the map and force AL's hand. I love these looks from BLG. Keep them off kilter. Do not allow BLG or for AL to find their way back into this game.
Shanks somehow able to get this kill back onto Elk. That
Flash
was
W,
massive
brother.
in terms of making sure that Otacon was not going to be a target. And because of that, we're still in a relatively similar position in this game, Elk, than when we were about 10 to 15 minutes ago. BLG up a little bit, but not by enough for AL to really be put to bed. The Otacon has been started up, but they're taking it rather slow at this point. They're trying
Shanks
to
has
bait
Realm
in
Orb.
anyone's legend. Shanks is on the way, as you mentioned, having that ultimate at his disposal. But the Baron, Otacon is at 5,000 HP. Dawning Shadow comes over to the top. The health bars on BLG are starting to melt a little bit. AL regaining control of the pit. Shadow's going to have to get in there and try to claim this for his team if they want to have any chance. There's the Glacial Prison. In they go. Who's going to get it? It's secured by On. And now the Arcane Storm will start to rip apart the defending champions of the LPL. BLG find themselves the team fight. They get the Otacon. It's a double kill in for Bin and Hope's the last remaining survivor as Elk will shut him down.
There it is. AL unable to get in control of the Otacon, and BLG, maybe it's a honeymoon, who knows, man, but they are playing so much better than what we saw from them at the beginning of this series. Bin's going to go in mid lane, take down the mid tier 2. The rest of BLG are going to go and finish off this turret. And hey, guess what? They can recall 30 seconds before the dragon spawns, and they've got Hex Tech Rifts. They can get right back out on the map. I like this from On. Redeploys onto the map and makes sure that he gets vision to stop AL from starting a potential Baron.
What a massive fight by Billy Gaming. Gets them that bottom lane tier 2 tower, gets them that Otacon, gets them a 7,000 gold lead, and somehow On, of all people, with that Spellbook Smite is the one to secure this objective.
Kyle has not been looking for Spellbook Smites, and Kyle was
88.
unable to use any of his abilities onto Shadow before the fight started. Tarzan gets completely blocked off, and the rest of the fight is just a wash from that point on. It has looked a little back and forth, but these last 2 games, BLG have been that much better than their opponents. I feel like they are skirmishing a lot better. They are, I think, positioning in a little bit more confident spots. And while I had some questions, some qualms about how they played game 2, this 3rd game is feeling more and more like BLG of old.
And you wonder if this is going to stick. Is this the formula that could get BLG back to their internationally acclaimed status? Because obviously for Beishuan it worked pretty well too for the first half of the season, and then things maybe started to slip. BLG with Shadow here, looking to close out this best of 3 against the defending champions, against anyone's Legends who they just lost to, at MSI who they lost to in Grand Finals. And they're in a great position to do it right now.
We talked about AL scaling. It's still tough here, down 7,000 gold. Shanks has hit those 3 items that we were kind of talking about, but only half a level away from level 16 is still a lot when you have to be able to share experience with some of your members. Knight already completing that. It has a hell of a lot of damage to boot. I'm looking at Hope, man. He has to finish this Executioner's Calling. Maybe that opens up a spot for AL to actually fight, but I'm still worried. There's... Honestly, top lane has been a vortex of pressure as Bin has really taken Flandre to task once he's gone off of the boring Scion champs.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the big thing. Been the difference maker so far in this series. And now they're looking for Shanks. A beautiful Hex Gate over is going to cause chaos in the Baron pit right now. Shanks already down. Tarzan going to try to take down Knight, and he does, but he doesn't have a lot of health bars left. Hope is only alongside him for now, and Tarzan will try to get in onto Elk, try to finish off some sort of kill, but it'll be all for naught. Only Tarzan remains alive, and BLG are going to look to shut the door on this series. Shadow dashing forward, the new jungler, helping Elk secure the ace and help BLG get their way over to the Baron.
Bin is continuing to play side lane Renekton. He does not want to be part of most of these fights. Opens up the inhibitor for his team. The Baron's going to go over to BLG. And AL, for as dominant as they've been, mechanically sometimes they do flounder. I think a big problem with them sometimes is their early games aren't as clean. Here we're getting to see them get punished again. This Baron is going to have a perfect overlap with the Hextech Soul spawning in 2.5 minutes. BLG taking them to task here in this series.
10,000 gold. And remember, we were thinking like, hey, AL maybe just win this one, right? With all the hesitation of Shadow coming into this starting lineup and not being able to find too much. But in that first
what
game,
happened to Flandre, man? Like, we're getting dry solo killed like this in the middle of the map. It's a good flank there from Bin while this is happening, and it cuts off Flandre from reaching. Just the rest of the team isn't there. AL look completely scattered. Maybe it's due to the fact that they haven't had a break in a while, but I mean, you're a top level team.
Going down on a Bin again, he just is going to not fall. Tarzan sends that Cataclysm straight to his doom once more, as in goes Bin, onto the back line. Giga Bin is back, and he is hungry for more damage, for more carnage in the LPL. He'll finally go down before picking up a double kill, but hope will fall, and all hope for your defending champions is out the window. BLG lost in the finals, BLG lost in MSI, but they've had enough. They've taken down anyone's Legends, and they will kick off the regular season with a bang.
I think, an important win for them. We talked about playing in double round robin, how this potentially could affect their seeding going into playoffs. But I think for me, when I look at this BLG roster, this is a win that they needed coming off of some pretty disappointing defeats in the last 3 weeks of their competition. And while it is the first one that they play here in the LPL, starting off like this, beating the incoming defending champions, an important one for Billy.
What can I say? Jungler buff. It strikes again.
Oh,
Shadow.
Man.
He had a really good game, actually, on that Sejuani. I want to give him some credit there. You know, securing a lot of space, just became an immovable object by the end of that one. But a lot of credit has to go towards that guy right there, Bin. For all the struggles he had in Split 2, all the ups and downs, even at international competition, he really stepped up in the 2 wins that they had here today.
Shadow was definitely a big portion of their wins. I'm really glad to see that he's doing well. I think despite maybe some of our issues with how he's asserted himself in the FPX lineups, he's at least a very fun player. At the very least, I think he's a very communicative player. So looking to see how much more he can kind of add to this team. And I don't know. I mean, it's only one game, right? Like, it's a 2-1 series. It's the beginning of their lineup. When we look at BLG, their next upcoming matches, they're going to be facing off against FPX tomorrow, and they're going to be going up against IG, which might be a much harder matchup than that next upcoming one. If they go on a run, that puts them in really good spots for playoffs, and having to kind of play that bout of how far can we push ourselves before we get a break.
Hey, this is just a start. You know, potentially, you remember what happened when Beishuan got inserted into that lineup. They were not having a lot of success with Wei, and all of a sudden they won like 9, 10 series in a row. As soon as they stuck in that new jungler, maybe this is what's going to happen again. I know the memes were kind of maybe playing into it a little bit, but hey, they look pretty good this time around. And the Soul Laners really stepped up as well. I know that they had their ups and downs at MSI specifically, but Bin had a great performance. I think Knight played very solidly just throughout the series, and that's going to be the real difference. It's not really, you know, Beishuan versus Shadow. Does that really make a difference? I feel like the biggest difference is if these superstars really come in and just perform as well as we know that they can.
Something to note for both BLG and AL is, again, as top-level teams, the schedule's pretty packed. Now that we have 3 splits, we have 3 internationals, it doesn't get much better for them. Because of their late start into the LPL, they have more 3-block weeks than any other teams in the regular season. Some teams, they have only 1 week where they have to play 3 series. These guys are playing 3 or 4 of them in a single week, 3 or 4 times this season. And we play 42 days in a row. I don't envy them in terms of their position. Obviously, it is a lot to be able to represent a region internationally, but burnout is very real. I mean, even look at Gen G, right? Like, they won their very first set coming back into the LCK. They immediately qualified for Worlds, but they have played very long tournaments. So it's the start of the season, still got a lot of time before we kind of etch out the rest of what this standings look like, but just things to start thinking about as we get into the season.
Yeah, no, I mean, we talk about these being, you know, just the regular season and things like that, but it has to feel so good if you are BLG to get that monkey off your back a little bit. Obviously dealing with some turmoil on their roster all season long, going in from, you know, Shun leaving to then Wei coming in and then having to replace him with Beishuan, and then now Shadows entering, and you really haven't been able to take down anyone's legends, at least in the playoffs. Remember the upper finals, then the grand finals, then over at MSI in these meaningful games. Sure, it's just a regular season matchup at this point, but it must feel good. And hopefully they can keep that momentum running, because the more good teams, the more solid teams we have here in the LPL, the better.
Oh, yeah. And for AL, I mean, a tough loss, especially those last 2 games. Just felt like Flandra really dropped the ball in 2 separate games now here. And I'm not going to fully blame him for this 3rd game. Obviously, a bit of a different situation where this was a B1 Jarvan. I do have to call into question what exactly we were kind of looking for. I personally feel like Jarvan can be a little more flexible with what he's able to do. He's not just like this brainless level 3 ganks, spam ganks for like low econ jungle. He provides a lot of utility. He can also be kind of a crowd control bot with using his EQ and the way he gets his flash to jail melee members. But it just didn't seem like it was very cohesive. AL tried to play a bit more fast on the map, and BLG did punish them for that.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if that hurts it all for AL, if they are just like, oh, it's a regular season game. We beat them the moments that were more important, but obviously still a lot to look forward to from this team. They've not locked their spot up at Worlds just like Gen G have just yet, but certainly in a good position to make it back to International if they keep up the performances that we've seen from them all year long. As we get a look at some of these highlights, again, very close fights all throughout. This was the moment where maybe I thought Anyone's Legends had a chance to get back into this one, but it was just a really good job by BLG to find these fights. This specifically from Shadow I thought was very aggressive, and it ended up paying off big time. I'm glad that he's able to be that go button for this team. This fight in general was so bankrupt in my mind. Like, Kyle goes back in, there's a Jarvan ultimate. The coordination from Anyone's Legend, something that has been a strength for them all year long. How tight-knit and synchronized this team usually looks is an important part of their success. We didn't get to see it too much today, especially in the back half of this series. And back to kind of at least I would say a break, but both of these teams play tomorrow. Yep.
BLG FPX is tomorrow. Weibo versus AL is tomorrow. I think those are layup series for them.
You say layup, but I feel like here in Group Ascend, anything really can happen. We got some crazy results happen last split. I feel like we haven't gotten too many upsets, at least in Group Ascend yet, but still a lot of opportunities for that here. And these teams, they had their break. They had like the 2 days that they had, coming back, waiting for the season to start again. So you know what? They managed to take it just right back to the grind. That's what it's like here in the LPL, where you just constantly are having your skills tested. If you get a look at this last fight here, in terms of player of the game, I feel like Bin probably deserves it just because of how important he was in terms of his laning difference, as well as, of course, some of those big fights at the end of things. But
I think it should be Shadow. We were just complimenting him. I mean,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair
won.
Too.
If it's not Shadow, then it's On, because On got 2 separate smites that were up for grabs versus the 2 junglers. Maybe it's Unsealed Spellbook who really deserves the MVP. These will be considered as the voting goes forward.
I mean, yeah, the last fight here, just proving BLG are here to play. They get that 2-1 win over Anyone's Legends, conquering their demons and making sure that they're not just going to be a team that falls over, rolls over dead after some roster changes that maybe they were not expecting to have. So BLG off to a good start here in Group Ascend with a win. The question is, will they be able to use that momentum and keep it rolling throughout the season into the playoffs, maybe even potentially internationally? Suppose only time will tell as we wait for our player of the game here. It's been a fun day, Alk. I know you got one more series to close us out as well.
We got JDG versus WE after this. We're going to be bringing Yanni in so that fellow ESTers can actually go to bed. Shadow gets an MVP, rightfully earned, honestly, for how he's performed, and I think it is the perfect knot to end this series on. Shadow, new jungler coming on for BLG. He gets the MVP for the final game of the series so that they can go 1-up versus Anyone's Legend.
Taking down the defending champions of the league. Final score here, 2 to Billy Gaming, 1 to Anyone's Legends, as BLG move up to 1-0 on the regular season here in Group Ascend. And Shadow making an impact here with this new look roster. But that's going to do it for our coverage here of this series. Make sure you stick around here for our final matchup of the day as JD Gaming take on Team WE right after this on LPL English.
Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the LPL over here on LPL English. Yanni stepping in for Grapes. Ox been here for a little bit. I don't know how much longer you're going to end up being here this evening, this morning, whatever you want to call it. We've had 6 games already. We might be getting 3 more. I don't know. JDG versus Team WE. Yeah, listen. I want to get my 3 in. Let me get my 3 in.
Dude, come on, man. Our poor
the mods
producer,
will
Chippy.
be working overtime.
Shout out to our mods and Chippy, also our socials people working today. But yes, one last series every Saturday, folks, while we're in regular season is going to be a 3-game day. So hopefully you got your weekends nice and packed out. As we dive into this one, JDG versus WE, a matchup that honestly a lot more even than I think folks should expect, considering the form that these two teams are in.
Yeah, if you look at on paper, you'd probably still give it to JDG after their changes, right? And if you look at it based on, Split 2, yeah, playoffs were a little wonky, you'd probably still give it to JDG, right? But if you take a look at the games that have actually been played here in Split 3 so far, JDG did not look good at all against IG.
Well, we can take a look at their roster here for JDG. Kind of a new one that's coming on through. It's Xiaoshu coming in from RNG. The rest of the lineup looking the same except for our supports. Wink also making a move on over. And new coach in Clearlove, who I think got a little bit of flack, rightfully so, for their performance in that first series versus IG. Some of those drafts did not look great, but not just a coach diff here. Scout, the man in the mid lane, is under some fire right now.
Yeah, he did not play very well in the series at all against IG. He struggled a lot going toe-to-toe with Rookie. A couple of moments where he got caught up in side lanes and everything like that, and it was just not really good. And he didn't have the same impact that Rookie had on the other side, right? We saw a game where Rookie goes and he steals a Rift Herald, as you'll see in some of these clips we have about how JDG fared in their series. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. The fights were sloppy. They were disconnected at times. They went a little too deep at times. Ultimately, that's why they lost.
And these are just some clips that we saw from them in their last series. I always feel like I have to give a caveat for this because IG are actually playing well to start off the season.
Yeah.
They may have lost their first matchup, but they are playing, I think, consistently better than what we saw, especially Thashai really leveling up his performance. But I don't know what happened to this JDG team. They have been a pretty big enigma so far this year. I mean, they made top 4, top 3 in the very first split, but just barely were able to fall. Then in the second split, they have like an all-around pretty weird regular season and end up going out at the very bottom of top 8 in a couple of their series during playoffs. Like, this team is very clearly dysfunctional, and you would think with some of the names on here, Scout and Pays kind of being able to do a little bit of work. Shun, I think, bringing over some of that experience that we saw from him on BLG. This should be a good lineup. This was supposed to be a super team when it had Ala and Missing, but even before when those pieces were still here, we saw some misgivings from this lineup.
Without a doubt, this is a team that going into the year when we took a look at the rosters, we're like, hey, this is a Worlds caliber team, right? Totally expect to send JDG to Worlds, and now we have a lot of questions about that. Obviously, Split 3 is going to be long, but I love that you pointed out that, Split 2 was a little weird, and it was an enigma of this team because they finished 12-6 in the regular season of Split 2. They were 7-6 at one point. They went on a 5-game bender and then reverted back to the inconsistent team that we saw in the Split 2 playoffs.
This is also one of our lower bracket matchups. WE taking down JDG started a miracle run after immediately losing to anyone's legend. I still feel like WE is our final vibes team. They're the last of the brothers in arms, kind of coming together, being better than what they're supposed to be. And while they're one of the teams that didn't make any roster movements, their early start to split number 3 has not been pretty.
Not at all. As we take a look at their lineup, we mentioned it's still the Vibes team. It's the same dudes that you've seen since Split 2 placements for them. It's Cube, Monkey, Karas, Taeyun, and Vampire. And you're so right. The vibes seem to be there for this team. The start and the results, not quite there. And it's a bit disappointing, I must say, because going into their first matchup, obviously a tough assignment that they drew with IG, but they played against Weibo Gaming, and they won. Team WE won that series 3-0, bro. Like, they just seem to not understand the assignment in their losses. It was bad.
They threw 2 separate games. That game number 1 was tough. They end up starting off the series great, and then game 2, they have a really commanding lead in the first 20 minutes, but overfighting gets them caught out. Game 3, they have a smolder that gets the first blood of the game alongside a Leona, and we're thinking, okay, this game is over. Like, Taeyun got stacks around the same time, around the 22-minute mark. He's doing fine for himself, but again, over-aggressive fighting. Team WE, what we've seen from them all split in the last split was them really focusing and honing in on playing around Vampire and Monkey. And while this is a Monkey-led team, some of their mid-games have been really baffling.
Some of their fights have been too. I mean, this is just a perfect example. These guys are so split here, right? We're fighting on 2 different fronts. Cube had a great ultimate too, and what ends up the result is that you lose a member.
Karis, between this series and the series up against Weibo, has again been a liability. That is the biggest problem for me. He is still one part of this puzzle that is just not working. I feel like a lot of the times he kind of gets dragged along and brings home a victory because of his other teammates. And another thing to note is Cube is actually starting to kind of have standout performances. He is leveling up in terms of these splits, and if him and the rest of the team can kind of get it all together, I feel like this Team WE roster is potentially worth that 4th spot that they got in split number 2 finals, or playoffs.
I love that you gave Cube a shout, because for the longest time we talked about how, like, Taeyun was the rock of this team, and lately he hasn't really been to that same form as he was earlier. But Cube has been the guy, as you mentioned, to really step up and be that stabilizing force. Good mention about Karis as well, because this was the guy that we said, hey, when Monkey and Vampire link up, they go unlock Karis, right? They make sure that he is not really losing them the game, for lack of a better term, right? And it was working for a little bit. Hasn't been working so far. I do wonder, is this an easier assignment for Scout or an easier assignment for Karis because of the way these guys have played?
Well, honestly, I'd say it's a layup for WE, because if Scout's going to continue to perform like this, you're giving Karis a free laning phase, and that was one of the issues that we had from him in the early splits of this year. Laning was not the greatest and kind of got taken advantage of. We got to see that in the series versus IG, Rookie really taking him to task. As we can kind of see on stage, we are in JDG's home arena. We're in Beijing. Usually we would be in Xi'an if this was a WE game, but probably going to get a home and an away game, considering they are wearing the away jerseys. And this is, I think, a very important matchup. I think you and some of the other guys were talking about it when we speak about Split 3. Group Ascend is smaller now. There are 8 teams. You do not get free wins up against NiP and ThunderTalk anymore. You don't get to fight up against a suffering FPX or any of the like. You have to play against, now I think, a more informed kind of IG. You're going to be playing up against a top esports that's still firing away AL and BLG, and really the only ones you can kind of take away from if you are WE is you're fighting against FPX for a 7th and 8th place spot if you perform as expected.
Yeah, and we've seen that FPX's changes haven't really bared any fruit yet. Jury's still out, but it's not looking too hot for them. And to be honest with you, if that's the team that you're just trying to stay ahead, you got to be looking at yourself like, are we the free win? I certainly hope not. And both these teams could be in that territory. But the good news is, for one of these teams, they will no longer be winless. So you'll at least be able to take something back from that. What does it mean for the rest of the group of the other teams you have yet to face? Probably not a whole lot, but a win, a number in the win column is better than a goose egg in the win column.
Let's be clear. JDG need to win today if we want to inspire any hope in this season. Because, like we said, they're a world's caliber roster, or at least they were in split number 2. And now that they've made changes, this feels like the last potential spot for them to actually make it. This team has been through a lot so far this year. They lost their coach midway through the season. They now have a new coach. They have brought in a top and a support change, and then changed their coach again. So we get into draft here. JDG on blue side. Trundle, Azir, and Orianna. These look like comfort bands taken away from Monkey and Karis.
Let's see what the first option is going to be. It's going to be Talia because that one was left open. I am shocked, brother. Oh my god. Talia, so good, obviously. We'll see what the response is for Team WE.
Surprised that they didn't want to take the Azir. I know that we've been seeing Azir buffs time and time again. I'm going to have to talk to Clearlove, bro. We are recycling the same fit from a couple days ago. Come on. But
that's a violation.
Yeah, WE, they get Rumble here for Cube, so looking to probably punish what looks to be immobile members from JDG. Thinking about what they could go for in jungle. They're going to immediately snap up the Wukong. Pretty interesting considering that they've consistently given Monkey counterpick later in the draft.
I do love the setup that they have here, mostly because these team fights are going to be really chaotic, right? They are looking to win the skirmishes versus JDG, win these objective fights, and you know, when you can just give Cube his most played champion for the year, you're definitely going to do so and follow it up with something strong. We're going to see Xin Zhao come out for JDG, the tried and true pairing of the mid-jungle duo.
Okay. So some strong skirmishing. I think a lot of setup here. See from JDG what they're going to choose. Was going to either be a Scion or an Ornn versus this Rumble. Haven't seen too many other options, especially with the deprioritization of the Galio matchup as the year has gone by. So JDG have a lot of setup. They have a lot of crowd control. I kind of want to see where the damage is going to come on through. I'm glad that they're trusting Pays to be that big DPS outputter. And for WE, looking to kind of shove around the lanes early on. We'll see if what Wukong can kind of do early, especially because we know Monkey to be someone who gets up into the face of his opponents very early on.
More disruption coming through as Alistar is locked in for Vampire. Again, one of his most played. Led to the second half of bans, and I do wonder what JDG is going to do through AD carry. It feels like so many times we'll see drafts like these where a Sivir will be the final pick, as we could see like the Xin Zhao try to bridge the Sivir into the late game, but the problem is what WE's showing, I don't think you'll live that long.
Okay. Looking at supports, maybe you just take away an AD carry here from Pays. I think things like an Ezreal do get a little bit suspect. It would be one of Pays' best champions, and while I think maybe the DPS would be a little bit lower, it makes it that JDG is a very resilient comp that can kind of break the front line and get away from things like this Alistar and the Rumble. You already have some pretty decent range with the Equalizer, but I think for Taeyun, you're thinking about like maybe a Jhin. You could also be looking at things like Kaisa as well to try to help bust through this Ornn later on.
Kaisa would seem pretty sick here, especially because you get to dive buddy it up with your Alistar and with your Wukong. I like that shout. We're going to see Sivir get taken away and banned. So see what Team WE wants. Taeyun has played quite a bit of Corki. It would fit the theme of wanting to win these fights early if they elect to lock it in.
Sivir Annie. Probably speaks to me that they really wanted this Ezreal. Maybe they're just trying to force it out from Taeyun. I don't like the Corki. I think that enough Corki bot lane has been played. And with what JDG are showing, you probably don't want to be that close versus your opponents. So right now, I think W are very flexible with what their draft is able to accomplish right now. Whereas JDG, more and more, they are opting into team fight every single point of the game.
They're going all the way in. We're locking in Kaisa. We're locking in Rakan. We already see the Silas Hover, a very common pick when a Rakan is on the board. You get to steal that Ornn ultimate, and that will come through for the side of Team WE. So Karis is going to be met with an early test of the melee into range.
All right. Taking a look at these drafts, I mean, WE, they have some ability to push around their opponents early on. My worry that when we get into a mid-game team fight for WE, you're going to have to be really on point with how you spread your damage here. Can you lock down this Talia? Can you stop a Xin Zhao or a Kaisa from being really slippery in these fights? And again, mid-game has been a little bit of their issue with how they set up objectives and how they're actually able to approach fights.
Yeah, and you know, when it comes to actually either starting or really starting a fight, Team WE, it's so telegraphed, right? Vampire is like, all right, well, this man is going in, right? Since Al holds his ultimate, if Rakan times the knockup well, you get to foil anything that Team WE wants to do. And if you allow JDG to be the first ones to start a fight, this Talia wall could really split up Team WE and end the fights really before they begin.
Yeah, JDG have a lot on their shoulders. We didn't get to talk about it much with a lot of the pre-show, but when we look at these two teams, big jungle focus yet again. Sun obviously has been, I think, one of the most best performing members for this team alongside Pays. And then you look on the opposite side, Monkey, since joining this roster, has really righted the ship for WE. This was a winless team. We thought there was going to be bottom of Group Ascend, probably dequalifying into Group Nirvana later into the year. But he has led this team to great success, and they live and die by their jungler.
Let's see what they got as we head on to the Rift for Game 1 of the final best of 3 of the day between JDG and Team WE.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Okay, the JDG fans are at least in force. You can kind of see that Beijing is still trying to fill out as we start game number 1. Seeing if they can make an early play onto Karis. No damage lane. Oh, there it is.
Uh-oh.
That's
All
50.
right.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. All right, Karis goes all the way, and he's forced to flash out, down to half HP. An early gaff from Team WE, and JDG take advantage.
So Scout can cancel this, and Karis has no flash. Is he going to TP back to lane?
Oh,
that's a huge blunder. He's going to stay. He's half HP. A huge win coming in from JDG, being able to bait Karis in and get that summoner spell early.
Yeah, and this means that Scout and Shun should have purchased to do whatever they want. If Shun wants to get aggressive, these guys, the big drivers for their teams, if you can get Monkey off balance, Team WE will crumble around him.
Okay. Karis obviously a big point of focus when we talk about WE, and he's had some standout games when we think about maybe like his Akali or even champions like this Sylas, but it is a laning phase where he tends to have a little bit of issue here. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map. Monkey going for a bit of an extension on his red buff so he has a bit more combat prowess by going for his 2 side camps. Does also allow for him to play to either lane. I don't think he's going to be doing much in the Rumble versus Ornn matchup.
Okay, Teal got burnt. Vampire will be able to hold that flash, but it's taken incredibly low as Winkin Pay is looking good early.
Ah, man, that is so tough for WE. You now have 2 lanes that are already taking some pretty abysmal backs right now. Monkey's going to try to jump over this wall. Does not know. We'll get the idea that Sun has started on his bottom side, or started on his top side camps now that he has that ward onto Raptors. Maybe makes a play onto Scout, but instead is just going to recall and look to walk with Vampire to protect his jungle camps.
All right, let's see if we end up flipping the game here. Shun immediately heads up, but I think Scout will be just fine without too much of an issue. So we'll drive off Monkey, at least try to get some breathing room for Karis.
I mean, this is great for Sun now, because Shin gets 2 options. He can continue to stick around. His bottom lane is pushing. They know that the Alistar is in this side, but they're going to have numbers advantage. And Monkey, he doesn't even get to have his mid laner walk over either. So this bot lane for WE is becoming more and more problematic for them as JDG get to push around their opponents.
It's tough, but for right now, Monkey at least able to continue his clear. He will lose out on the bottom Scuttle Crab, and whatever Shun wants to do, he'll be able to. Looks like he's going to head over to that bottom side jungle here. So they're just continuing to clear, but JDG, again, with the advantage early in the lanes.
All right, Wink takes a little bit of damage right now. Cube is crashing a pretty fat wave on top side, and probably not going to be doing too much. All in all, calmer early game than maybe we were expecting with some of the action that we did see, but it turns into small advantages here and there. I mean, Pays gets to now recall and get access to a call. It looks like they're going to try to do a lane swap here and get this Rumble into that Kaisa so that they can at least help out and avoid maybe some of the stronger spikes that they would have to deal with if they had to continue playing against the Kaisa Rakan.
Yeah, do whatever you can to make sure that Taeyun can get his first 2 items with relative ease and no problems, and see what he's able to cook in those fights later. 20 seconds until the first dragon of the game, as we see Xiaoshu going in for a little bit of a trade on Cube. With a lot of backs coming through, I don't think the dragon is going to be having too much priority early on. We've seen teams kind of eschew it for other things around the map so far.
Oh yeah. Scout's going to be closer to hitting level 6 once he catches this wave, which could open up JDG to be a little bit more proactive. Ready that teleport now from Cube. Xiaoshu's not even recalling. I mean, he has Shun in his back pocket if he really needs it. He's playing up against an Ezreal. You can just build items. He also has a ton of biscuits still left over. So having that summoner spell advantage could prove meaningful if there's either another advantage or if Taeyun and Vampire try to force out Xiaoshu. You can just very quickly come back to the lane.
Soaking up the EXP, unable to actually grab some of these minions, but again, it is an orange, so you're not overly concerned by that. We do see some red pings down onto this dragon. We see Monkey is making a beeline there. Wink just finishing a recall, so at least a man advantage on the map right now for Team WE as he'll redeploy on the bottom side. A lot of pings going down onto the mid lane as trying to make a 3-man play, but Scout scouts it out well.
Turns out Control Ward's pretty OP. It's tough to try to catch Scout here with the vision that he has, with Shun now controlling the bottom side of his river as well. And I think for WE, this is a tough ask now, because you're going to be walking into a fight with Scout having Weaver's Wall, protection through mid, and Monkey instead's going to just go ahead and start up his bottom side camps. I mean, there's really no reason to go for the Dragon from either side of these teams. They have some camps to do, and more importantly, they're waiting for some of their items to come on.
I think the big thing they have to wait for is Monkey hitting level 6, and once he does, then it's a little bit easier, especially when Cube is on the bottom side. Instead, they will elect to just pull the Dragon on Vision, as Pays and Shun looking to link up and try and disrupt this.
Okay, thinking about ultimates, you had noted Monkey half a level down on his opponent. Pays now has the killer instinct, and with Scout, you can still cut this across. Let's watch Karis now.
Yep, he's got that Rakan ultimate, Ezreal ultimate coming through. It's going to not do much to Cube. Flash burn as Vampire went in, and now they're going to turn on him. He's going to flash away. Backside of the fight. Pays is forced off a little bit, but Cube and Monkey in a 2v2 over on the side. We saw the Rakan ultimate, but they go all in on Monkey. Oh, and it's a split fight, and Team WE is unable to win it.
How did Pays get the Dragon there? I mean, Shun still has a smite. That's impressive stuff. So JDG, they get themselves the first kill of the game, and they grab the Dragon. A great start for the team that has so much scaling on their side.
And that's something that you mentioned, the lack of patience coming out from Team WE. This fight could be so much better if Monkey is 6, right? You don't necessarily need to just rip it for no reason.
Well, now coming into this next fight, there is the Grub spawning on the top side. There's no flash from either Shun or from Scout, so this could be WE's to contest. It's a great dodge coming out from the rest of JDG away from Vampire. A single auto attack from Pays grabbing that is tough.
Wow.
I would just think that Silas with Rakan ultimate, before Wink even has it, is a game changer. He should be able to knock up the rest of the opponents and put them in a position that makes it a winning fight for WE. That's not the case. Teleport comes out from Wink. They're going to control the top side of the map. Finally, our junglers will have level 6, and maybe this will be a better start here for WE, but I doubt it with the setups that are currently going on.
And this is very telling of why they're 0-2 coming into Split 3. This is something that, again, this is the Vibes team, the team that has really stuck together. You'd expect them by this point in the year to be able to come together and coalesce in those fights. That is a fight that, as you said, should be overtly winning for Team WE. And they're just not able to get the job done. Now Monkey has to solo Shun here. They're going to try to turn it all around on him, but a good ultimate knocks him all away. And a great Weaver's Wall means that the bot lane of Team WE are completely cut off.
Well, Pays gets another kill. Now it's going to be Grubs as well. WE, they don't play the map particularly wide, and now they're going to be losing out on the first 2 objectives as well. Feels like everything that could go right for JDG is happening right now, as an inability for WE to synchronize on that fight means that it is getting worse and worse for them.
It is an absolute disaster class right now. All Team WE came out of the gate, rolled their ankle with Karis getting taken down to half and making lane very difficult, and have never recovered, and JDG doing a great job of taking advantage. Got to give Scout the shout for that Weaver's Wall. It was a solid one, guaranteeing that win. And now with a 1,500 gold lead for JDG. The world is their oyster. Pays is 2-0.
They can just farm out for these next few minutes. It's going to be 3 before that dragon spawns, but you're looking at JDG. They're the team that's supposed to scale incredibly well. You have a Kaisa alongside this Ornn who's going to be giving out ornaments soon. You're going to be also having, as WE, a much shorter range composition than maybe we thought, especially with the opener that they had with the Rumble, the Wukong, and the Alistar. But nothing has really come of it. I mean, Rumble's only barely a few CS up, and honestly, the lane has been completely neutralized right now. Xiaoshu is completely okay as this Ornn.
Yeah, and when you're not really getting those advantages as a Rumble, you start to get into the point of the game where it's like, okay, well, now I'm not as effective when it comes to these fights. So now you have to wait until like you're on 3 or 4 items, and that's when you kind of become a little bit more effective. But if you're not doing anything early, I mean, that's the point of the pick, is to really be big in these objective fights, and we haven't seen any.
So I haven't seen a very clean team fight come in from WE. Still have chances here in this game. There's only a 2,000 gold lead here for JDG, but I'm looking at an 11-minute Kraken Slayer done here for Pays. Pretty problematic, as he has had a stellar year so far. Some hiccups at the beginning of 2025, but by and far away, one of the best AD carries still in the LPL, despite some of the other misgivings that we've had for JDG.
When you talk about players that really put the team on their back, Pays is the guy. JDG would be floundering even more so than they have been at times this year without this guy, especially in Split 2. 20 seconds until this next dragon is up. And if I'm Team WE, I'm not far enough behind that I'm saying, oh, guys, we shouldn't fight. You still have some of these powerful ultimates. I think you just have to keep trying early on, or, as you said, get out skill.
I'm going to press tab right now, and once we see Shun, he has a completed tunneler.
Yeah.
Xiaoshu has TP and the Kanik Rooker. And I disagree, Yanni. I don't think we're fighting this at all. There is way too much power on the opposite side from us. I mean, Karis with the grand entrance, maybe he does something here, but I just don't believe. You do not want to give yourself time. Wait until you're on double Trinity Force power spikes, and you can even contest for the Herald spawning in 2.5.
It's a good shout. Looks like that might be the case. Team WE had a look there, but elected to back off. This does mean that if they don't choose to fight, Rakan Ultimate from Karis will be unused. We see double teleports coming in. Dragging down to about 3,000 HP. Team WE, I think they do want to fight this. They haven't met a fight that they haven't liked, Alk, and they're going to go all the way in, and they're going to blow up Karis. He's going to try to get out of there, but he gets knocked up on the backside, and he can't do a damn thing. The dragon is secured by JDG. Pays forced to flash out as he's burning away. Big knockups from Xiaoshu. More knockups from Scout as Vampire is low, and he finally falls. But Taeyun is healthy. He's caught in a corner. He's knocked up. He's got to flash out.
Oh my God.
Blinking health bars on both sides, but it's JDG who can close out the kills.
I feel so bad for WE because you look at that fight and there are so many members of JDG below 50 HP there. Xiaoshu gets out, Shun gets out, Scout and Pays make it out alive, and the dragon still goes over to JDG. So Fates of Warfare completed. Fates of Epic Monster Slayer. You can see it in the player claims. Shun knows they got lucky in that last fight, and they come up 8 trumps in this one. Even with the engage, I mean, Karis is just completely CC'd the entirety of it. He doesn't get out of this fight. He's 1 HP before he's even able to activate the grand entrance. And Monkey was just trying to peel for his boys. I like the idea here from Vampire, but just so many small things not going their way. They lose access. The heal from Shun from the passive plus the Sundered Sky. So many minute details going their way.
As you said, that Sundered Sky was going to be a big item that fight, and it made a very large difference. And now a large mountain to climb for Team WE as JDG are making their ascent to plant the flag in Game 1 at the peak of the mountain. 14.5 minutes into this game, 20 seconds until Herald is up. And if you're Team WE, I don't know if you can fight anymore.
Well, we were supposed to wait for our double Trinity Force spike. Like, Monkey needs 300 gold. He's probably going to reset here and buy Trinity Force. Taeyun also has it. Now we're going to be late for this. You see that there's a lot of vision placed by WE, but with JDG coming back onto the map, they're going to have control of mid first. And then what happens is Scout's going to just be able to Weaver's Wall, cut off multiple members. I'm going to need to see something. Maybe Cars with a flank teleport here around this blue buff could open up a win here for WE.
And he has yet to make an impact in these fights with any of these ultimates. Both times, the Rakan ultimate, the Grand Entrance, not doing a darn thing. Maybe you could steal the Weaver's Wall and do something. Maybe you could steal Ornn's ultimate too. We'll see what the move is as JDG go and clear this mid wave, and they walk all the way up here. 3,000 HP on the Herald. Weaver's Wall coming out to try to get onto Cube. They're going to go all in for him. Herald will be secured by the side of Team WE, and they blow up the Rumble.
Teleport came out from Wink to try to put him in a flank position. Cars
Cars.
is on vision, does not know. He gets out with a rocket belt proc. It is going to be Cube's life for the Herald. WE finally gets something on this map, and look what they're doing. Pace
Nice.
is sitting in mid lane.
Oh my goodness, man. They had to know that this was an potential for JDG to cut them off of the pass. Karis, once again, making a mistake. 6 kills to nothing for JDG.
JDG, I love the positioning there because not only do they take control and make it hard for WE to get back into mid, they're just letting Pace farm by himself, hitting the mid wave, utilizing these 3 grubs that he has, and knowing that at any moment he could just Killer Instinct into that fight. I love the poise that we're seeing from JDG.
They are playing very tight this game, Alka. Very, very stark contrast from their first game against IG. Sure, you lost the Herald, but with a lead like this, it's A-okay, right? Team WE, you're going to need to do a lot to make this Herald worthwhile. Another turret going down on the top side, giving Xiaoshu more gold, trying to get to that second item, but this guy is already nigh unkillable.
2 turrets there, a lot of gold being spread across the lanes here. Xiaoshu up 1,000. This is not good versus the Rumble matchup. Scout almost 2,000 over Karis. 1,500 here for Pays. And JDG have had so many struggles so far in 2025. We talk about Scout having these terrible performances, as if we're being honest, and even the rest of the team missing previously on this lineup. He was the franchise player for so many years. Has 2 splits in a row where he doesn't perform, and he had a heartfelt message saying, I'm obviously hoping to be back next year. See if they can do anything versus this Ornn.
Well, it's going to be hard to kill, but they're working hard to do it. He misses the call, the Forge God. He will burn away, and the Rift Card will be used on the top side, so Team WE trying to get some gold back in their pockets.
All right, this is gold not only for Cube and for them. They get the turret, which is an objective bounty. Maybe they can take some of these top side camps and get Monkey into a good spot. How much more can they grab from this? Because I'm looking at the map. Scout's getting a bottom lane turret for himself. And if this play goes on for too long, it could be a dragon on top of it.
Vampire was forced to heal, but he's going to get flashed after by Shun. Shun and Pays looking to make plays here. Knock up to disrupt Wink. So Monkey slips out the back.
Wink's looking for it. Has heal, has flash. They're going to use the ultimate. Monkey doesn't get out.
Oh, he got taunted up. He'll slide out once again, but he will not be able to survive this time as Pays will flash after him to take him down, and it should be soul point for JDG.
2 kills, the turret on bottom side, and the dragon, like you were mentioning. Soul point here at 19 minutes is one hell of a way to open up after a pretty disappointing loss. It sucks because WE, an exciting lineup that we saw in Split 2, make a mid-season resurgence, but kind of the lack of cleanliness, maybe the fact that they had such long of a break, they were kind of losing that hot streak that we saw from them in playoffs. Just feels like a lot of the exciting pieces of this lineup haven't been as well calibrated as we saw from them in Splits past. I mean, we see this engagement. This is just them overextending. They don't get the turret here. That should have just been one turret, recall, reset, and they lose multiple summoner spells for this.
And I know they lost in the last series, but, you know, consistency and being a streaky team is the difference between the rest of the teams and a team like Anyone's Legend, who's been consistently good for a large part of the year. And if another team in the LPL can really capture that consistency, if a BLG can get there and start being the team that we thought they could be, if IG are what we actually think they could be, if Top Esports can get it back, we can see a second contender come out of the LPL. But this is a matchup of a lack of consistency between JDG and Team WE, and maybe this could be the start of a semblance of something as Otacon burnt low, going down the headbutt out, but it is still secured by JDG. Call the Forge God coming through, only hitting a couple. Now it's the real Call the Forge God. This time it's going to go on to Cube. He's forced to flash away as Wink in hot pursuit will have to pull off.
That was very dicey. I saw an Ezreal Q come on through. I saw a couple of other skill shots flying. Certainly was not quite in the best position there, but Monkey was nowhere near the pit. So the Otacon goes over. And WE are just kind of laying down, and they're not able to do all that much. Again, early game, I think they've overspent, or they spent a lot of their time just trying to force for plays, try to fight on every objective, and that's just not the pace of the game right now. I thought WE were starting to calibrate coming into this series, starting to find their form, and maybe this was supposed to be a layup going into JDG, a team that has had a couple of lows, but we're seeing more of the same. Now we're going to see if WE can make this play onto Scout. Should get spotted here. Shun's going to cover.
Well, Karis has stolen the Xin Zhao ultimate. Teleport coming in from Zhao Shu to force off the rest of Team WE, but Wink and Pays looking to cut them off at the pass. Wink does not have his ultimate. Will go in, say hi to Vampire, and knock him up. We'll just get another knock up onto the cows. His ultimate's been popped. Teleport coming in from Cube here. Equalizer going down, splitting up the fight as Wink below half HP, but a play, an attempt foiled.
Teleport out from Xiaosu, gets the teleport from Cube, the flash from Karis. I think we'll take that if you are JDG and have the Otacon still ready. 2 minutes before the Dragon, 3 before this Baron. JDG are looking poised to take this game. I mean, all of the gold is in the right places right now. Pays on 2 items. I mean, you have Scout, who's 4-0-1 on this Talia. This is the benchmark for which we see Jindong Gaming find so many of their wins. And it's good to see that there is still life in this team.
Yeah, looking good so far in this game. And, you know, as we've said, despite how poor they looked against IG and how inconsistent they've been all year, listen, anything can change at the drop of a hat. You know, scrim better, you practice better. The team has different ideas on how to play. Maybe these changes could end up being good for JDG in the long run. As long as you get to the playoffs, as long as you look consistent doing so, you still have a shot to do something great in 2025.
Taking a look at this game right now, Scout and Pays are getting closer to those third items, and for WE, the gold is just really stretched right now. Cube's gonna die, and they'll even grab themselves another turret here with demolished procs from Xiaoshu. I just think that some of the matchups that we had drafted for ourselves obviously did not go the way that we thought they would. In early game level 1, put Karis at a disadvantage, and it just has not looked good since.
Yeah, bad from the start, bad in the mid game, bad now. 35 seconds until Ocean Soul for JDG. Scout's going to come through with the Weaver's Wall, but it only cuts off his buddy Wink. Wink's got to flash over the wall to get over to the boys and keep Shun alive. Knock him down onto the Wukong as they're going to turn all the way onto Vampire. And going way deep is Pays. He's got to flash out, but he did enough damage to get these guys low. And now they're going to look for Taeyun. Taeyun's going to be able to shift over the wall. And JDG will not be able to chase him, but they win another fight.
They go through mid-wave. They can grab themselves the soul after they push this. Jingdong Gaming, though, incredibly dominant here in game number 1. An aggressive look for sure, but they have enough gold in their back pockets. I'm sure they're feeling very confident about their spot here in game number 1 of this series. And that'll be Ocean Soul, and that should be lights out for Team WE.
Yeah, there's just no way that Team WE's comp has the damage to play into that. Even if they get their perfect fight, it's just not enough burst, really, unless you find it all into pace. But even then, it will be a struggle. Vampire teleports up top and has teleported right into JDG.
Well, hey, the teleports up top might be ball up top, too. Goodbye, Vampire. He's gone. Baron's going to start in 8 seconds, and they've got Kaisa with a Ocean Soul. I have zero reason to believe that this game is going to be going on for much longer. We can kind of talk about a fun stat that you and I were pulling right before the broadcast. WE against the top 5 teams above them from Split 2 placements are 2-16 in series. And those 2 series wins come from playoffs of Split 2, where they were able to find victories against top esports and JDG.
Yeah, the fact that their playoff record overall was 2-2 against these teams, 6 wins, 9 losses in individual games, doesn't sound great on paper. A huge improvement for them compared to what they had done earlier in the year and even earlier in the split.
Yeah, this team was near winless, and the times that we did see them actually win series or win games was off the back of Taeyun, but it feels like parts of this roster that were doing well before are starting to fade, whereas Monkey and Vampire, not the best game so far. So where do we find the advantages for this team going into game 2? I don't know, but for JDG, this is a hard game to rate because of how well it's gone for them and some of the mistakes from their opponents.
Yeah, I mean, good on them for taking advantage of these mistakes, but it's not like they created too many opportunities for themselves. The opportunities came, they took advantage. Sick, really good stuff, but we need to still see more from JDG. What we will see is them closing out the game here as they've taken out the top inhibitor turret. They'll move it over into mid. They'll take out that inhibitor as well as that top inhibitor that also went down. And it looks like they'll go for the clinical finish here and back out.
Aw, man, I thought they were going to try and end. I mean, you've got barrier still. You've got some ultimates we could use. You've got some waves that you're about to crash. They're not going to do it. Pei's got gapped just now because he didn't realize which item was in his first item slot. So he got a upgraded Phantom Dancer, which is unfortunate. Again, all the Masterwork items are essentially the same now. They give close to around 800 gold in stats. Depends on the item and depends on which ones. I can see the idea here for Pei's. The amount of attack speed they're going to be getting from upgraded Phantom Dancer is actually pretty nice. But for the time being, I mean, we're splitting hairs at this point. Because JDG are up 9,000 gold. And this game doesn't have much legs to stand on.
Nah, bro. Masterwork, Phantom Dancer, FF. Just it's over. What is going to be over is this final fight. Karis is going to flash over the Weaver's wall. The final inhibitor will fall as the minions pour into the base. Vampire taken below half HP. He's going to go in, try to knock Wink into the rest of his team, but that means they're all taunted and charmed. Oh, this is a disaster. They're going to move on to Cube. Big double knockup coming through. Cube has got to go golden under his turrets. Stolen Call the Forge God does a lot of work, and the health bars might be a little low for JDG, but it is too little, too late. Pays in the face of everybody on Team WE, forcing them into the fountain. The final Nexus turret will fall, and JDG, a dominating Game 1 win.
A rather clinical game. 1 kill is what they gave up, 2 turrets, and not much after that. A pretty dominant game, all things considered. And a tough one to stomach if you are WE. Starting off the season 0-3 when you have 14 best of series to play is really tough to come back from. But we have seen them do it before.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, I thought that going into the split, knowing all the changes, that this would be a really important match for Team WE. It's like, hey, JDG with all these roster changes, I think they're a little bit worse than IG. You could have an opportunity to take a team that's wounded, sneak a win off of them before they kind of coalesce and get together. And that's like one of your really important wins, one of your hallmark wins that you're going to have that's going to be able to help you out for the split. And obviously, Team WE coming out the gate, it's not been what they've wanted. But even in this game, man, I mean, this looked like JDG versus IG Game 1. This was really, really bad. This looked like the the LPL English broadcast team versus one of these LPL teams, man. It was not good.
Come on, man. Come on. Look, there's just some really tough timers. This is when I think about experience for these individual players, this is like the misfit toys. These are a lot of players that have been on other rosters that haven't necessarily been able to find too much success. A lot of them journeymen. Probably the player with the most amount of experience is actually Cube, since he has been playing in the LPL for so long. But I just don't see a leader outside of Monkey. And honestly, in that game, a lot of over-aggression when we talk about fighting before our item spikes. Not really coordinating with our Rumble where and how we're going to actually take these individual fights. So a bit worrisome, especially because these are some of the problems that we saw from them in Split 2, not necessarily changing.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned going into the game that Karis, had a lot of struggles. In this particular game, you give him R5 Silas. Really good pick for the situation, I think. I just couldn't do anything with it, even lane notwithstanding. These team fights, I mean, sure, he had some okay call at the Forge Gods, but the game was well out of reach at that point. And I mean, if you take a look at the damage chart, obviously when you're that far behind on Silas, you're not going to really do a lot of damage. But I mean, you can't not just point out the fact that Scout just gapped this guy in damage.
Happens. We said that mid lane was going to be a focus as to which one of these mid laners was going to show up. Still a lot of games still left to play in this series. Is very close there from Pays, but again, another situation. This is the very first fight that we felt like, okay, what exactly are WE doing? The planning wasn't all there. And this is going to be, I think you look at towards the future a little bit here. These are important series for JDG to win, as after this, next week, they're going to be playing up against Top Esports, FPX, and Anyone's Legend. So, going to need to kind of shape up and take this as a momentum builder going into that week.
Yeah, I think the series against Top Esports will be incredibly telling. Top Esports, big shout out to them. A 3-0 start, too. This could be the Split 1 team that we thought we were going to see in Split 2 that kind of fell apart near the end. But, yeah, this was just a tough one to really watch if you're a Team WE fan. If you're even just a fan of what they've been able to do in Split 2 and, the playoff run that they had. I mean, I loved watching these guys, man, and I still do. Like, I still think that this team can do really fun things. I was a big Vampire believer, and just to see this happen, oh, man, it hurts.
Hopefully we get more games like this from JDG, because this is a team that came into the year, we said should be a Worlds caliber roster. Now with some changes and with a really wonky middle of 2025, are potentially a bubble team. I think there's a very real possibility with how they've been performing. This team may not make it to Worlds. So we need to have performances like this where we're taking control of objectives, where Scout is not a liability in games against top teams, for, I think, fans to feel more confident in Jingdong.
Sounds like they just need to have a very clean Game 2 and close it out 2-0. Like that you shouted out Scout there, that he needs to be playing at a higher level. I thought he played pretty well this game. I think that he would be my shout for MVP, mostly because I liked his Weaver walls in some of these fights. I think that really that one near the Rift Herald was really what just put the game completely out of reach.
Oh yeah, I think that's completely fair. This is a game where I don't think much all that happened to be really impressive. Pays had really cool moments that ended up being nothing burgers. So I'm kind of on the fence. I really think anybody could get it from JDG, and I wouldn't be too upset about it.
Yeah, it's hard when there's a stomp like this to feel any sort of conviction for a particular MVP. And I always love those moments where we're like, oh, it's got to go to the support of this game, and they give it to somebody else, and we get angry and we go to break early without saying anything. I don't think this will be one of those moments here, as we do have our MVP, our player of the game. It is going to be Scout. He had a really solid game. Look for him to have a really strong game in Game 2, and for JDG to potentially put away Team WE quickly. We're going to go ahead and take a break. When we return, it could be the final match of the evening. JDG, Team WE, Game 2 on the other side. Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast, your home for everything unofficial LPL. JDG up 1-0 over Team WE. The manner in which it happened after we had seen JDG play their first match of Split 3, a little surprising, but a welcome one.
I'm really happy that JDG are winning, but please, WE, I really want to at least have somewhat of a competitive series. I know our first series went to 3, and Cubby was definitely suffering, as he should. And in series number 2 with BLG AL, at least delivered, considering a lot of people were expecting AL to just come in, sweep them, and then let us move on. But WE it's a soft spot for me. I want to see these boys succeed, even if sometimes Karis makes me want to tear my hair out.
Yeah, man, that was... All right, so I think, we had talked about how, Vampire and Monkey get to link up and really get to make sure that Karis doesn't lose them the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, unfortunately, they were not able to link up. Karis did lose them the game. It wasn't just him.
Okay,
But...
the one defense I will say, Karis didn't lose them to the game. WE lost themselves the game by how they set up their objectives. I refuse to believe a team that has Teacher Ma as your coach, who's been playing for so long, cannot instill in these guys some level of discipline.
Yeah, their fights are just still as split as they have been from, when we saw the clips in past series. But I don't know, man. I just can't not put any... I got to put a lot of blame on him because a couple of moments that I think he could have potentially saved. I mean, he just has terrible Rakan ultimates that he stole away. And,
that's fair. That's fair.
In fairness to him, he did go in and immediately get CC'd and get bursted. Like, good on JDG.
It was a tough draft to play. Remember, we were talking about, okay, there's a Talia on the opposite side. You're going to have the Zinzao. We didn't know exactly how it was going to go. Even looking at top lane, if we're being honest, as much as Cube has been a standout for these guys so far in Split 3, the Rumble didn't get nearly enough done in that matchup. So I need to see not only... I don't even know where it starts, because no draft is going to fix how you walk up to a dragon. No objective setups is going to make a bad draft turn around. So it's like a thing on both ends.
Yeah, I'm like racking my brain for various champions that you could select to try to fix that problem. And I just don't think that champion exists. Sure, you can reposition with Ryze, but listen, if you're repositioning with Ryze to like try to get a better angle in a dragon fight that's already started, I think you're not using that ultimate for the right reasons. And you would be kind of cooked.
Something for that draft that was so unique was Monkey picking Wukong on 2 blind.
Yeah, early pick.
This is very, very strange when we think about his past series so far from WE. They usually give him at least a little bit more from the draft to work with. They'll let him see maybe even to the 5th pick. We're going on to blue side here for Team WE. Again, they are in the Beijing arena. They're in the home arena of JDG. Getting rid of the Vi and the Lucian. And so many comfort champions taken away by JDG. With the Trundle, the Pantheon as well, and now the Azir.
Looks like we should just see a first pick Varus, and we do. That'll go over to Taeyoon, a staple champion right now in Split 3. Had a couple of times in Split 2 where he wasn't as popular, but again, back to Resurgence. He's just been around pretty much the entire year. Yeah, I do wonder if they're going to give Monkey a much later pick, wait till, B4, B5. That's probably the best you could do to give your star player those resources.
Okay, in terms of junglers right now, Jarvan coming on through. Was 4-2 on the day before we started. I think 4-3 considering the BLG series. And this will mean that JDG can play a bit of a longer ranged game. Anytime you see a Jhin, that Deadly Flourish can be something that can kind of help out in other areas of the map. WE, though, they're picking all of their lanes right now. They're going to go ahead with the Varus. They're going to immediately slam in a Scion for Cube. And Karis with the Aurora. So 2 lanes that at the very least can neutralize any kind of wave push, and especially for Karis on this Aurora, has a ton of damage packed in the kit.
And not only that, it's a good takeaway for the Jarvan team because we've seen the combo of Aurora Jarvan be a tough one to deal with. The combo of Annie Jarvan is going to be equally as tough. You get put in the pot, it is hot, and you're dead. It's exactly what JDG is hoping going to happen to Team WE. Karis at least can hop out of it. Taeyun will have a much more difficult time as we head to the second half of bans.
If that's what happens, I get to bring an LPL English moderator joke to the show. We've put it sometimes a little bit on the socials, so hopefully we get to see the Jarvan and Annie combo come on through. We get to the second phase of bans here. I think for JDG, very clear. Just keep on banning out Monkey. Get rid of the Viego. Maybe you get rid of some other niche picks. I think a Zed is something that could be particularly very interesting here. Even with the point-and-click stuns, you can try to dodge out with the Death Mark. And for WE, I think they have a lot of damage already set up to kind of make it succeed.
Yeah, it looks like he'll be able to at least get a choice of Zed or Nefiri. Because we know that he has been an enjoyer of both of those champions. Instead, the Nocturne will get banned out. Getting rid of that Nocturne and Aurora combo, whenever you can take out a global, it's generally very good. So we'll see what Team WE wants to ban last. Looking for maybe another support. It's going to be the Nico, so not too much team fight disruption going to be allowed on the side of JDG.
And they are giving counter pick to Xiaoshu in this game.
Hell yeah.
Already see the Scion. It seems like they want to see a little bit more of the composition. Getting baited there. A lot of supports taken out. We already had the Alistar and the Rakan. Leona and Nautilus are kind of the last ones here. And not a ton of great lockdown for a champion like Aurora. So I like this, especially even giving a player like Vampire, one of his most played champions, and something that he's kind of made a name for himself in Split number 2 with his improvement throughout the season.
Yeah, that was a core champion for him, a big reason why people have been shouting his name for the rooftops, and some coaches, analysts, casters are like, man, this guy is great. Going to have some lockdown for what I think could be a big problem in that Ambessa later on, so that'll be nice. And it looks like Monkey will go to a more defensive yet unique ganking option. It'll be the Skarner, his most played.
So what does Wink want here? Probably wants to go for Engage. Honestly, you could go... Braum Jin is really tough to play individually. There's not as much synergy, but I look at this team and I'm thinking, hey, some ways to try to disrupt and apply crowd control onto a champion like the Aurora, or even this Skarner, who's going to be frontlining for this team. Monkey on this Skarner, I think really uniquely tries to find early game pathing, and versus Shun on this Jarvan can be pretty unique. So for JDG, they have so much upfront damage. They can really slow fights down utilizing the Deadly Flourish and the combination between Shun and Wink on these champions. But in terms of frontline, WE have that in spades.
Yeah, while JDG does have extended damage, I don't know how much damage they're actually going to be doing, especially early on. There's going to be a point where Jin's not quite online, and he's not going to do a whole lot of damage to these guys, and they're not going to be able to be bursted by the Annie. You're going to really have to rely on Xiaoshu in some of those fights. And on the other side for Team WE, Taeyun has to be locked in this game because everybody is going to be on top of him, and if he dies, the rest of Team WE is not going to have the damage to win the fight. You cannot put it all on Cars.
Please go poke. I do not want to see on-hit Varus in this game. You do not have enough range to deal with the dive
don't do
from
that,
this
bro.
team. I really do not want to see on-hit. Yes, Taeyun has been a better AD carry when we've seen him on the likes of an on-hit or a crit marksman, not necessarily things like the Ezreal like we saw from him in that last game, but tough. JDG on match point now, could be looking at a 2-0 here, would find their first win of the season, and more importantly, give them a leg up going into the rest of this split, as they're a team that needs to find every win they can get so they can make it to Worlds.
It might not silence the haters, but a strong series will certainly keep them quiet for a little bit as we head on to Game 2, this best-of-3 series with JDG looking to close it out.
don't know if the crowd mics were turned up enough.
I mean, I did hear some JDGs.
I heard the Jingdong ones, but they weren't super loud, and they weren't super loud in the last
全军
game.
出击，
So, if we
Maybe
get
they
a
feel
third game here, I'm gonna beg the producers over on the Chinese broadcast, please let's fix the crowd mics. So we get into this game. Really important to watch Monkey in the early game here. Something that I fell in love with watching him early into split number 2 was just how creative he was around his lanes, specifically on champions like this Skarner and his early pathing. So want to see him be able to really exercise that muscle.
Damage coming out early here from the WE bot lane. It does look like we have a lethal tempo Varus. He is forced to cleanse. Hook goes out, heals burnt well on the side of JDG.
I saw that lethal tempo proc and I was like, ah, it's okay.
No.
Fine. Just good luck
It's
trying to
not
auto attack
fine, bro.
versus good luck trying to auto attack versus an Annie, a Jin, and a Jarvan. That's not going to be very fun. They're going to be pushed off of level 2 from this bottom lane. Sun's going to get scouted out by a single ward on the Raptor pit right now. And it will mean that both junglers heading towards the bottom side. Monkey's going to be in a pretty comfortable position to be able to hold off. All of his lanes are getting pushed right now. It's a good feeling as a jungler.
Yeah, always great. And we see Shun hanging around the top side of mid here, waiting for Karis to make a mistake. Scout is just going to flash forward on him. They'll force the flash out of Karis.
That's okay. There's not a ton of mobility from this Aurora. She does have her E and that W, but the point and click stun coming out from Scout. Really well played. Skarner looking for something. You see the pings coming on through. This is very forced, guys. We do not have to do this. Just go towards our bottom side camps. Let's try to clear out. Monkey could look for an invade. I'm seeing right now that Nautilus kind of fading into this bot side jungle of Shun.
I wonder how much of that is how poorly the first game went, right? It feels like when you're the star player of a team, like Monkey is, and things don't go well in your first game, you have to do so much more to try to make your mark and make an impact. And that's just not a play that we typically see him even attempt. I think a lot of people would know that that was never going to happen.
If Scout ends up walking forward, there is an angle with the electrocute from Karis potentially there, but right, there is not too much doing here. Shun's gonna go for a full clear. Has a couple of options. Probably could just stick around bottom side, recall, and protect his lane from a gank, but he's just gonna go back up towards the top side and look to contest for that scuttle that Skarner has not yet taken.
Teleports out of both of these mid laners. The wave on Scout's side for right now. Shun redeploying toward this top side. As you mentioned, going to go over toward that Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, Monkey taking his first back, so just taking stock of things right now. A small CS lead coming through for the bottom lane. So we are going to get a Leona recall and a deploy from Wink onto the mid lane. Let's see where the bottom lane of Team WE goes as they take their recalls.
If there's no flash in mid, hell yeah. Spam gank this guy. Put it on top of him. We have a Leona who does not have flash right now, but you have his guaranteed stun.
They're putting it on top of him, baby. They're going to knock up Karis. He's going to be able to hop out. Takes a large portion of his health bar.
And now we see the pings coming out. Shun's going to go back towards the top side. Annie is going to rotate down, or rotate up potentially into the top side here. As we're seeing Xiaoshu doesn't get canceled on his recall. They're going to let Pays and Wink take control of this mid lane matchup.
Making life easy for Scout. We did talk about how this was a get-right series for him against a weaker mid laner. Scout hasn't really displayed that strength himself, but any extra help that he can get, he didn't need it in Game 1, but in Game 2, always nice. Wink will Hex Flash and try to scare Taeyun a little bit. Yeah, I'm here.
You saw it though. Wink was like, I could send it right now.
I think he should have sent it.
You have a couple of options here. Remember that Deadly Flourish from Jin allows for Shun to play a little bit further up in the river.
Uh-oh.
Scout now getting engaged upon.
Scout. Yeah, that's tough. Karis hitting a level 6. Shun here just a little late. They're going to try to turn it around. Karis is going to be able to take first blood, and Shun could not keep track of him. Great job by Team WE. Is now we're going to see a top side fight here. Supports on the 80 carries as Taeyun will deal quite a bit of damage back.
Ooh, still a win here coming in for WE. Not only finding that kill in the mid lane, but also pretty decent damage now done to Pays and Wink. Buys Chorus a recall there, I think most importantly in my mind.
Yep, that flash is going to be up soon, so if you can get him some positive gold, keep him away from danger until it's back up, it's always a good decision. The dragon is still up as Shun goes out to clear his bottom side. As Team WE couldn't really do anything with their advantage. They fight in the top side as Wink ignited, taking more damage out, and Pays not dishing a whole lot back.
Jin early on only has a pickaxe, and there's a lot of survivability here from Vampire. Also has the Ignite as part of his base kit. We know that he has the Summoner Spellbook, but gives him a little bit more offensive capabilities regarding the heal. So we're going to see JDG start up this dragon right now. Utilizing that TP from Wink. There's 3 people in mid here from WE. They could collapse for this. Xiaoshu is now coming up into the topside river. Jin is back in base. This is a numbers advantage for WE.
All right, they're going to go look for Monkey here, and they dump everything they got on him, but he flashes out. Xiaoshu will flash after him and take him down, though. Now Vampire going to be the next target. Taeyun starting to walk through, but he doesn't have his ultimate. They're going to get a flash root onto Wink, but Chorus is caught, and he is stunned, but they don't have follow-up damage. As Xiaoshu trying to Drake Count step to get away, but big damage coming through from the carries of Team WE.
Chorus, if he had a little bit more mana, or if that flash had been off of cooldown, he could have also gotten Shun there. A kill over to Taeyun, and this equals up the game 2-1 in favor of WE. Able to find an advantage in that fight after JDG had used every little bit of their kits just to try to catch out Monkey.
And the fact that he survives just a little bit longer is what draws JDG into WE's jungle. You take a look at it again. Oh, can't believe he got out of that.
That was
Bought an extra
2
few
ultimates used on the Skarner, and just barely were they able to kill him there. Had a very heavy extension into this jungle of WE, and then Taeyun just gets the free hit. And one of the most important parts of playing Aurora is applying this passive. If you can get 1-2 applications of it, you can very easily kill a lot of people. So WE, they'll get 2 kills there, and they'll grab themselves all 3 grubs. A great objective take there from Team WE.
When you're lined up in a choke like that, Aurora and Varus will kill you quite easily. As you mentioned, those grubs will do pretty okay work. The big takeaway from Xiaoshu, but eventually if he's not able to push Cube out, Cube could eventually do some damage with those later on.
So Skarner just trying to defend his jungle for the time being. Aurora looked like they were fading on over. A lot of vision invested here by WE. One here in the bush, then there's 2 wards on top side, even a little bit more trying to play into JDG's top side red jungle. There's a dragon spawning now, so they should know that JDG, even with the commitment of the teleport from Scout, they'll have a numbers advantage ready for this dragon. Scout even uses the ultimate. He has no malignance here. I'm very confused. I mean, I guess he knows that he's not teleporting for this dragon if they want to play for it, but still.
Yeah, you know, wave clear ultimate. Oh, all right.
You're allowed to do that, by the way. As very early on in the game, because there's
True.
usually not a ton of action, you can just drop Tibbers on your opponent mid laner and just clear the wave, and there's nothing they can do about it, because it's about a 40 to 60 second cooldown. So I get it. It's not all that confusing. Just I think the investment there from Scout, maybe he knows that Shun is going to cover him on this next top lane wave.
All right, Pay's getting rooted up, but there's no follow-up to be had. We see Monkey trying to get there. Hook gonna land, and they're gonna get the impale.
Okay.
It's all on to Wink. Wink getting knocked up as well. It looks like he's gonna keep the flash in his back pocket, throw everything he can onto Taeyun, but it will not be enough as the feats of strength for WE, they get 3 kills.
All right, that's fine though. I mean, yes, that was 3 ultimates, but you get to shove another mid wave. You get a recall for Taeyun, and all the while, I mean, Shun just gets to show on top side with 0 gained here by JDG, except another wave here for Scout. Really great performance coming out from WE so far in this game number 2. I think, punishing some of the over-aggression from JDG. And I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen them start up the Dragon, but I think Monkey is more concerned with making sure his lanes are in a good spot before we get to these objectives.
Well, things are looking pretty okay for Team WE so far. We've yet to see Shun really try to attack Taeyun. Flashless has no way to escape a Cataclysm. I mean, Karis at least has to hop over it if he gets caught out. We'll see if that changes soon, as Scout looking to get this wave all the way in, looking to make a play onto Karis here. Vampire spots it out. They're going to land the hook onto Wink. Pays heading up as well. The root's there. Monkey coming through over the wall, slamming Wink against it. Doesn't have a whole lot of damage right now. Knock him over on the side. They're looking for Vampire, but Taeyun and Karis are safe, and it's turned on to Scout. Scout's forced out, but the double teleports are coming in. Cube is ready. Public execution down on the Vampire. Xiaoshu gets the kill. Karis forced to flash out of the Cataclysm, but he gets Lance too. And here comes the curtain call as Taeyun is caught in the corner. He's trying to dance around, but the last shot in his back takes him down. And now Cube, it doesn't matter how tanky you are if you can't escape the fight. He's got a flash and he'll ult away, and JDG bite back.
How do they win that fight there from Jingdong? I mean, we saw that it started with Scout barely being able to get anything done with that Tibbers, and then Pays and Wink getting caught out. Somehow it becomes a winning fight for JDG. They didn't even have their items quite yet. I mean, there was no collector finish. Sundered Sky only just now completed there for Shun. We take a look back at this replay. This is all for Shun just to steal away a Gromp. It gets him level 8. But look at how split this fight is. I mean, Scout wants to finish a recall here.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that Tibbers landed nothing, man. Jesus Christ.
I mean, he stands there menacingly and has that fire aura, but even walking away too far took him out of the fight. But it's JDG, honestly, a genius plan. Split up Team WE. They can't fight when they're split up. They just don't have that capability. Cause confusion, I guess, is the way you'll win these fights. As you look at the picture-in-picture, the Dragon went over to Team WE uncontested.
Scout is the answer here, though. Wink is on his way. Jarvan is moving on forward, and Pays, he just wants to collect a mid-wave. How long does it take for them to kill Scout?
Not that long, I don't think.
Ooh, nice stun.
Taken down. Cube tanking this one up as Wink is going to walk all the way up. It's now going to be a 4v2 as Pays is on the way. They're going to just try to take as many plates as they can before they fall off in 30 seconds.
Smart play. Trying to isolate Pays now. Good flash.
All right, Monkey going to be in a bit of trouble, rooted up, but they don't have a whole lot of damage. Big triple knockup coming through. The roots are there. The damage is too. As Taeyun is able to free hit another knockup, and Pays has to cleanse, but the missed position cooks him and the rest of JDG.
What is JDG doing? Just give up this turret. Let yourself play through mid lane there. WE, they're saying, okay, thank you. We'll take 4 kills from you. We'll also get the flash and the cleanse out from Pays, and still grab ourselves the first turret in bottom lane. So, JDG actually ended up getting the first turret there. Still, I don't think it matters. Karis should be out of here, uses the Between Worlds to get out of a sticky situation versus Scout. Xiaoshu is opening up a huge lead for him, but he's pressing tab and he's going, what the hell are you guys doing?
Take a look at this again. It's a wonky start. Well played there by Pays to get out, but everything after this is just all WE.
Yeah, we are all stacking for the Nautilus ultimate, so Varus gets to land a free ult. That's great. And then the rest of this, like, just give it up. Wink did not need to look for that engage. Pays could have very comfortably waited for another turret dive to come through and invite WE to throw underneath the turret. JDG, they get punished, so WE open up a 2,000 gold lead. And now we've got the Herald here spawning. If they're able to grab this, that'll be feats of strength completed for Team WE.
Monkey has the Heartsteel. Cube has his Sunfire. It is going to be nigh impossible for JDG to deal damage to these guys. We talked about it after the draft that there could be a point in the game where Scout and Pays won't have the damage consistently. Scout won't have the burst. We've hit that point in the game, and Team WE is rolling.
Eyes fall to Xiaoshu, the newest player added to JDG in the top side after a split 2 that was disappointing. And honestly not the player we were expecting to get the call up. I understand the reasoning. He's on RNG at the time. They obviously get disqualified from the rest of LPL, and he's a top laner that is no longer playing. Obviously, RNG are in the LDL at this time, but I'm honestly really impressed with what the body of work he's put forth.
You know, Scion Ultimate's going to force pays off. Monkey getting onto the priority target. They're going to line him up for everything, and Cube takes him out. Here's the public execution. They find a way onto Taeyun. This could be the fight. Big Timber's coming down, and it's only the tanks left, and plenty of damage for JDG. Big stun coming through from Scout. The knockups are there, and they're caught in a crevice that Xiaoshu couldn't do any more damage. He run out of energy, run out of Drakehound steps. But a big fight win for JDG, and they will turn onto the Herald.
If he gets his second and third item soon, Xiaoshu wins that fight. There is a very real possibility. He's only level 12, and he has the Eclipse, so short burst trades are really going to be in his favor. But a great turnaround coming in from JDG, where they cannot deal with these tanks. I mean, you're playing Jin into Scion, Skarner. You need an LDR, and you need it quick here. Probably going to be the second item coming in for this Jin, as he is completely routed in this situation. Nothing for him to do, and watch Xiaoshu and Shun just putting so much pressure. Taeyun walks right back into the public execution, and then alongside Scout, great amount of setup. This is exactly what we wanted to see for JDG.
And Wink, a bit of an unsung hero in that fight. He was in the middle of multiple members, and he manages to lock down Karis. And he is stunned by the time Tibbers gets dropped on his head, extending that stun and killing him. Huge.
So for right now, WE trying to play in the bottom side jungle. There is a dragon spawning in 10. It's tough for JDG to respond. There's no flash on Scout, no teleport either. But you look at on the for the side of WE, no flash either for Monkey or for Taeyun. So any kind of crowd control that kind of can punish, I think very realistic.
Plenty of crowd control for the lineup of JDG. Looks like they'll just march it down mid for right now. We'll drop the Rift Herald there as the Dragon has been started up. Remember, because Taeyun is on hit, we'll be able to rip through it pretty quickly. It goes down, and JDG will only exchange mid-turret damage for it.
Trying to see if they can get anything more. It's Sun Jungle Camps being stolen away here, as you can kind of see that JDG are moving around with Wink and Xiaoshu. Really importantly to follow where this Mbessa is going, because essentially JDG's new top laner is the only reason they are going to be competitive in this game for at least the next 10 minutes. Pei still needs to finish an LDR. This is a completed Spear of Shojin now for the Mbessa, and if they can get backline access onto Karis, onto Taeyun, that could very quickly turn a fight.
Burst them out, make sure that your Mbessa is healthy. As long as Jarvan and Leona are there, maybe one other of Scout and Pays, you should be able to clean up the rest. It is a tall task, but as you said, Xiaoshu's got to be the guy, and if Xiaoshu can be the guy in a situation like this, it's a tough one to deal with. I'm sure JDG fans will feel a lot better about their new top laner.
Have to see. Currently, it's just going to be a holding pattern for these guys, as for the most part, it's just JDG looking around the map. Maybe Monkey caught out. No one in the vicinity to help.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot of damage, but they will get the flash out of Wink. So we'll have that Hex Flash in the back pocket for him as Otacon spawns, and a lot of pings are going down onto it. Team WE making a snappy call here.
Look at where Shun is right now. Just finished the red buff. It is just Monkey on the map at this point. Xiaoshu does have teleport. They're moving towards this objective, but it is on vision. Observer's got to show it right now. How close is this Otacon? Has to be at least half HP.
Well, they're going to go all in onto Cube right now and just ignore the Otacon. Otacon will be secured for Team WE, and now the knockups are coming
Xiaoshu's
through.
dead.
They're going to target out Xiaoshu, and they got him. Karis over on the side looking to deal with Wink. He's going to get stunned up, but he'll get the kill anyway. Flash, hook, Caught him! Shun forced to flash away, but the rest of Team WE are in hot pursuit, and he's one hook away as he goes down. Timbers on the other side. It does get a stun out, but it doesn't do any damage. Rolling over JDG or Team WE.
Too slow to pull the trigger, and because of that, WE, they grab themselves the Otacon. They'll also be able to hit on this mid lane turret. Probably going to be able to grab the entirety of this structure. And a great fight and a great bounce back from Team WE. One much slower than what we saw from them in game number 1. And Skarner now, Monkey leading the charge. This is exactly the recipe of success that we've seen from WE in so many series so far. We get right into this replay, and yes, it is on to Q, but he is the Scion. He has way too much HP, and with Vampire next to him, you can just see that WE are able to turn this in such spectacular fashion. Scout no longer able to get into this fight thanks to Karis holding this tri-brush. And then Wink goes down, so that's part of your engage already gone. Xiaoshu's been taken out, and this is just the slow burn from WE to take out JDG.
A really great fight from multiple members of Team WE. Vampire hitting every hook, doing great there, opening up a 4,000 gold lead. But Team WE, we've seen them throw these leads before. Harken back to their match against Weibo Gaming, where they were in great scenarios. They had the scaling on their side, they had the leads, and were unable to convert. This time around, I do have worries that this Ambessa, if this game goes that late, will be able to just chew through Team WE. That eventually Pays will have damage.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this from Team WE. I mean, you're going to be having 2-item Aurora. You already have the Rage Blade and the Blade of the Ruin King done here for Taeyun. We had worries about if there was going to be a damage problem, a range issue here for Team WE, but as long as the front line can stop JDG from moving, then Varus never actually has to worry about potentially getting bursted out, or if he does, you've got Aurora in the back pocket as well. So Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. WE, they are pushing through this bottom lane wave. Nobody from JDG is going to answer this mid lane wave either. So the vision around this river is going to be completely dark as long as WE do not skip steps.
Summoner spell check here. Karis, Taeyun, all with flashes.
Jesus.
Monkey has a flash too. And Monkey ready to be the big driver here as he slams Xiaoshu into the wall. Big knockup from Cube, and the top laner and the jungler of JDG have perished. Wink will fall as well. Triple kill for Taeyun, and Monkey wants Scout. 4-0 Team WE domination.
They can play on 2 lanes, and WE, this is going to be us heading to game number 3. Yanni, I hate you so much for coming into the call before we started the series and saying, anyone want 9 games tonight? No! I didn't! And I'm sure JDG did not, but WE, they're going to send us all the way to 3.
We think it's still throwable. I don't think so.
No,
I really don't think so.
say it's still throwable. At this point, the game is over.
No, this should not be throwable. If this is thrown by Team WE, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what world we're living in. All I know is this is the world where Monkey dominates this fight.
Surely WE cannot throw from this position. This is a very clutch ultimate, and I love the CC layering between the suppress, the knockup from Cube, Taeyun's ultimate. There is no room for Xiaoshu to use the perfect execution to buffer any of this crowd control. And while it is a triple kill for Taeyun, Monkey continues to be the lifeblood of this team, creating positions for this squad. As we get further into this game, it is 25 minutes. Soul point now here for WE, 18-7. And this is not at all the WE that we came into this series watching after JDG completely destroyed them in game 1.
The reality check message received after that first game. This Team WE much sharper right now. You do have to wonder, thinking forward, if WE are able to close this one out, which we expect they will, what Monkey will be able to play that will be able to enable him to this sort of level. As Wink potentially caught out here, it looks like he will be trying desperately to get out, but he just can't. Now Pei's going to be marked with the knockup as Taeyun hits him with a fadeaway chain of corruption to finish off the Leona.
That's a Baron. Shun no longer has Flash. He's going to try and jungle privilege his way back to having HP. Baron's going to get started here by WE with a Varus and with a Skarner. You have to imagine this is their objective. I love that we're watching Cube and Vampire try to mark the enemy jungler.
The big boys are playing bouncers. Karis over on the side, looking to 1v1 Pays. Isn't able to really finish that one off, but never really in any danger as the Baron has been secured. And Cube will run right into Shun. Shun trying to break some ankles here.
What the hell
The
is
only
he
thing
doing?
that's broken is his body. Scout going to be called out next. Karis is here for the rest of the damage over the top. And that should do it.
I don't know who's more depressed, me or 1010 after watching this. This is some of the worst JDG that we've been getting. Just a misunderstanding of where they want to apply their pressure. And honestly, a draft that, while I was praising it for some of its ways of being a little bit more flexible, we did not at all see JDG execute in any point in this game.
Execution was poor, the damage ain't there, and you gave Monkey Skarner, and he, along with the rest of Team WE, run over JDG, and they will force Game 3.
9 games. 9 games somehow between... Why? Why? Why do we have to have 9 today? Yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. You should apologize for Chippy for making them have to go through this.
No,
This is
no.
BS.
No, I won 3 games. I'm going to be on for 1 series today, I won 3 games. I got 3
Well,
games.
maybe if you didn't have a job, you would be here for 2 series.
I could have been here for 2 series. It's Saturday. I'm off on Saturdays.
Then
I was
why
just
did
hanging
you
out with the
swap with
boys.
Grapes?
Oh, because Grapes is working, so he wanted to get more sleep. I was originally only going to be on for the first one today, but that's why Grapes wanted to swap, because he didn't
But
want
he
to do.
didn't give you BLG respect.
He did not.
Respect.
He did not. Which is, you know what?
Them's the exposure
Listen.
bucks. I'm getting insane hiccups right now.
The exposure bucks. I love that. Hey, listen, we got JDG Team W, right? You know, we got JDG coming through with that new roster. Likeable team, not so likable gameplay sometimes.
I don't know what happened there for JDG. Oh my god, I'm getting owned.
Okay.
The
Tough.
Scion just kept doing its thing, and we talked about this off air, but we were questioning whether or not Pays and Wink were actually going to be a duo that works, because Pays typically likes to play games low and slow. He's kind of a methodical guy. Usually likes to wait for the team fight to kind of come towards him, especially as an 80 carry, a very important skill to have. But Wink is like a madman running around. He is trying to get every single engage he can find.
So, bro, listen, I remember an issue that I had similar to that. Not with the gameplay, but with what you're dealing with. Having to, as a challenge, chug a full Sprite on a cast at once and then start draft. It was bad. It wasn't hiccups, but it was still bad. So I feel you on that one. So you know what? Instead, what I'll try to do is I want you to think back to that big fight where Monkey went over the wall at the Dragon Pit. Did you notice that Taeyun had the best thing happen to him ever? You know it, I know it, as 80 carries. That hail of arrows on both targets, killing them both.
Yeah.
It's like watching a hot knife through butter. It's so satisfying.
It was great. We get to see some of the post-game screenshots here. I still have questions about whether or not teams understand what Jarvan's going to do. I like that the response from Team WE was to just pile on tanks, make it so that, hey, you have this Annie? Cool, we won't just die to a 2-hit combo. Oh, you have this Jarvan? Well, I have a Scion and a Skarner, and this Nautilus, who actually ended up being really impactful. We came out of this draft saying, okay, Vampire is an iconic champion for himself. Monkey has a Skarner for him. I think this is going to look pretty good.
Yeah, and we did talk about how, hey, JDG, lacking in that damage department. Is this Annie going to be able to burst anything out? Nah, could not happen. Shun had times where he just wasn't able to really get on these carries. I mean, there were so many fights where Taeyun is just able to fight, and then he walks away with his flash in his back pocket. Like, that means that you're not going to auto-lose the next fight as a Varus, because as you and I well know, if you're playing Varus, you're flashless against the Jarvan, guys, please don't fight for 5 minutes, please. But
That
that
was-
never happened in this game.
That was the idea when we were coming into this. We were saying, okay, there's a Jack, or there's this Jarvan. Let's just dive their back line consistently and make it so that the front line of WE have no damage. And that never really came true. We did not get too many of these front-to-back team fights. Not one where it was even by any means. So now we're heading into our 9th game of the day. We're heading into the 3rd game of this series. And a through line that we actually kind of brought up in their first series is that WE have some of the lowest win rate in the league going to game 3s when we saw them in best ofs for Split 2. So need to see them be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
They got to conquer their demons, man. And you know what? This is a team that does have a lot of demons for as good as things were in Split 2 and, you know, how well they've done compared to our original expectations. The top teams are their bugaboo. Game 3s are the same thing. JDG might not be playing like one of those top teams that they were in Split 2, but still, I think Team WE would consider them at that level. Can they slay JDG? Can they put away their woes for Game 3s? If they're able to do that, you can feel much better about them despite what would be a 1-2 start if they win.
I don't know what else to say about this JDG roster that we didn't kind of get over in game number 1.
Yeah.
It was a very pleasant surprise to see them play so dominantly in game number 1. But that was also a game where WE overplayed their hand on a lot of situations, where I think in this game, kind of similarly, WE were about as aggressive as we saw them in game number 1. The difference is that their champions don't die instantly when they get hit. Especially with the Rumble. Like, we don't need the Rumble to be this massive equalizer. He just needs to stand in front of his team and prevent them from going down and being taken. So, thinking about player of the games here, very early on, I could think of 2 players that definitely earn it in my mind. Skarner, or Monkey and Vampire. These 2 guys played incredibly well and make sense for how much they lead their team. We get to see that it is in fact Monkey himself.
Yeah, you know what? Fantastic. Big fan of that because he very well earned it. Made so many big plays in this game, willing Team WE to a final Game 3 in an effort to take a win against JDG. That means we are heading to our last break of the day. Saturdays here in LPL English, always a banger. We got the full slate, 9th game coming at you after this. Welcome back, everybody.
Come on, do the intro. Do the
sorry.
intro. You wanted this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of our 9-game Saturday here between JDG and Team WE. My name is Clowny, I guess. I don't really know. I didn't really know how this was going to work.
Continue.
Clowny with an I at the end of it. And all are here for the final game. As JDG, they stomped game 1 and didn't look so hot in game 2. As Team WE, specifically Monkey, had a very large impact. Were able to force game 3.
I don't know what else to say, man. Like today has been, at least at the very least, some of the games have been fun. Game 3 of our very first series with NiP was at least interesting, right? With Ultra Prime going all the way to like a 45-minute game. Smolder had like 600 stacks. Then our second series had insane top lane performances from Flandra and Bin. Towards the end of that, BLG looked like they're back, potentially with a new jungler.
For now.
For at least 2 months, maybe a month and a half, if they're lucky. I saw a tweet earlier that I don't know if it was a tweet or maybe a message in one of our chats that was basically like, Shadow is actually really happy because he's like, damn, I postponed my firing date until Worlds. So that was really funny. And then this series, we've got game 1, domination, super stomp from JDG, 25-1 or something. WE, game 2, come back and play one of the most, like, WE games of all time. And are able to pilot not only their Skarner and their Nautilus incredibly well. They get themselves off to a really good start. And that is the WE that a lot of us fell in love with, that made us fans. So hopefully they can continue to kind of calibrate and get back to that level, because this is Group Ascend. You don't get 2 free wins versus TT or NiP. You are having to play against the best teams, and currently with how they look, them and FPX are potentially going to be battling it out with some of Group Nirvana for a spot in playoffs.
Yeah, not a spot that you want to be in. You want that guaranteed spot. It's going to be hard, though. Making top 4 going to be very difficult. But I think what this second game really showed and really proved is that despite the fact that Team WE has had a rocky start to Split 3, Vampire and Monkey, the two guys that were like, Vampire's seen all this growth and Monkey has really given this team an identity, you must respect them. They got their best champions. They ran you over with them after you ran them over in game 1. We thought that JDG, we were like, oh, it's just Team WE. We thought we saw flashes of the old JDG. But in game 2, those guys, those 2 top guys, got their best champions. They ran you over with them. Every team has to be put on notice off that we can't just give them these tools.
Yeah, there's also ways you can kind of get around it here. So
True.
JDG now on blue side, going for the Lucian and the Nico ban, already changing it up. This means that some combination of Pantheon and Trundle are going to be getting through this ban phase. Getting rid of the Azir, very interesting to me, considering that not only have JDG not been willing to first pick it, but it also is a comfort champion for Karis. So, continuing to see how this draft ends up panning out. My eyes immediately do have to go towards that Pantheon, and if that champion doesn't make it through, then Nefiri, in my mind, for these 2 junglers is really important.
All right, well, Trundle will be the first domino to fall, and I believe that means that Team WE will be, okay, they'll take out the Vi instead. An interesting choice, but a solid one nonetheless, so it might just be a Pantheon Nefiri handshake. Probably won't see the Nefiri come out right away, but probably on pick 3.
My God, I can't believe we just let Pantheon get through. So WE needs
Crazy,
to,
right?
There's a reason this champion is the most banned champion on the patch right now in LPL. Before today was 2-32 in pick ban. The 2 games that it got were wins. So WE immediately answering with a Senna Braum. Not a lot of pressure between these 2. Obviously, Senna will give you some scaling and Braum can help, but I think without seeing the rest of the draft, I'm a little perplexed as to this option. JDG are going to go for yet another pairing that is very dominant in the 2v2 with this Corki and Rel.
All right, Hulk. I honestly think that this draft might actually be cooked. We're going to see the Cassante get locked in. I need you to convince me that it's not.
I can't tell you that. Not in good faith. I don't know if this is cooked yet. I'm really sad we didn't get to see the Jarvan and Annie one. I was kind of so hoping that we could get an LPL moderators meme in here, but this one could be cooked as well. We'll have to see. Second phase of draft. Have to think that there's going to be a Jax ban coming on through, maybe even a Renekton, although Renekton into Braum and this Cassante later on in the game will be a bit tough. There is less dive in the game, however, with M-Pesa and this Rumble gone.
If I'm JDG, I think I'm going to try and focus down Monkey here, take away some of his priority picks. Nocturne getting taken off again. We had mentioned him earlier. Just a generally good champion to take out. The Jack's going to also get banned away, so Xiaoshu not going to be able to have that option. And now we're starting to look for like slim pickings here for Monkey. You know, this Viego is on the table, and you know, if it doesn't get banned, you might have you would need to pair it with something strong in the mid lane to have that burst damage to start the resets. I don't know if this is the comp for it, so I don't really think it's pickable.
You could play Nefiri here. I think you have a Senna.
We'll leave it up.
Perfectly reasonable. Instead, they're going to be banning the Ryze away from Karis. I think that's fine. You're thinking about mid lane champions that are still up and available. Orianna is one of them that WE could try to snatch up, and especially when you're talking about playing around different players, definitely gives them some options to kind of control the map. You have a Senna as well. Instead, they're going to go for the Poppy here, utilizing that, utilizing the fact that now you just have Snap engage with Monkey.
All right, so if you're Team WE, because JDG, they go and they pick away the Orianna. I thought the Orianna would be good for WE if it was left around on the final rotation. It's got a fair amount of damage and should provide enough in team fights, but now that it'll go to JDG, I think that it's okay. I think it's just better as a takeaway. You mentioned that Renekton earlier. It's going to be tough for him to play, but we'll see if they end up locking it in. For Team WE, I don't know what they can pick that gives them any damage.
I really hate Renekton here. Renekton's incredibly biffed versus a Poppy and eventually the Braum later on. It's going to be tough to play this game out. JDG can play a bit of a longer map when you think about having this Renekton. You're going to have this Pantheon as well, utilizing that Grand Starfall to make some of these lanes uncomfortable. WE, they're opting for more team fight, a slower fight, but I think the damage isn't quite there. From the builds that we've been seeing from Victor so far in the LPL, it has been mostly playing around this Rod of Ages, maybe a little bit more of like the tanky ones with Bloodletter's Curse. I don't think you're going to have enough damage in this composition past the 20-minute mark, and once that happens, you're going to be dealing with an Orianna who controls space incredibly well. You're going to be having a Rel who, yes, can be stopped by this Poppy, but you can't stop everything as Monkey, especially with how aggressive he's been playing.
And this time around for JDG, plenty of damage to be able to cut through these three tanky champions. It's a weird mirror of last game almost, where it feels like Team WE, their carries are much worse for what they're doing early on, and JDG, their champions, are much better for the game plan that they wanted to accomplish. Off battery, I think that Team WE is going to have to do something in this final game that we have not seen them do really the entire year. Not fight for no reason. They will lose if they do that early.
Yes. Could be a reason to give Senna more stacks early, potentially, if they go for a fight. This composition screams to me, Monkey is carrying us across the finish line. Because I am now a Poppy that has a Senna behind her back. You're going to also have this Victor to be able to set up around you as well. The Braum, I think, could be really, really impactful. But these are not... The Poppy more so feels like a Monkey champion in particular. But Vampire Braum is not the way that I want to see him. He is much better on engage. And Braum very rarely can do that. You can do like a flash. You can try to use your ult and the Winter's Bite. But we'll have to see. We're going here for game number 3. JDG versus WE, a decider for who gets their first win of split number 3. There are a lot of WE fans. Damn.
After that last game, how couldn't you be excited?
出击
Did they watch the first game? Probably not.
That's why I said after the second game. Because that first game was tough. They were hopefully in the concession stands, grabbing some food. Maybe the lines were a little long. I don't think the lines were long, bro. It was a tough one. All right. It's like JDG. I want to try to get bush control here. It is just so tough against the Braum, but it does take a while for Senna's autos to wind up, so even if you get marked, you do have opportunity. You have a little bit of time to try to get away.
That's tough, though. Even just getting tagged by the Winter's Bite,
It hurts.
that's a chunk of your HP very early on. So FaZe having to start this lane off 60% HP. A good start here for WE. Something that we have to track in this game once Shun has his ultimate and as the lane assignments start to get a little different here. Watching Karis on a side lane, that has been his biggest weakness alongside his laning sometimes. And if JDG can find opportune picks, that could be a situation that puts them in an advantage. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map, going down. And honestly, it could be just up to Monkey to protect his lanes. As long as he's covering, you can cut Shun out of this game very early on.
Yeah, if you can do that, you can just kind of shorten the window that Pantheon's effectiveness is at its peak, right? That early game, as we all know, it's very, very domineering as Swink is going to flash in those snap engages that you were talking about. Wink is now going to get rooted and then stunned up and traded back on just a little bit. Stay in, we'll pick up a couple stacks.
These trades are really good for Taeyu. Not only because he's already ran through both of his pots, but he's running for biscuits as well just for the laning phase. And because of fleet footwork, plus the healing that's in his kit, you can actually make these trades a lot better for Taeyun and Vampire. Monkey already on the bottom side of the map, going to go towards his blue buff after this Gromp. Shun's already finishing off what looks to be his 6th camp. So you need to be very careful as Taeyun and Vampire. If they over-aggress here, the wave pushing away from them, very quickly get out of hand.
And they don't have really the wards to be able to scout it out. Just potentially the idea that, hey, Shun could be here. Wink doesn't have a flash. He does have Hex Flash, so it won't be a super snap engage, but it just looks like that Shun will settle for the bottom crab as Monkey will show up mid lane, push off Scout, and go take the top crab.
I guess he's like, okay, either he's going to be on this top side crab and it's fine, or I'm avoiding the hell out of Pantheon early on because I do not want to have to try to deal with his damage. Seeing Wink now try to look for something. There's Ward will finally spot out this Pantheon. They're going to try to make this dive. Okay.
I like the idea. He's fully stacked right now, so this spear won't get blocked, but it won't actually hit Taeyun either. Now they're going to try to turn around on Shun, at least stun him up, get good damage, force him away. JDG can't help him out right now. It's a really good job.
I am very worried here. Monkey's going to try to do something. He could look for any kind of engagement. That's the steadfast presence going up. He's going to completely push all of JDG away. I think with the Empowered W and the Empowered Comet Spear, there could have been a reality where Shun actually looks to aggress. There is no heal and no cleanse here from Taeyun. So both junglers instead going to go for a recall. It's going to be Shun just a little bit quicker back out on the map.
I love what Monkey did there. Vampire going to make sure this wave gets in as well. Really good stuff from the Team WE jungler. Giving as much space as you can to your Senna who needs to scale. That means when Pantheon's in the bot lane, that Karis is able to kind of just hang out and chill. This is exactly what you want.
Lane's going even though for WE. And like you're saying, pretty decent spot for WE. Just all Poppy needs to do, cover your lanes. You don't even have to be all that aggressive. We're not seeing too much overfighting coming out from them. So solo laners just now TPing back to lanes. The fact that Xiaosu just TP'd back up top lane and has to take a recall is a bit worrisome, especially for Cube. This is a matchup that you're pretty happy to take on early game. It's that mid-game part where Cassante gets a bit worrisome, especially once he hits level 6.
And you talked about how much you dislike the Renekton into this composition, so any time that Xiaosu is not cultivating an early advantage or just getting gold for himself, really, is going to reduce his effectiveness when the fights matter for JDG.
I think it's just hard to play Renekton, right? There's a Poppy, there's a Braum, and Victor can be pretty problematic, especially with the builds that I was noting. Yes, they are low damage, but it does mean that Victor gets about like 3,500 HP on 2 items, which is really not fun to play against as a Renekton. Even though he does get access to things like Black Cleaver and Spear of Shojin now in the game. See if JDG can make any early action occur. Both junglers are going to see each other and spot each other in the river here. But should be WE to have first say on whatever objective they want. They've brought Chorus over. Vampire and Monkey are crossing through this river. They're just kind of being like a roaming death squad, I guess.
Yeah, it feels a little weird, but again, as long as you're not putting yourself in positions to throw the game, it should be okay. This Monkey takes a rough trade from Pays there. But again, as long as the Senna and the Victor aren't disrupted, it's okay.
I would feel very confident as an AD carry if I'm allowed to Valkyrie forward versus a Poppy. That's a feel-good moment.
Yeah. We love
Yanni?
that. We love AD carries here.
What's that in Scout's inventory?
Oh, that's a Catalyst of the Aeons, my friend. And
There's
it looks like
Catalyst.
he's also making a play
here
on the
comes
Chorus
those
here.
map
They
plays.
force the flash out, and they get him. First blood goes over to Shun.
What did we talk about minute and a half into this game? Making plays on side lanes. When Shun has his ultimate, catching Chorus on a side lane is so pivotal for them. So that's a kill going over to Shun. He'll be able to recall, go towards his top side of the map, and that is flash away from this Victor. That is a massive win coming in from JDG. There's only a single kill. That's a wave that he's missing out on, and potentially Scout can make a move over to this top side.
And I want to see them attack him again. Once Shun's ultimate is up, and you see Chorus on a side lane, go again.
It's only Monkey who went into the top side jungle, was able to steal the blue buff away. And without the ability to really get wave push early on, it is difficult to contest. So JDG will get all 3 of these first grubs. Need to see how the supports are going to be able to move out around the map. It's hard for Vampire to move, but he does have teleports. He's probably going to be back for this dragon. But for Wink, you have a Corki on your side. It is significantly easier for you to find a timer to walk around the map. And we can see that right now as he goes to cover his mid laner.
Vampire teleporting, making sure that that dragon goes over to Team WE. Not really a threat for JDG to do anything. They had already chosen their objective. Things are a-okay for them as Vampire and Monkey just trolling around here in JDG's bot side jungle, looking to snipe away as many camps as they can from Shun. Potentially cause a problem for Scout.
Monkey's doing fine though. I mean, he's gotten 2 camps already. Might even try to contest for a red buff. Him getting spotted here by Wink is a little problematic. You can kind of see that Shun is making his way over. Scout walking too far up though.
Big problem. He does have his flash available. Just the shockwave to put Vampire on the other side of him is good. We'll dodge out of the Winter's Bite. Nice job there by Scout.
Wow. Using the ultimate to reposition Vampire behind him and then walk away with a phase rush. I thought that auto that was in midair, I think that was just Chorus using the siphon power. So he doesn't get the auto attack off and they don't get the stun. Great job from Scout to be able to survive that on the side lane and wasting a lot of WE's time.
And not only that, doesn't burn a summoner either. So if you try to make a play like that again, he does have his get out of jail potentially free card as long as he flashes properly. And he's going to go back and he's going to go pick up his Rod of Ages and head up to the top lane now.
Waiting for a moment here. It's going to be this Orianna matching into Cassante. You see the pings coming out. They want to see if they can force Cube. Maybe get a summoner spell aside from his teleport. Corki's in the area. Wink is now getting really deep vision. They want to control this. I don't know if they're playing for a jungle camp or they want to dive Cassante. I think this is risky.
Yeah, I do wonder if they have the damage for it with this wave coming in too, with Monkey moving up to his camps. It's something that'll be easily foiled. We see Taeyoon and Vampire will have the inside track on Pays if things get a little hairy. Looks like JDG, they're still hanging around, but they might have called the play off. We do see pings though. I think they still want this.
look, Brahm's in the area, Poppy's in the area. JDG are, thankfully for Shun, he has no camp, so this doesn't actually mean all that much. And he does have the Sky's Ascend, so if there's a play on mid, they could try to snap on this. Monkey is in the area, and you kind of see that Karis is playing with a lot of respect. They're going to get these lanes swapped up here now. And Shun does have to go and answer for some of the camps he can do right here. He should be able to get out of this one.
Yeah, he'll get tagged up. He'll take a little bit of damage, but nothing too major here. As Taeyun cresting toward 30 stacks. 11.5 minutes. Not terrible. Probably not be on perfect pace, but a fine enough pace, as he is one of the big anchors of this team, him and Karis, on these champions. And so far, for your Team WE, 12 minutes into the game, not super volatile. Yes, Karis did die, but it's still fun.
An exciting split just in general here for WE. They came into Split 2, 0 expectations. Expected to be the one of the bottom teams in Group Ascend. They finished 6th in the league, and then they go on a run in the lower bracket, getting all the way to 4th. An unexpected win there for WE, beating not only JDG, but also top esports in their wake.
Insane.
And coming into this split, while the expectations might be a little higher, considering what they were able to accomplish, I think when we looked at this team as a whole, we talk a lot about Monkey, we talk a lot about Vampire, but Taeyun always felt like a consistent rock in the AD carry position. So far to Split 3, it's been a bit weak. This series, I think he's kind of hit or miss versus his opponent in Pays. I'm going to need to see him step it up, especially on this Senna, as a reliable person if they want to be able to take this series tonight.
Yeah, and if he gets back to that level, we could start thinking that, yeah, maybe Team WE is closer to that 4th place team than the team that we expected to be near the bottom. And, you know, I always wonder, you know, what if IG never really got it together, right? Does WE finish 3rd? I don't know. They're going to try to make this play onto Cube. They wanted to do it on the top side. It looks like they might have to settle for the bottom side. They are putting a lot of their focus onto the turret. Meanwhile, over on the top side, Xiaoshu is going to get Nova. The tanking is coming through. The minion wave is pretty much gone. Shun and Scout taking a lot of damage as well. So Cube stays alive. And on the top
they
side,
need this to go now, though. I mean, Scout doesn't have teleport. They're not going to be able to answer. Senna's getting mid waves. You're going to give this Victor a ton of gold. What are we doing, JDG?
Cube just an escape artist. He just needs to find a way out. He does have the all-out available, trying to get away, force these guys off. Now
Cube?
He wants Wink. Wait a minute, Cube. Good flash from Wink, and Cube will finally fall, but he wastes so much of JDG's time.
Oh my god, first turret does go over. It's Xiaoshu getting this TP, but remember, he just died. He gets knocked away from this wave. Karis and Monkey just split this entire minion wave top lane. And in the mid lane, Taeyun's doing the same thing. He's collecting gold. He's getting chip damage onto these structures. WE went out huge in that play as JDG try to get Cube behind, try to put this Cassante in the dirt, and only get a turret to show for it.
Really nice stuff. Cube, I thought for a second, man, he did burn Wink's flash, which is going to be really good news for Team WE. Not going to have those super snappy engages that we talk about how much Wink loves. But if he went 1 for 1 there, I would have said throw the whole game out, bro. It wouldn't have meant that much, but it just would have felt bad.
Yeah. All right, so Xiaoshu's going to continue to hit away at this turret. Again, 3 grubs does make it a lot easier for him. Probably just going to proxy this. You can see that JDG are moving multiple members up here. Rel's on the way. JDG Pays is on the way.
I like it. Cube doesn't really have a way out. Good buffer, but he's going to push Wink closer to the turret. Shun with a spear from long distance through the back. And with a man down, that could be Herald.
Herald in trade for the dragon. WE will have 2 dragons. Victor gets all of this bottom lane wave. I'm worried here, Yanni, because the team that is scaling right now in WE get a lot of gold onto Victor and Senna. They get the first 2 dragons of the game. And JDG, for the most part, get the win more objectives. You only get to use 3 grubs when you are allowed to hit turrets. You only get to use a Herald in good spots if you are in a decent enough place in the game. So getting more and more worried for this time that this clock that is ticking down here for JDG.
You're so right, Alk. I mean, every Dragon, when you're the scaling team, represents +5 minutes that you get to play unless the game gets out of control. Now with this Rift Herald, JDG has to make a big play off of it. If they don't, this is a definite loss for them. Here we go. After that charge goes in, Shun all the way deep, but he falls and Karis is going to get credit for the kill. That is not what you want.
Fantastic punish there from Monkey, knowing the mechanics behind getting inside the Rift Herald, it bouncing you out and getting the steadfast presence. A fantastic punish means that they grab that kill, they kill the Herald, and JDG, they want to overforce yet again. Oh my god, Scout, Jesus!
The sombrero means that they won't be able to get more than the turret, although Pays wants a little bit more. Team WE will be able to walk out.
That wasn't a sombrero, that was a carousel. That, like, he threw his hat away. It wasn't even attached to him. Scout just very dryly misses the ultimate, and it comes with an overforce just to get mid lane turrets. So you look at the last 3 minutes of play. JDG, they got all of the outer tier 1s, they grabbed the Herald as well, and they grabbed themselves a kill, but what were WE able to get in this time? Chip damage onto 2 or 3 turrets, some more gold. It's an 1100 gold lead here for Karis on this Victor. And you got 2 dragons. In the short term, that'll suck, but with this game going late and, you know, the timer starting to tick down, you're happy with this state in the game. You have 2 items for your Victor, for crying out loud.
It's so good. I'm really proud of Team WE because, again, as we talked about, they have a tendency to fight for no reason sometimes, and in this particular game, they have done a phenomenal job of not dying needlessly.
That was your one commandment this game. WE, we're not trolling the early game. And so far, they've done a great job. They've fought when they've needed to. They've created pockets of pressure for their team. And now, another extended play onto the side lane here. Q's most likely going down.
Okay, Stone's there. Wink just hovering off to the side. The all-out goes on to Shun, which means Cube is stuck here, and he's going to need to try to fight it out. Pays is going to move up, and they will be able to take him down. Deaths on a side lane like that, though, have been what JDG have been able to pick up this game.
And it's really tough here for WE because anytime you are by yourself in a side lane, you always are going to be worrying about Shun having that ultimate. So with this, JDG, they get time to push out their lanes, and if WE want to overextend, if they want to try to punish Orianna or maybe go deep in this bottom lane jungle, suddenly Shun could pop up, there could be a numbers advantage, and we could see JDG take a fight win. So a lot of vision now being placed in this jungle. Monkey denying the engage from Wink. That could have been his life or the flash there. And now it is a top lane tier 2 going down to half HP. Look at the objectives, a minute before Otacon and a minute and a half before that dragon.
Scout using his shockwave there just for a bit of damage on Karis with no follow-up is a tool that JDG, I think, desperately wants to keep in the back pocket unless you're really going for a play. And over on the side of Shun here, we've only seen that one ultimate on the side lane. Obviously, we saw the one go on the bottom lane for that dive attempt, but after that one play they made on Karis, haven't seen the same thing happen.
What objective are JDG going to play for? It's actually Otacon spawning in the top side here. Scout, you're by yourself.
All right, Shun and Wink trying to head over and make sure they can escort him out. They take the blast plane over the wall. Remember, there's no shockwave available. Team WE trying to get out, but Xiaoshu is looking to cut them off. Pays is bringing up the rear as well, so they're ready to go. Pantheon ult getting channeled, and they're going to go fly in. Let's see. Oh, Shun! Oh, no. He didn't get knocked away. Monkey mistimed it. Teleport coming in for the Cassante, but it's a little late. Monkey frontlining. Taeyoon untouched, and he's trying to desperately kite back with the rest of his team. Karis is alive but limping. They're trying to keep Cube upright as he's looking to just cause a problem and get back to his team. He flashes away. The rocket's coming through. Pays flashing forward, but he can't finish off Karis.
Dude, they don't have enough HP right now to go for this Otacon. Are they going to force it either way? Ping's coming out. Karis can recall and teleport. There are 2 minions. Look at those wards that are in the blue side jungle. Scout! He just killed Karis!
Oh
Karis
my
thought
god!
He was safe in the brush. Okay, Scout should be able to grab this turret. If not, there's another minion wave coming. Dragon will be going over to WE as they set themselves up on Soul Point here. A lot of these spells now gone from JDG. But holy hell, what an insane setup there up against WE.
And just a huge play by Scout, because that pick means that the Otacon is 100% guaranteed. There's no teleport that would scare off the low health bars of JDG. But JDG, they will have to play this on a knife's edge, because once this dragon goes to WE, if they sweep for Soul, especially Mountain Soul, that could be all she wrote.
Monkey just barely not landing that keeper's verdict. Such a tough spot, and JDG, we get to look at this replay yet again. I mean, Xiaoxu on a flank, this repositioning with the ultimate. Such unlucky timing there from Monkey. It is just barely not able to land. And I thought this fight was a little dicey. I mean, yes, Pays is firing away and Xiaoxu gets into that backline, but there was no ultimate from Scout. Take a look at the picture-in-picture right now. Wink is dead. That slows down everything. And we get to take a look at what exactly happened to Karis. Don't tell me. All right, max range ultimate, I respect that from Scout, but
nice.
The Otacon is going to give them a little bit of experience. It's going to give them a little bit of adaptive force. And that gold lead for Karis is completely evaporated. Just 5-10 minutes ago, we were talking about 1100 for this victor over the Orianna, and now barely even here as these two mid laners going back and forth. Scout, obviously a legendary player of the LPL, but has had a struggling time in 2025, dealing with concerns about his potential legal battles at the same time, and honestly, his performance on the Rift has not been up to snuff.
And that's got to be, you know, I don't want to get into it too much. That's got to be something that would weigh over anybody's head. And, you know, I do hope that things really start to turn around for him as a player. This guy's an absolute legend, right? And when, you know, as somebody who watches a lot of traditional sports, I've seen a lot of legends as they get older. Their bodies start to fail them a little bit. They just aren't the same guy they used to be. And it sucks just as bad when watching that with League of Legends players. And, you know, a guy like Faker is somebody who's completely bucked that trend. But it does make me really sad when you start to see stuff like this happen. And you just keep holding out hope that it changes. And for Scout, he doesn't have a whole lot of time left to change our opinion on him in 2020.
Let's see, JDG now in a position to win this game. Only 4,000 gold up. Remember, WE 2.5 minutes before that Soul spawns. TP behind from Scout. Shun could use this ultimate.
Like
He's
this.
diving in.
All right, let's see what Scout can do, but he gets bonked out of the fight. And now they're going to go all in on Wink. He gets knocked up. Do they have the damage? They definitely have the lockdown, and they finish him off. Karis gets his 4th kill of the game. All of the hopes of WE are riding on him.
And guess what? There's a dragon spawning in 2. There's a Baron in a minute, and there will be no teleport available for Scout. There will be no flash available for Shun coming into this next fight. The thing that JDG can look forward to is that Taeyun will not have that cleanse, but a great rebuttal this time as Monkey is able to get that Keeper's Verdict to send away the mid laner JDG. Now it's going to be the lane assignments going back to where they were beforehand. Xiaoxu's going to go back to the bottom side of the map, push out these waves, and JDG need to posture around this Baron to stop their opponents.
All right, they're going to look to shut down Scout over here. Teleport coming in from Karis. They want to chase this man down, but it's going to be matched by Xiaoxu. So Team WE will back off.
Karis has got to be close to finishing that 3rd item. That's a Zhonya's in his inventory if he wants it. Already has the Seeker's Arm Guard ready to go if he needs to get it done. But it's got to be close to that 2nd item. Same thing with Poppy. Probably about to finish that now with the recall. It's an unending despair. What a close game here. Only 10 kills in 25 minutes. And WE, the objective focus is so good. But we've seen this before. We saw this in their series versus Weibo. 2 games in a row. They got to 3 Drakes. Almost had the soul. But it all comes down. It crumbles around an engage from Monkey. And have to avoid that happening here in this 3rd game, as neither of these teams have been able to find a series win so far in Split 3.
Poor individual execution has been what's kept them from souls. And they put it together so well in this game. If they just do it one more time, they will put themselves in a very, very good spot, one that is difficult to throw away. You can see Team WE in the river. They're looking to fade out, maybe for Xiaoshu, but Vampire is taking so much damage. He's down to half HP with 15 seconds left. Won't have that teleport available. Here goes the Dominus on the backside. Xiaoshu once in. Big shockwave! JDG! They found him! But can they get Karis? Karis trying to get away, and Xiaoshu will fall, and Karis will survive, and Scout has to deal with Cube off to the side. He'll be able to sidestep the knockup, and they're trying to turn it around. Pace has plenty of damage, but Team WE, the fourth dragon, still eludes their grasp.
Monkey is not going to recall yet. He wants to stay. Cube can recall and teleport. There are minions to go for if they want it. They're not going to even contest it. They're going to lose out on the soul
again
this time around. We said it in the Weibo series. That was the make or break point. Weibo got a single Drake back, and they came back into the game. Are WE going to move towards this Baron? I don't think they have quite enough damage. She's going to be Vampire teleporting back in so they can take control of this objective, get the vision down, and maybe force JDG's hand into an uncomfortable fight here.
All right, Wink and Scout, they just want to go in and deal some damage. They're going to go all in on Monkey here. He's down to about half HP. Karis joins them, trying to get those lasers out, keep them away. But JDG force out the Team WE jungler.
Goes back to mid-wave. Controls topside jungle. JDG taking it slow here in this game number 3. Potential contest for a red buff. This is going to be very dicey. Wink could look for a flank. Cube is also going to enter from mid lane, so
hey,
JDG
Wink from the
quick.
side.
What the hell, Pace?
Vampire. All right, Wink, wait, he's completely cut off. He's got to go over the wall. And as you said, Pace just walked in. He's got no cleanse. Team WE will scurry away as pings go on the Baron.
They're going to go for it. I mean, you have enough damage. You have true damage coming in from this Corki. Pantheon does a hell of a lot to be able to execute this. They're on vision, however. Cube and Taeyu now entering from mid lane. Karis is going to come in from the Raptor pit. And how much more can JDG get? It is half HP now, 8,000.
Oh
no.
Shockwave. All right, Monkey's low. He's going to go right to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu takes him out. And now they're going to turn on the Vampire with 3 members of JDG. Cube trying to break things up in the pit, but the Baron is secured by JDG. Cube goes all out, but he can't get it done on the backside. Karis, Taeyun, full HP. Vampire with nothing. And Team WE can only watch as JDG, draped in purple, will saunter away.
2 minutes and 40 seconds on that Dragon timer. Almost in perfect alignment with the Dragon spawning in 2.5. And WE have lost the plot, Yanni. This is looking dire. They're starting to spiral in this game. The last 3 minutes, we have watched them just walk around the map trying to stop JDG, but they walk straight into this choke. Not only with the Keeper's Verdict missing, just barely up against Scout, but you're walking into the setup of this Orianna. Wink alongside Xiaoshu now. The solo lanes of JDG catching out Monkey. And Cube, I mean, good enough of an attempt. I hate to have it kind of end like that, but JDG now get the Baron. They're going to be able to push. They have 3 grubs. You have feats of strength as well to upgrade these boots. Yanni, it doesn't get any easier from here. Yes, WE have some scaling elements of their draft still available to them, but the execution, some of the problems that we've been seeing from them 2 series in a row now, potentially going to lose them a 3rd.
The siege is on the bot side. Alk, what would you do if you are Team WE? I think you just kind of let these structures go and you live to play for your scaling and you just lean into it more.
I mean, Senna still has to be able to stack 90 stacks at 30 minutes. Is not fantastic, but it'll have to do in this moment. You need to make a play on one side.
They're just going to go in. They're going to go in. Cube is on 2 members, dealing a ton of damage.
Good.
And they find the support. And they're going to find Scout too. The shockwave was not enough. But Monkey, a little far up, Hayes unable to close out kills. And Team WE stand their ground.
All right, but look at mid lane right now. Xiaoshu took a mid lane turret. He's going to get a 2nd inhibitor here. Can't exactly crash for the rest of the structures. But that is as good as it's going to get right now for Team WE. They got some kills there. They were able to slow down, and more importantly, they got Barons off of JDG. 30 seconds now, 22,000 gold gained. by that Baron buff. Look at this replay. I was asking for them. You asked me what we wanted to do? Well, we need to make a play because Renekton's never joining this fight. So we need to make something happen. We cannot get bled out. I love that Kars was willing to step up, trust in Taeyun, trust on the rest of this team. You can see that Arcane Storm getting to unprecedented size. WE now rushing down this mid lane, take control, catch the wave high. This is great. 20 seconds before this dragon. Clear this out. The Baron has just now fallen. You will be able to push for this. And even if Shun has the ultimate available to him, make JDG have to walk into Fog of War versus you.
I know that some did not want a 9th game, but are you not entertained? 31.5 minutes. Shun on a flank. Gonna get spotted out. Team WE. They're gonna look and set their sights on him. Can they catch him? They're gonna tag him. He's gonna flash away. He will survive. Poppy ultimate gonna stay in the back pocket, so it's gonna have that shorter cooldown. The dragon pick.
Look at the flank right now. Wink right now is controlling this. WE have given up the entire position around this dragon, and Xiaoshu is waiting in the wings. Started attacking the blue buff just to get some rage.
Shockwave only lands on a monkey here. The Victor Laser's not doing a whole lot, though. It just feels like they're getting
low.
Oh, no. The ultimate knocks out, too. It's disaster. Scout's in trouble. He's got to run. Pays is low. He gets flashed on. He's able to get out. But here we go. They're in. It's a 5v2. He went deep. All out is there. Taeyun is alive. Taeyun is alive. He's exhausted. He's autoing. He's sliced. He's diced. He's dead. It's Xiaoshu. Triple kill for the Renekton. The new top laner for JDG. Comes up huge!
And he comes all the way from Group Nirvana. RNG say thank you as JDG's newest top laner gets a triple kill and absolutely eradicates WE. There will be no chance for them to grab this Mountain Soul. There will be 40 seconds before Kharis is alive. And with 3 grubs, JDG might just end this game.
The sleeping giant who was split pushing often. He was 1-3 and 3 before that fight. And he goes and he makes his mark. He couldn't do it on Ambessa, but he does it on Renekton. Down goes Monkey. Down goes the last Nexus turret. And down goes Team WE. JDG get their first of the split.
And revenge for last split's playoff bracket, knocking them out. Now it's early. They have a double round robin. We will see this matchup again. But JDG really pushing not only WE, but themselves here in this series. Some dicey moments early game there from WE, played low and slow. But once the soul came into question, they kind of lost the plot a little bit. Not able to properly secure it, being overly aggressive around certain members. And it is another heartbreaking loss here for Team WE.
And for Team WE fans, it's got to be that much worse. That was tough to watch. Again, the fourth dragon, I'm sorry, just the undoing of Team WE. They are still looking for it. They were not able to find it. And JDG, it just felt like they locked in. It felt like they knew what they had to do. Okay, by any means necessary, keep Team WE away. And they got it done.
Well, if WE weren't going to win in this first week against IG, Weibo, or JDG, I don't think they're finding it in week 2. Their next 2 matchups are Anyone's Legends and Top Esports. Good luck, brothers. It might be a 0-5 start to the split, which we saw them start 0-5 last time. I don't know if you can realistically bounce back from a 0-5 start when you have 14 best of 3s to play. That is nearly half of your season gone down the drain, and you're going to be playing up against FPX after that, and then you have 2 BLG games back-to-back to start the second round robin.
Oh,
I don't know what to tell WE.
I know what to tell Team WE. Congratulations, you are the new farm teams.
Yeah.
These guys are going to be put on farm, I think. After that one, that is a mental breaking loss, by the way. Like, that is, I don't know. If Team WE come out and they at least look okay in their next series, which is going to take a miracle in of itself I'll be truly impressed. Because this is something that this late in the season, especially with how playoffs went and the start that you have, that's like, damn, guys. I don't know, man. Like, that's going to be a very, very quiet room when they get back together.
WE got to be pretty sad, obviously. But for JDG, I am tentatively excited for this team. I'm glad we got to see them play a little cleaner, but there are lots of holes in their games. If we were critical of a team like JDG beforehand, this team is going to struggle a lot. You can kind of see that in the laning phase, I don't think Scout and Xiaoshu are that particularly strong, and Pays already is starting to show signs of an AD carry that feels desperate. I'm seeing Kai'Sa ultimates in game 1 where he's like really overestimating some of his damage. In game number 2, he's trying to squeeze water from stone, which doesn't really make sense. And then game 3 there, he's Valkyring forward. There's confidence, yes, but against a better team, against a more even squad, that could be the difference between suddenly losing the game.
And anybody who's played AD carry knows when you get to that point, it's kind of hard to come back from it. You know, if we continue to see that, that's a sign that there's a potential lack of trust going on. And, you know, I don't really want to get into the minutia of that. That's not really our place, but it is something to think about. But for now, JDG can breathe a sigh of relief. I'm not sure I would say a job well done, but a job done. They did it.
Got the win.
Congratulations,
That's all that
they won.
matters.
They got the win. And in a scenario that really appeared to be, the game was teetering on unwinnable for them for a little while. And I have to say, I was impressed with the way that they played down the stretch with such early game-based aggressive composition. They weren't as aggressive as I would have liked to see them early, but later on they picked their spots. They were precise in their engagements. And, you know, Xiaoshu, got to shout him out for that last fight. Man,
Oh, for sure. Xiaoshu was really well deserving. Honestly, if he gets MVP, I wouldn't be surprised. He played the back half of this game really
Deserves
well.
it based off that.
His flanks were incredible and kind of makes up for some of the... I think coming into this season and coming into this split, I see Xiaoshu and Wink, and I'm really excited to see Wink. I'm not that into maybe seeing Xiaoshu. I think he was mostly just going to be a weak side top laner.
I'm all
he
in.
is very quickly showing that he is kind of maybe making a name for himself here in Group Ascend. Some of the easier matchups he's had, obviously, here in this group. We'll see what he does against players like Flandra, 369, and Bin. I'm tentatively excited for this JDG roster, and I think between the two of Pays and Wink, still need to see some calibration between these guys before we can really get excited for them.
Yeah, it's really, you know, it's really interesting to see these issues crop up, right? And you know, in this game, they didn't really shine as much as they did in prior games. But one other thing is that like Shun and Wink haven't been linking up as well as I thought they would, which you know is strange considering how close they are. You know, they're making okay plays. Maybe that's just the team not being as aggressive as a whole. Maybe that's still the feeling out process to kind of get all these pieces to gel together. But I'm not as... I was really excited. I'm kind of just whelmed right now.
We're not overwhelmed. It's like the meme of like, you guys can't just don't expect me. You know, don't have expectations. You can't overperform, can't underperform. We're whelmed.
We just
as you were
perform.
saying. Yeah,
We
we're
just
gonna
click
perform.
the keys.
And it's games like these and series like these that make me worried that the kind of, I guess, assumption that I had coming into this split was we were going to have 6 teams looking for 4 world slots. I think Weibo and JDG are on the bubble. They're on the outside right now. They're on the outside looking in, especially if IG continue their growth that we've seen from them from Split 2 to Split 3. It's looking like top esports, IG, BLG, and AL. Those are our 4 teams that are going to Worlds. I know it's early into the season. We have 8 days out of 42, but unless JDG or Weibo make a miracle growth spurt in the middle of Split 3, which we were hoping for in Split 2, I think it is realistic to say that these 2 teams are probably not making it and making the cutoff.
Yeah, and out of the 2, I think it's more likely to see one out of JDG just because they changed more pieces. You know, it kind of give them a little bit of leeway there. At least I do. But I'm still not. Yeah, I think they're at that level right now, and I think they have the potential to go higher, but I don't know if they actually will. As you take a look at this replay, this man on the back line, just an absolute menace. There are sometimes some plays that are made in a game that instantly get you an MVP. I think this is one of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think he earned it.
All right, well, as we wind down on the day's games, what do you think is the most? What do you think is the biggest thing out of all the teams that played today that really comes to the forefront of your mind? Either performing better than expected, worse than expected, subversion of expectations.
The BLG win, honestly, today was really well played. I had to give some time for it to marinate in my brain, but that game 3 kind of sticks out. I will attribute the AL loss as them just having to play so many games. In the last 130 days, they've played 100 games. They've had 32 game days and have very little breaks in between. They've basically played one game every 3 or 4 days, which is nuts to think about over the last 3 months of play. As Scout gets MVP, not sure I'm too much of a fan considering of some dry ultimates that we saw, but when he did land them, Scout was the man.
That ultimate up top that killed the Victor, didn't allow him to TP to Otacon. That was a game-changing ultimate. We did talk about that. We're not sure if that meant that, Otacon gets secured or not. People might die on the back end. Could have really changed the complexion of the game. So I'm willing to give Scout a shout for that one. Don't think I would have given him MVP, but can't really argue against an Ulk battery. To your point about anyone's legend, a lot of tape on them now. That could be one of the bigger issues that they deal with. They're going to have to step up the creativity a bit of a notch as drafting has been... We're starting to see some cracks form for that team. But that will do it for us here for Saturday LPL action. We had the full boat of 9 games. Want to give out a shout out to everybody who is here for the entire thing on our end. To Chippy, to you, Alk, to our moderators, to everybody like that. We do want to shout out our Elite Coffee supporters because we always got to shout them out. Yep. They do so much for us. Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, owners of a Silmaril. The pledged financial contributions will help level up our broadcast. They give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. Because it's every single day, we have more action on Sunday. It'll be BLG versus FPX as the first match. Then Weibo against anyone's legend. Rudude and Mazel will be on the call for that one. You're not going to want to miss it. We will see you next time for some more LPL action.